Chapter 1053. Fang Yuan's aura was only that of a rank 6 Gu immortal. Before he attacked, there was nothing special about him. Adding on the fact that he dodged twice, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals could not help but feel disdain towards him. However, when he suddenly made his move, everyone's hearts trembled. The Eastern Sea immortals were shocked. They stopped in their tracks and sized up Fang Yuan again. They saw that Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He was elegant and handsome. He had a unique aura. Right now, Fang Yuan's face was filled with anger. His killing intent was like ice. It was extremely stifling. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals had the advantage in numbers, but they were silent now. They turned their spears towards the Blood Path demonic immortal at the same time. This Blood Path demonic immortal wanted to escape, but his injuries seemed to be acting up. His speed fell. After a few rounds, he was killed by the surrounding Gu immortals. Looking at this, he was truly at the end of his rope. No wonder he did not hesitate to give up his fortuitous encounter to beg for a chance of survival from Fang Yuan. After killing the Blood Path demonic immortal, the leader of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, Lu Qingyu, had a change of expression as he said, "The insignia is not on him." Another rank 7 Gu immortal reacted. He turned around and shouted at Fang Yuan, "Friend, please wait." Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. It had already changed the immortal's impression of him. No one shouted like before. They looked at each other before flying together towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stopped in the air, smiling coldly. "Friend." The rank 7 Gu immortal stopped. He was halfway through his words when he found it hard to speak. The insignia to activate the inheritance was extremely important, but it could not be found now. The biggest suspect was Fang Yuan. But if they wanted Fang Yuan to let them search his body, he would definitely not be willing. Not to mention, inspecting other people's immortal apertures was a taboo in itself. If Fang Yuan was an ordinary rank 6 Gu immortal, it would not matter if he said this because he had the advantage in numbers. But now, Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal Gu, and this was just what he had shown. "Zhou Li, what are you afraid of?" The 3rd rank 7 Gu immortal waved his sleeves. He stepped forward. His face was grim. His gaze was sharp as he stared at Fang Yuan, saying, "I am Eastern Sea's Tang clan's Gu immortal Tang Song. This matter will not end peacefully. However, I have a method. As long as you do as I say, you can prove your innocence." "Ha ha ha." Fang Yuan burst into laughter. "Prove my innocence? Why should I prove my innocence?" Amid the laughter, his fighting spirit overflowed. "It seems that everyone thinks that I'm a person who is afraid of battle." Fang Yuan's voice was low and unhurried. The expressions of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals changed slightly. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. "It's laughable that you were deceived right in front of your faces, yet you didn't know. Lu Qingyu, you personally killed that Blood Path demonic immortal and clearly obtained the inheritance mark. Yet you came to frame me. You are quite scheming." The immortal's auras faltered once more. Many people looked towards the rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu looked at Fang Yuan with anger in his eyes, but he thought to himself, "Amazing! This person has sharp words. He is a rank 6 Gu immortal, but he has 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. Who is he? Since when did Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world have such a person? I don't even know about it." At the same time, he shouted, "Everyone, don't forget our agreement. What kind of person am I, Lu Qingyu? How can I deceive you all?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "What agreement? I only know that no matter what Information Path Alliance agreement it is, Information Path methods can be used to get rid of it. What kind of person is he? I only know that people change. In the face of great benefits, it is hard to judge a person's true nature." Fang Yuan's words were sharp The Eastern Sea Goo immortals became even more hesitant. Lu Qing, you was furious. He pointed at Fang Yuan. I clearly saw him throw the inheritance mark to you. Everyone else saw it too. I personally destroyed the mark. Fang Yuan quickly replied. He. Lu Qingyu laughed sinisterly. There are too many tricks in the world. Who knows if you use some method to secretly receive the mark? Fang Yuan raised his head and sighed, saying in a melancholic tone, I have First Supreme Elder's mission. I did not want to cause trouble, but trouble came knocking on my door. Since that's the case, let's have a match. Hearing the words First Supreme Elder, many Goo Immortals' pupils shrunk. They thought, so this person is not alone. He has a super force behind him. No wonder he is 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. At once, the wariness in their hearts deepened, especially the lone cultivators among them. They were loners and did not have much influence. They naturally did not want to offend a huge force. Wait. At this time, Tang Song stood up again. I guarantee with Tang Clan's reputation, as long as you cooperate with our inspection, as long as we find that the inheritance mark is not on you, we will definitely let you go. We will not stop you. Tang Clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. It was like one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Tang Clan? Fang Yuan snickered. He raised his eyebrows as Flying Sword Immortal Goo flew around him. So what if it's amazing? Using Tang Clan, do you think my clan is afraid of you? He. In that case, let me test your Tang Clan's methods. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape, attacking the rank 7 Goo Immortal Tang Song. Tang Song did not expect Fang Yuan to ignore him. He was caught off guard and was quickly attacked by Fang Yuan. He fell into a disadvantage. The other Eastern Sea Goo Immortals dispersed, watching from the sidelines. This person is not afraid of Tang Clan. He definitely has a huge background. Even though Tang Clan is an overlord in Eastern Sea, they are also at odds with Shen Clan and Su Clan. Is this person from those 2 clans? Since he chose Tang Song, it is a good thing. I will stay out of this matter. I will watch their methods patiently. Even if I attack later, I will be prepared. These Eastern Sea Goo Immortals were not united. Earlier, they were united because they wanted to capture the Blood Path demonic immortal. Fang Yuan understood the hearts of people deeply. With his words and actions, he split the immortals apart unknowingly. He was also very particular about the opponents he chose. If he chose a rank 6 Goo Immortal, it would only make people think that he was bullying them with 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. Only by choosing a rank 7 Goo Immortal would he be a threat. As for why he chose Tang Song, it was because Fang Yuan observed him and knew that he was the only Goo Immortal with a huge force among the 3 rank 7 Goo Immortals. Lone cultivator Goo Immortals did not want to offend superforces. Superforces were also wary of lone immortals because they had huge businesses. Thus, when Tang Song was in the group, he would have many qualms about his actions and words. It was because he was not writing for himself, but also for the superforce behind him, Tang Clan. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting endlessly. After more than 10 rounds, Tang Song was still at a disadvantage. He was breaking out in cold sweat from Fang Yuan's attacks. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Goo was really sharp. Tang Song was a sound path Goo Immortal. His defensive methods were lacking. He could not block Flying Sword Immortal Goo head-on. He could only dodge. He was shocked and furious. A grand rank 7 Goo Immortal was actually being suppressed by a rank 6. After being forced to this extent, he had lost all his face. Tang Song's expression was grim. He thought, to redeem my face, I have to use that immortal killer move. As long as I capture this rank 6 Goo Immortal alive, my earlier display of weakness will be seen as a tactic to show weakness. But this immortal killer move was not easy to activate. It contained a total of 490 Goo worms. Tang Song had to deal with Fang Yuan's sharp attacks. he could only focus and activate the goo worms in his immortal aperture. Next, he slowly formed the killer move. This flying sword immortal goo is useless against mud monsters and cloud beasts, but it is very useful against goo immortals. Once it pierces Tang Song's head or heart, he will die on the spot. Back then, sword immortal Bo Qing swept through Central Continent. He was known as the #1 person under rank 9. This can be seen from this flying sword immortal goo. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had the upper hand, but he could not be careless. Tang Song was a rank 7 goo immortal. His foundation was definitely deeper than Fang Yuan's. It was just that he lost the initiative and was attacked by Fang Yuan. The current situation was very dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the harder it would be for Fang Yuan to escape. Most importantly, he could not use dark assassination now, because he had to maintain pressure on Tang Song at all times. Fang Yuan had the upper hand by attacking first, suppressing him. If he could catch his breath and use his methods, the situation would not be like this. Thus, Fang Yuan had to use Flying Sword Immortal Goo continuously. Flying Sword Immortal Goo was the core of Dark Assassination. It needed to be used together with Dark Limit Immortal Goo. After some time, it could be used together with other supplementary Immortal Goo to activate Dark Assassination. Immortal Goo are rare. If only I had a few more Immortal Goo. At this time, Fang Yuan sensed something. His movement slowed as he looked behind him. Those ancient cloud beasts were already at the edge of his vision. Seeing these ancient cloud beasts again, Fang Yuan did not feel any disgust. Instead, he was filled with joy. The variable that he had been waiting for had finally arrived. What is going on? What are these things? Their auras are so strong. Those are cloud beasts. Oh heavens, so many cloud beasts. These are ancient cloud beasts. Why are there so many of them? The Eastern Sea Goo Immortals also discovered the ancient cloud beasts. They were shocked and uncertain. Tang Song's attention was on Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan's attacks had weakened, he was overjoyed. The immortal killer move that he was preparing in his immortal aperture sped up. A third of it was activated in a short period of time. Soon, after I use this move and capture you alive, I will deal with you then. Tang Song gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan shouted, "Humph! These ancient cloud beasts were lured down by me when I came to White Heaven. I cooperated with the clan's supreme elders to lure these ancient cloud beasts into a trap and hunt them down. You obstructed me and ruined my clan's plans. I will settle the score with you one by one. If you want to die, now, follow me." Saying so, Fang Yuan left Tang Song and flew into the sky. The immortals were shocked, but soon they understood. Fang Yuan's injuries were clearly caused by the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. All of this seemed to prove Fang Yuan's words. After all, ordinary cloud beasts were very rare. This large group of ancient cloud beasts were most likely from White Heaven. Chapter 1054. To chase or not to chase? The Eastern Sea Immortals looked at each other. The first to react was rank 7 Goo Immortal Tang Song. "Don't think of leaving." He moved like lightning, chasing after Fang Yuan as he shouted. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. "Insatiable scoundrel! Don't think I am afraid of you. If not for my mission, I would kill you right here." Tang Song heard this and became even more furious. Bullshit! He was about to activate his immortal killer move. He was about to regain his face, but at this time, Fang Yuan ran away. He actually ran away. Tang Song did not want to let this go. He chased relentlessly. His actions attracted the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals, who were lost. They also chased after him. Fang Yuan's heart sank, but he shouted on the surface, "Those who are not afraid of death, come over. Ha ha ha." Tang Song shouted, "Those who are afraid of death are cowards. Chase, the inheritance imprint, is in his hands. We cannot let him meet up with the other Goo Immortals." Only by capturing this person can we have a chance to split the great expert's inheritance. With such huge benefits in front of them, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals flew even faster. Fang Yuan muttered, "Not too stupid." He suddenly pointed behind him as flying sword immortal Gu shot out like lightning towards Tang Song. Tang Song was shocked. He quickly dodged. With this distraction, the immortal killer move that was about to be activated was immediately destroyed. He would need to start again if he wanted to use it. Tang Song was so angry he wanted to stomp his feet. The rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Qingyu passed him, chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a glance. He tried to sow discord. "Lu Qingyu, the inheritance imprint is clearly in your hands, but you came to kill me. Good acting." Lu Qingyu was furious. "Don't run if you have guts." "Against you, why would I need to run? I would be throwing away our clan's reputation." Fang Yuan shouted, "Chase me if you have guts. I want to see who will be the unluckier one." Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan was fearless. He was still so arrogant despite being chased by a group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals. In contrast, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals felt even more hesitant, not to mention who had the inheritance mark. Fang Yuan's previous words were very credible. If that was the case, Fang Yuan's reinforcements were just ahead. Moreover, they had to hunt such a large group of ancient cloud beasts. It was likely that he had already set up an immortal battlefield killer move, or even mobilized an immortal Gu house. If I fall into an immortal battlefield killer move, it will be difficult. Tang Song was a member of the Superforce Tang clan. He might not be afraid, but these Eastern Sea Gu immortals were mostly lone cultivators. These loose immortals weren't doing too well either. Otherwise, they wouldn't be heading to the turbulent current sea in search of fortuitous encounters. After all, a Gu immortal's time was very precious. First, a Gu immortal fell to the back of the group, before gradually breaking away from the group. Soon after, more and more Gu immortals followed suit. Gu immortals were not stupid, they were astute. The lagging Gu immortals were not willing to let Fang Yuan go, but they were also afraid of falling into an immortal battlefield killer move. He couldn't get away. Thus, they were planning to let the Gu immortals in front lead the way. These guys won't be able to accomplish anything. Lu Qingyu, who was closest to Fang Yuan, sensed this situation. He cursed internally. His movements also showed some hesitation. He was a lone cultivator. He had an immortal opportunity in his early years, but even though he had immortal Gu, they were all rank 6. If he faced an immortal battlefield killer move from a super clan, it would not be easy to escape. Even Tang Song had some reservations. He had to reserve some strength and attention to deal with the enemy's reinforcements. Thus, a strange scene of a chase was formed. Fang Yuan flew ahead, cursing and shouting at times. He was at a disadvantage, but had an arrogant attitude. And the large group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him had the advantage in numbers, but they were holding back. They were at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Fang Yuan spent most of his time flying with mortal killer moves. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him also used mortal killer moves to chase after him. Fang Yuan was not as confident and calm as he looked. So troublesome. In this situation, I can only escape to the regional wall and use the terrain to shake off these pursuers. Lu Qingyu. Fang Yuan engraved this name in his mind. He had not received any inheritance imprints. He might have destroyed them, but it was also possible that the Blood Path demonic immortal had used a concealment method earlier. The true inheritance imprint was already in Lu Qingyu's hands. If that was the case, this Lu Qingyu's acting skills could match Fang Yuan's. He was an extremely shrewd opponent. In the sky above the clouds, whoosh, 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 with Fang Yuan at the lead, a group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals moved like lightning. They tore through the sky with great momentum. The immortal killer move that Tang Song had been preparing could be used now. He restrained his excitement as he sped up passing Lu Qingyu and getting closer to Fang Yuan. This strange action immediately aroused Fang Yuan's vigilance. He quickly activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. His speed increased as he left Tang Song behind. Damn it! Tang Song cursed. His rank 7 Immortal Killer move was more powerful the closer it was to him. Right now, with the distance between him and Fang Yuan, he could not capture him alive. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. His speed increased. The Gu Immortals behind him could not help but complain. The 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals were fine. They could use rank 6 Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves to maintain their distance. But those ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals were at the bottom of the Gu Immortal world. They did not even have a single rank 6 Immortal Gu. They were quickly left behind. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting further away, rank 7 Gu Immortal, Zhou said anxiously, "I have a method that can bring the 2 of you along. It has great speed. But I am too focused. I cannot split my attention. I hope you 2 can restrain him." Lu Qingyu and Tang Song looked at each other. They nodded in agreement. Tang Song's reply was the most straightforward. These people had already reached an agreement and made an alliance, so there was a foundation of trust between them. Zhou Li let out a long roar. Suddenly, countless illusory waves surged around him. The illusory waves carried him and increased his speed. Immortal Killer move. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. Lu Qingyu and Tang Song cheered. They took the initiative to step into the illusory waves, allowing the waves beneath their feet to carry them forward. The 2 had some free time. They started to attack. Fang Yuan fell into a dangerous situation. Earlier, in the process of escaping, the Gu Immortals behind them had also attacked. But firstly, Fang Yuan often used offensive Immortal Gu to interfere, and secondly, he was agile and slippery. The Gu Immortals behind them did not succeed. But now, the situation was different. The 2 Gu Immortals could use more exquisite methods. They were more threatening. Fang Yuan's pressure rose. A moment later, he was injured. Good job. This person only has 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. His other methods are just mortal killer moves. The rest are all mortal killer moves. Zhou said. He was already injured. It was likely caused by those ancient cloud beasts. Lu Qingyu said darkly. Even though he has rank 7 Immortal Gu, he is still a rank 6 Gu Immortal. How much green grape Immortal Essence can he have? Tang Song said. Even he laughed. As long as this situation continued, they would definitely win. Their only worry was the non-existent clan force behind Fang Yuan and the ambush. Thus, they held back and did not kill him. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation. If he allowed the situation to continue like this, he would probably die today. Gu Immortals were full of intelligence and intelligence. They were much harder to deal with than the dumb ancient cloud beasts. If they fought head-on, these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were not the ancient cloud beasts' match. But the threat they posed to Fang Yuan was much greater than the ancient cloud beasts. Fang Yuan had never hoped for these 2 to fight. They would interfere with each other. The Gu Immortals were not stupid. They had to consider the benefits before killing a cloud beast, not to mention this group of ancient cloud beasts. In that case, I can only use the 5 regional walls. Even if I am exposed, there is no other way. Fang Yuan slightly changed his direction, flying towards the nearest regional wall. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals behind him followed. There were also those ancient cloud beasts. Soon, the regional wall appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. The regional wall was like a fence enclosing the whole of Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan came out of the regional wall. He was very close to the other regional walls. But back then, he wanted to fly in a straight line for a short distance. If he followed the regional wall closely, he would have to take a long detour. But who could have expected that a disaster would befall him while he was traveling? Oh no, he wants to enter the regional wall. Lu Qingyu saw through Fang Yuan's intention. He shouted, "Good plan." We are rank 7 Goo Immortals. We will be more restricted than him when we enter the regional wall. Zhou Li said. Quickly attack. Don't let him succeed. Tang Song was anxious. The two immortals' attacks were different. They attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan could not block them. His injuries became more severe. Some wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. He. But he laughed. You really dared to attack. Very good, Tang clan. If I die and ruin the clan's plan, my clan will not let you off. Tang Song's heart shook. You say you are from the clan. You are just trying to hide it. I am familiar with Eastern Sea's righteous path forces. How come I have never heard of you? Fang Yuan laughed again. He said with hatred, Tang Song, why are you trying to provoke me? I will not fall for your trick. My clan is doing this secretly. We are worried that others will ruin it. So we sent me to attack. Even if you kill me, I will not tell you my origin. I will even self-detonate my soul. You will not be able to soul search me. Fang Yuan's words made the three Goo Immortals' hearts sink. What kind of enemy was the scariest? There were many different opinions on the answer to this question, but a large portion of people felt that enemies hiding in the dark were the scariest. The enemy was in the dark while you were out in the open. You did not know where the enemy was or what they would do to deal with you. This was what the three rank 7 Goo Immortals were worried about. From start to finish, they did not suspect Fang Yuan's lies. Because ancient cloud beasts were too rare, why would he be chased by such a large group of ancient cloud beasts for no reason? There had to be a scheme. Since there was a scheme, the schemer must have the confidence and strength to take down this group of ancient cloud beasts. In Eastern Sea, what kind of organization could take down this group of ancient cloud beasts? Evidently, it could only be a super force like Song Clan. Fang Yuan's words finally caused the three rank 7 Goo Immortals to slow down. He had precious time to breathe. Chapter 10:55. The phantom waves around Zhou Li that were carrying Tang Song and Lu Qinyu surged forward, engulfing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Even though the waves were phantom, he felt like he was facing a huge tsunami. He was helpless. He was like an ant about to be devoured by the waves. Such a powerful immortal killer move. Rank 7 Goo Immortals are not easy to fool. In the face of danger, these two thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Without the waves, the three immortals stopped. It is done. Zhou Li chuckled, his eyes shining with confidence. Tang Song and Lu Qinyu looked at each other. They had already guessed Zhou Li's plan. They could not help but look at him in a different light. It turned out that Zhou Li had been secretly collecting information on Fang Yuan. He gradually understood Fang Yuan's background. He knew each other's strengths and weaknesses, and what methods he had to use to restrain Fang Yuan's strengths. On the surface, he was helping them fly, but he was using the chance when they were holding back Fang Yuan to create phantom waves below him. As they chased, these phantom waves grew in size. They gradually formed a large force. At this moment, Zhou Li made his move. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, it was like a tsunami. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. With a large force, it was faster than Sword Escape Immortal Goo. It could not be dodged or blocked. Fang Yuan had rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Goo, but against the phantom waves, it was like dealing with the mud monsters and cloud beasts. It was not effective. He still had Sword Escape Immortal Goo, but the phantom waves were coming at him. They had already surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's space to dodge would only become smaller. Sword Escape Immortal Goo could not escape the phantom waves' encirclement. It would not be effective. To think that this Zhou Li is so weak on the surface, but he has such a plan. I was yelling at him earlier, but he did not say anything. He actually didn't say anything. This person is even more shrewd than I am. Lu Qinyu was fearful of Zhou Li. Tang Song's expression was ugly. He had prepared his immortal killer move to regain his face, but he did not have a chance. In the end, Zhou Li gained the upper hand. Forget about rank 6 Gu immortals, they could reach rank 7. Which one of them was simple? Zhou Li made his move. Fang Yuan was like a turtle in a jar. The outcome has been decided. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals had the same thought. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, fellow immortals, why are you so unwise? He actually rushed over to throw his life away. In my opinion, those rank 6 Gu immortals are much smarter than you. The 3 immortals looked over, only to see Fang Yuan standing there with his hands behind his back. He hovered in the air, calm and unruffled. The 3 immortals shuddered and cried out in their hearts, "Not good. He has nothing to fear." Could it be that this is the place for the ambush? Fang Yuan asked again, "What is the name of this move?" "It is actually a continuous transformation move, but can it break our clan's immortal battlefield killer move?" He, I don't think there's much hope. Clearly, these illusory waves possessed outstanding offensive power that could take his life, but Fang Yuan actually turned a deaf ear to them, as if he wasn't facing fatal danger. It was like a warm spring breeze. He even dispelled the defensive killer move lion fur armor on his body in front of the 3 immortals. Oh no, this move of mine expended almost all of my immortal goo. It has strong offense, but weak defense once the enemy attacks. Zhou Li's pupils shrunk. He had no time to think. He subconsciously moved the illusory waves back to defend himself. Raging waves. Originally, there were many afterimages. It was a sure-kill move, but Zhou Li moved most of them back. Only a small portion was left to deal with Fang Yuan. There was a weakness that Fang Yuan took advantage of. "I won't be sending you off." Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo as he flew into the sky, passing through the gap and entering the blue water regional wall in a flash of lightning. The 3 immortals were stunned before flying into a rage out of embarrassment. "This lad is so crafty, he is actually bluffing." He was already at the end of his rope earlier, but he concealed it so well. "Let's chase." Tang Song and Lu Qingyu were furious. They chased after Fang Yuan again. Zhou Li's expression turned green and white. He was dazed for a moment before slapping himself before continuing to chase. But the good situation earlier was ruined by him. What chance would there be now? Fang Yuan narrowly escaped death. After entering the regional wall, he went deeper into the regional wall. The 3 immortals complained incessantly. The advantage of cultivation level had become a hindrance here. At this moment, the 3 immortals wished they could become rank 6 Gu immortals. The deeper they went into the regional wall, the stronger the suction force they felt. Their speed fell sharply. Without a choice, the 3 immortals could only place their hopes on the rank 6 Gu immortals who were chasing after them. But these rank 6 Gu immortals were also greatly affected compared to Fang Yuan, who was unobstructed and could move freely. The difference was too great. Soon, the Gu immortals were getting further away from Fang Yuan. What cultivation level is this person? He is actually so little affected in the regional wall. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals were puzzled, but they did not know that this was the result of Fang Yuan purposely restraining himself. Fang Yuan did not want to expose this secret. He purposely lowered his speed and acted like he was having a hard time to make people suspicious. Although they could not catch up to Fang Yuan, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not willing to give up. "I don't believe he is really hiding here and not coming out. He is a rank 6 Gu immortal. He will expend a lot of immortal essence to fly here. I want to see if a rank 6 Gu immortals foundation can match a grand rank 7 like us." Even though the Eastern Sea Gu immortals were unwilling, the truth was cruel. Fang Yuan was getting further and further away from them. Even the ancient cloud beasts behind him were catching up. After some chaos, The Eastern Sea Goo immortals could only watch bitterly as the ancient cloud beasts overtook them and chased after Fang Yuan. These ancient cloud beasts came from white heaven. The 5 regional walls had no effect on them. Gradually, Fang Yuan left the range of the Eastern Sea Goo immortals. They could only chase after the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts were getting closer to Fang Yuan. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape, Immortal Goo again. His speed rose as he left. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals chased for a while. Finally, someone could not endure it and gave up, escaping from the regional wall. So unlucky! We actually met such a person. Who is this person? We have no idea. Whether or not he has a super force supporting him is still a question mark. Tang Song and Zhou Li conversed. They felt that there was little hope. Only Lu Qinyu did not say a word. He continued to chase. Brother Lu, stop chasing. He is nowhere to be seen. This matter has become troublesome. Let's go out first. Let's discuss this. Tang Song and Zhou Li urged. Lu Qinyu said, I have my methods. I specialize in tracking. If I don't catch him, I will not rest. Wait a moment. I will try again. I will be right back. Saying so, he turned into a green rainbow. His speed rose by a large margin. He chased after the ancient cloud beasts. Tang Song looked at this light, saying in surprise, It seems that Brother Lu is anxious. He even used this move. This move required the Dao marks on his body to be used. It has a high price. It is his trump card. He rarely uses it. In the past, he had used it to escape from many strong enemies. What did you say? Zhou Li's expression changed. Tang Song was stunned. His expression also turned grim. The 2 immortals looked at each other, seeing the anger in each other's eyes. This Lu Qinyu was probably not chasing after Fang Yuan. He had secretly obtained the inheritance imprint. He was using this to escape from them. After all, everyone had seen Fang Yuan destroy the inheritance imprint of the Blood Path demonic immortal. And the person who killed the Blood Path demonic immortal was Lu Qinyu. Brother Lu, wait. This scoundrel is crafty. He might have a helper. We will lend you a hand, Brother Lu. Tang Song and Zhou Li quickly chased. Lu Qinyu heard this. He ran even faster. He did not even turn around, as if he did not hear anything. Tang Song and Zhou Li were even more certain of their deductions. Their expressions turned darker. They swore to themselves that they would not rest until they caught up to Lu Qinyu. Half a month later, a figure passed through the green licorice regional wall, entering Northern Plains. I'm finally in Northern Plains. The person was Fang Yuan. He had an exhausted expression. His body was covered in injuries. If he could heal himself, he would have already healed. But most of his injuries were caused by ancient cloud beasts' immortal goo, or even immortal killer moves. These injuries had Dao marks. He needed healing immortal goo to heal them. Fang Yuan only had 3 immortal goo. He could only stall for time. Land Spirit of Langya should have healing immortal goo. As long as I return to Langya Blessed Land, I will be able to recover. Fang Yuan inwardly encouraged himself. Earlier, when he fought with the Eastern Sea Goo immortals these last days to get away from the ancient cloud beasts, he had used Sword Escape Immortal Goo many times. Right now, he already owed a huge debt to Land Spirit of Langya. The crucial thing was the Eastern Sea Goo immortals. Because of their pursuit, Fang Yuan had to travel through the regional wall. This way, he took a long detour. He had to expend a lot of immortal essence. But this was not important. The important thing was the immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. Time was getting shorter. Fang Yuan's bad premonition was getting stronger. Turning around to look, the ancient cloud beasts' figures were already faintly discernible in the regional wall. Fang Yuan sighed. He used Sword Escape Immortal Goo again, flying towards the northeast direction. Fang Yuan did not know its exact location. Previously, Langya Blessed Land was in Northern Plains Crescent Lake, but because of Shadow Sex attack, Langya Blessed Land was moved from Crescent Lake. After contacting the Land Spirit of Langya did not tell Fang Yuan the exact location of Langya Blessed Land. He only gave him a direction and said that a Gu immortal would come to receive him. 3 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at the receiving location, but he did not see anyone. The ancient cloud beasts chased after him. He could only escape again. After contacting the Land Spirit of Langya, he learned that the Land Spirit of Langya had sent a hairy man Gu immortal, but he encountered a human Gu immortal and was killed on the spot. The Land Spirit of Langya could only send more people to receive him, but an accident occurred again. This hairy man Gu immortal had mysteriously disappeared. He could not be contacted no matter what. In order to receive Fang Yuan, Langya sect actually lost 2 hairy man Gu immortals. They could not even bring Fang Yuan back. The Land Spirit of Langya's heart was bleeding. He could not bear such a loss. He directly told the location to Fang Yuan. 7 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at Feng Bo Cliff. At the bottom of Feng Bo Cliff, he found the arrangement of the Land Spirit of Langya. This was an immortal Gu formation. Its effect was similar to Zombie Alliance's Green Crystal Hero's path. Fang Yuan used this to truly escape the pursuit of the ancient cloud beasts. He returned to Langya Blessed Land. After so many setbacks, he was finally safe. Chapter 1056. Langya Blessed Land, Black Hair Continent. Whoosh. Steel Thread City was the most majestic city in Black Hair Continent. Just in the city, there were hundreds of thousands of hairy men, not to mention the countless villages and towns that spread out from the periphery of the city. Langya Blessed Land could be said to be the largest hairy man paradise in the world. It was a paradise. There were 4 continents in the Blessed Land. 3 of them were on the sea. They were about the same size. The last one was the smallest, but it floated in the sky. It was called Cloud Cover Continent. It was the holy land that hairy men yearned for the most. Steel Thread City's trading market was bustling with noise. It was one of the most famous trading places in Black Hair Continent. Today, at the southeast corner of this trading market, a fat and muscular hairy man walked up the platform. Below the platform, there was a circle of hairy men. They were all muscular and covered in hair. These hairy men's hair was mainly black and brown. This was the main hair color of hairy men in Black Hair Continent. The fat and muscular hairy man had just walked up the platform when the hairy men below started to clamor. One of them asked loudly, "Kong Ba, what good stuff did you bring this time?" The hairy man called Kong Ba was a slave merchant. He specialized in selling slaves. His business was not small, and he had a certain reputation. Kong Ba heard this and laughed. He looked at everyone. "Don't worry, everyone. I brought many yellow hair slaves this time. There are even some quasi-master Gu refinement experts among them. I am sure you will be satisfied." The surrounding hairy men's eyes shined. They started to discuss again. Ever since Cloud Cover Continent's Immortal issued a decree, every 10 years they will choose immortal seeds. After imparting the path of immortal ascension, our 3 continents started to fight. And how do we choose immortal seeds? We will see who can enter the immortals' discerning eyes in the war between the 3 continents. This time, our Black Hair Continent and White Hair Continent joined hands to deal with Yellow Hair Continent. I heard we won several battles and captured many yellow hair slaves. An old man like me has no hope of becoming an immortal, but I want to take these yellow hair slaves and add labor to my Gu refinement workshop. These slaves are much better than hiring those Gu masters. Not only are they cheap, we can even control their life and death. Their descendants will be our slaves. Everyone! The hairy man Kong Ba raised his hands, causing the surrounding discussions to subside. "We don't dare. to waste everyone's time. Next, we will bring out the first slave to let everyone broaden their horizons. Someone came. Bring him up. Go. Behind the high platform, a black hairy man with a strong physique fiercely pulled the chain in his hand. At the end of the chain, there was a man covered in scars, a slave whose flesh had been torn apart. It was Fang Zheng, who had been tortured. Fang Zheng was no match for the black, hairy man's strength. He was pulled by the chains and almost fell to the ground. But when he stood still, he stared at the black, hairy man in front of him with a determined and stubborn expression. Pa! The black, hairy man raised his whip. He slapped Fang Zheng's face hard. Fang Zheng felt his face go numb as if he was struck by lightning. Then an incomparably intense pain assaulted his heart, but he gritted his teeth, forcefully swallowing the screams that rose to his throat. You are asking for a beating? Leave. The black, hairy man laughed sinisterly. He stretched out his arm that was thicker than Fang Zheng's thigh, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. Next, the black, hairy man walked up the stairs and walked to the center of the high platform, throwing Fang Zheng onto the platform. Fang Zheng's neck was grabbed. He could not breathe. He was already feeling dizzy. He was thrown onto the sturdy platform again. He almost fainted on the spot. His vision was blurry. He felt dizzy. He sprawled on the platform, unable to stand up. Be careful, you idiot! Kang Ba scolded. The black, hairy man who escorted Fang Zheng up did not dare to provoke him. He quickly apologized. Scram! Kang Ba shouted coldly. The black, hairy man quickly flew down the platform. Kang Ba's expression changed as he wiped away the anger on his face, changing it into a smile. He pointed at Fang Zheng and introduced him to the hairy men below the stage. This slave is a rare commodity. It wasn't easy for me, Kang Ba, to find him. These words attracted the audience's interest to a large extent. This slave's cultivation level is not weak. He actually has rank 5 cultivation level. Soon, someone sensed the weak goo master aura on Fang Zheng and exclaimed, Which city lord of Yellow Hair Continent is this? He was actually captured, and almost all of his hair was shaved off. Humiliating him like this? Soon, someone asked curiously, In this sea of Black Hair Continent, Yellow Hair Continent, and White Hair Continent, the city lords had the highest authority. They usually had rank 5 cultivation level. And in the customs of hairy men, they were proud to have hair all over their body. Being shaved off was the most humiliating punishment for hairy men. In the hearts of most hairy men, it was crueler than death. For example, it was like in Earth's Chinese history. Male prisoners were castrated. Kang Ba laughed. Everyone is wrong. This slave is not a hairy man. He is the purest human. What? Human? He is a human. In Langya blessed land, hairy men were the majority. There were very few other races. Many of the hairy men present could not help but exclaim in surprise. This was the first time they had seen a legendary human. Fang Zheng had already recovered. He felt extremely uncomfortable being sized up by these hairy men. Get up, stand properly. Kang Ba hooked his finger. Fang Zheng's body was restrained by a formless force. He was brought to stand on the platform. The hairy men below the platform could see it clearly. They whispered to each other, praising Fang Zheng. Kang Ba smiled. He was very satisfied. He paid a huge price to buy this Fang Zheng. It was to create a commotion. Now, it seemed that he had achieved his goal. The hairy men below the platform continued to discuss. Their voices were getting louder and louder. It was also getting noisier. Look, there are human slaves being sold there. Is that so? I want to take a look. Go. Let's take a look. More and more hairy men noticed this place. They gathered from all directions of the market. Fang Zheng stood on the platform. Looking at the sea of hairy men below, he opened his eyes wide. There were so many of these hairy men. This was the first time Fang Zheng had seen them. He had seen hairy men in Crane Gate. They were slaves refining goo for Crane Gate. He knew the situation of the 5 regions. Humans were the absolute rulers. Variant humans were suppressed badly. They were struggling at death's door in a corner of the world. But now it seemed that these hairy men were the rulers here. Humans were very weak. Where is this place? The suspicions in Fang Zheng's heart became deeper. He remembered that he was tortured, and from the jailer, he learned that his brother had died, and whose immortal blessed land was destroyed. At first, he did not believe it, but as he was tortured and tortured, he became skeptical. But now he saw this scene. The suspicions in his heart deepened. Kong Ba, how much are you selling this slave for? Someone shouted, "Ha ha ha, this price." Kong Ba raised his 2 hands, spreading his fingers. The crowd went into an uproar. Many people shouted, "So expensive! Kong Ba, you are robbing us. You really want money, you are going crazy. Everyone! Gentlemen!" Kong Ba raised his voice and shouted, "This is a rank 5 Gu master after becoming your slave. He will become a rank 5 fighter. You might not encounter such an opportunity again in your life." But there were astute, hairy men below the platform. A rank 5 Gu master. It will not be easy to make him a slave. That's right, to enslave such a strong person, one's cultivation must be at least rank 4, right? Also, this slave has clearly been tortured. He might be half dead already. He won't die the moment we buy him, right? Kong Ba pretended to be angry. What do you think I, Kong Ba, am doing? Kong Ba, value sincerity the most when doing business. Look at him. Take a good look. With that said, Kong Ba walked in front of Fang Zheng and pinched his chin. Fang Zheng felt intense pain. He opened his mouth, showing his teeth and lips. Look at his teeth. Come, look at his skin and flesh. Kang Ba stretched out his hand and tore off Fang Zheng's tattered clothes. Fang Zheng's body shook. He was completely naked, exposed in front of the hairy men. Although he is injured, these are all flesh wounds. They can be healed. I, Kong Ba, can guarantee it will not be a problem. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Intense anger and shame filled his heart. He wanted to kill all these hairy men. Kong Ba chuckled. Holding a tree branch, he picked up the thing between Fang Zheng's legs. Everyone, take a look. This thing has complete functions. In the future, it can give birth to human descendants for you. There will be an endless supply of slaves. Ha ha! The hairy men laughed. Fang Zheng's face was red. He was extremely embarrassed and angry. If not for Kong Ba's strength restraining him, he would have already committed suicide. If not for Kong Ba's strength restraining him, he would have definitely committed suicide. I will buy this slave. Suddenly, a voice could be heard from afar. Everyone followed the voice and saw a female hairy man. She was covered in black hair, looking at Fang Zheng with a lustful gaze. Greetings to Lord City Lord. The hairy men knelt down. Even Kong Ba was no exception. Ha ha ha. The female city lord with 2 muscular hairy men raised her head and laughed, ordering, Kong Ba, heal this slave, then wash him clean and send him to my city lord manor. I want to see him tonight. Understood, beautiful and powerful city lord. Kong Ba was overjoyed. He kowtowed and accepted the order. Fang Zheng closed his eyes. His heart was dead. At this moment, with a loud boom, heaven and earth shook. A 5-colored light shot up from Cloud Cover Continent, illuminating the entire Lang, ya blessed land. What happened on Cloud Cover Continent? Heavens, this is the light of an immortal. This is a very auspicious sign. The hairy men's attention was attracted by this change in heaven and earth. They looked up. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, worship, envy. As for Fang Zheng, he was already thrown to the back of their minds. Chapter 10:57. On this day, Cloud Cover Continent suddenly emitted a dazzling light that soared to the sky. The dazzling light was of all colors. It was like a heavenly pillar that soared to the 9 heavens. It was so dazzling that the hairy men of black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents only needed to raise their heads to see it. This is the immortal world. The hairy men sighed. If it was in the past, news about Goo immortals in the 3 continents would only be groundless legends. But after the land spirit of Langya changed his personality, this situation underwent an earth-shattering change. The land spirit of Langya personally issued an immortal decree imitating the imperial court contest, inciting a war between the 3 continents and selecting elite seeds to bring to Cloud Cover Continent to cultivate. The war between the 3 continents affected all the hairy men, and now the immortal world on Cloud Cover Continent aroused the passion of the hairy men again. Becoming an immortal, Black Hair Emperor gazed at the sky, his eyes shining with bright light that people could not look at directly. As the bright light faded, Black Hair Emperor suddenly made up his mind. Men, pass down my decree. The immortal world is an extremely auspicious omen. My country is holding a special martial competition in remembrance of it. I will open the treasury to the winners of the martial competition and let them choose their treasures. Yes, the guard immediately bowed and retreated. Black Hair Emperor's idea was not a sudden one. He had been thinking about it for a long time. The war between the 3 continents made Black Hair Emperor realize that he needed to abandon his narrow thinking of Goo refinement as the #1 priority for the future war. He urgently needed powerful elites and Goo masters who were proficient in fighting. Black Hair Emperor gave the order. A huge storm quickly radiated from Royal City in all directions. The influence was getting greater. In a flash, half a month later, in Steel Thread City, an esteemed guest was welcomed by Steel Thread City Lord. This esteemed guest was personally received by the Steel Thread City Lord because he was also a city lord. Hua Feng City Lord, what matter do you have for coming here? In the welcoming banquet, after 3 rounds of wine, Steel Thread City Lord asked, City Mistress Steel Thread, you're an understanding person. You already know why I'm here. City Lord Hua Feng smiled. He pointed at the hairy man Goo masters standing behind him. Lord King is holding a martial competition, but each region can only send 3 people. We only have 2 cities in this area. Right now, these Goo masters behind me are the candidates I am sending to the competition. However, the number of people given by the king is limited. Let's have a few matches first and decide who will participate in the martial arts tournament. Ha ha ha. Very good. That's what I was thinking too. The Steel Thread City Master laughed and clapped her hands. He summoned the hairy man Goo immortals behind the scenes. Both sides sent 1 person to the arena, and the fight began. After a few rounds, Hua Feng City won every battle. Steel Thread City, on the other hand, did not win a single match. Hua Feng City Lord smiled and drank leisurely. Steel Thread City Lord's face was as dark as still water. His heart was heavy. To think that City Lord Hua Feng came prepared. The Goo masters he chose are all elites. Oh no, if we do not win at all, the result of this battle will be widely spread. In the next few years, Hua Feng City is going to suppress our Steel Thread City. Only the last match is left. City Lord Steel Thread, please deploy your troops. City Lord Hua Feng raised his voice. Steel Thread City Lord snorted coldly, placing her gaze on the final hairy man. But this hairy man Goo master was sweating profusely. In this situation, he understood the heavy burden on his shoulders. But precisely because of this, he felt his confidence weakening. Not only was he lacking confidence, the higher-ups of Steel Thread City, who were at the banquet, were also lacking confidence. At this time, an elder of the city transmitted to Steel Thread City Lord, City Lord, I have a candidate who can help us regain our reputation. Steel Thread City Lord was overjoyed. She quickly asked, This elder replied, "City Lord, have you forgotten that you recently took in a human slave? He is rank 5 cultivation level." Steel Thread City Lord was stunned. She had a bitter expression as she transmitted, "This is not appropriate. My confrontation with City Lord Huafeng is perfectly justified and fair. If I send this human slave, not only will he lose, even if he wins, I will send him up to participate in the martial competition. If the Emperor sees that my Steel Thread City is sending a human instead of any hairy man, won't he blame me?" The elder smiled. He knew that this was Steel Thread City Lord's excuse. It was just that Steel Thread City Lord was reluctant. That slave called Fang Yuan, ever since he was bought by the City Lord, he had been visited by Steel Thread City Lord almost every night. This situation had already caused dissatisfaction among many higher-ups. Elder Yun continued, "Lord City Lord, don't worry. The current emperor is magnanimous and only cares about talent. He has many snowmen and feathermen among the assisting elders. If you send Fang Yuan to fight, if he loses, he will take responsibility. If he wins, our city's reputation will be preserved. If we send him up, the emperor will definitely look at you in a different light. He might even treat you as a close friend." The Steel Thread City mistress looked at this elder meaningfully and muttered in her heart, "This old bastard is really scheming. Isn't it because I've been neglecting the nephew you sent to me recently? You actually came up with such a vicious plan. If I win, I will send Fang Yuan up. If I lose, I will kill Fang Yuan and push the responsibility to him. Whether I win or lose, I will lose Fang Yuan." "Sigh, forget it." Steel Thread City Lord sighed internally. "How can I be a fool who will abandon my career for a beauty?" Even though Steel Thread City Lord visited Fangjing every night and was infatuated with him, she was a cold-hearted, hairy man with a strong sense of authority. In her heart, mere beauty was nothing. Thus, Steel Thread City Lord temporarily replaced the hairy man and called Fangjing over to instruct him. After learning the reason, Fangjing walked out of the arena. A rank 5 Gu master, Huafeng City Lord's heart jumped as he sensed Fangjing's rank 5 aura and became vigilant. He smiled and said, "Logically speaking, this match should be decided by our side. In the previous few battles, we fought using martial arts, but how can we throw away the essence and tradition of us hairy men? This match, let's use Gu refinement to determine the winner." The moment he said that, the Steel Thread City Lord almost cursed it out loud. The elders of Iron Thread City, they all looked at City Lord Huafeng with disdain. However, City Lord Huafeng had been the lord of a city for many years and had long since developed a thick skin. He turned a blind eye to these gazes. The Steel Thread City mistress couldn't refute. After all, it was a rule that had been set beforehand. She could only wave her hand at Fangjing and say, "You can go down and compete. Make sure you give it your all. Remember one thing, there is only victory in this battle. If you lose, use your life to pay for your sins." Fangjing heard this, but remained expressionless. He had been humiliated these last few days. The Steel Thread City mistress was very strong. She liked all kinds of positions. She did it 17 to 18 times a night, asking for it without restraint. She made Fangjing's life worse than death. Fangjing really wanted to die, but as a prisoner, he was under the control of others. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. Steel Thread City mistress was using death to threaten him now. He felt a sense of freedom. In his mind, a thought appeared. Will I still be reluctant to part with this world? Why don't I just admit defeat and ask for death? But at this time, a voice resounded in his mind. "Fool! A man needs to know when to submit and when to stand tall. So what if they are humiliated? If he had the guts, he would take revenge in the future. He would chop all the enemies who had humiliated him into mincemeat. That is what a hero should do." "Who is it?" Fang Zheng was shocked. He shouted in shock. On the other side, Huafeng City's final hairy man, Gu Master, had just left the stage. He thought that Fang Zheng was asking him. Thus, he puffed up his chest and said loudly, "I am Mao Shirba." Fang Zheng had no reaction. He had regained his freedom now. He even borrowed many Gu worms. That voice in his mind suddenly disappeared. No matter how he inspected himself, he could not find any traces. "Damn you, you dare to humiliate me." Mao Shirba was furious. He said his name, but Fang Zheng did not respond. It was as if he did not want to tell him his name. Mao Shirba was furious. Why is he angry? Fang Zheng was startled awake by Mao Shirba's shout. He felt strange. Because of this misunderstanding, before the battle even started, the smell of gunpowder was already intense. Under everyone's gazes, the battle began. Mao Shirba was the strongest Gu master in Huafeng City. He was skilled in both the pen and the sword. Not only was he skilled in fighting, he was also skilled in Gu refinement. In contrast, even though Fang Zheng had cultivated in Crane Gate for a period of time, he mainly cultivated enslavement path. He only dabbled in refinement path. The battle had just started, but Mao Shirba was already in the lead. By the middle of the battle, Mao Shirba was already far ahead of Fang Zheng. He had a huge lead. At the final juncture, the spectating hairy men, be it Steel Thread City or Huafeng City, did not think that Fang Zheng had a chance of winning. Even Fang Zheng himself thought so. Am I going to lose? Forget it. Death is a form of release. He sighed in his heart. Bullshit. At this time, the voice that had just appeared resounded again. Fang Zheng was alarmed as his hands trembled. The half-finished product he had refined immediately failed. Ha ha ha. Huafeng City Lord laughed loudly. Steel Thread City's side had unsightly expressions. In Fang Zheng's mind, that voice continued. As a man, what is a small setback? You are. Fang Yuan. This time, Fang Zheng finally recognized the voice. He, my main body died long ago. Only this will is left in your mind. As my younger brother, you live in this world, but do not think about improving yourself. Do not seek revenge. I cannot bear to watch this. Fang Yuan's will chided. Fang Zheng snorted coldly, thinking, you are already dead. Why are you still causing trouble? He had mastered Tenchiru's soul in the past to guide his cultivation. Now that he could converse with Fang Yuan's will, he felt a sense of familiarity. On the surface, the hairy men could not see anything strange. They thought that this expressionless Fang Zheng was scared silly by this result. Fang Yuan's will felt Fang Zheng's enmity, but he smiled nonchalantly. Since I am already dead, why do you still want to impersonate me? Fang Zheng was silent. Fang Yuan's will continued. You were humiliated and tortured, unwilling to tell others your real name. This means that you still have shame, anger, and hatred in your heart. So why don't you work hard now and fight for this excellent opportunity? You know the reason. As long as you win this battle, you will be able to participate in the martial competition, leave your slave status, and become a free person. I also want to win. Who doesn't want revenge? Who doesn't want freedom? But I have already lost this battle. Fang Zheng said angrily. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's will laughed loudly. You only need to follow my instructions and you can surpass Mao Shirba and turn defeat into victory. Fang Zheng was stunned. He asked, what scheme do you have now? Humph, Fang Yuan's will snorted coldly. Even though I am dead, I am not resigned to this. I want revenge. All the hairy man Gu immortals who killed me cannot escape. And you are my hope of revenge. Didn't you impersonate me? Then take revenge for me. Why should I help a demon like you, who massacred your entire race, to take revenge? Fang Zheng said angrily. Fang Yuan's will said, if you continue to speak, there will be no time. Listen to my instructions, light up the fire, and place the 3 metals in it. Remember, profound gold, ice gold, and tear gold need to be placed in the fire to be cooked. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth. Even though he was unwilling to listen to Fang Yuan's instructions, Fang Yuan's will's words gave him some hope of victory. This matter concerned his life. After hesitating for a while, he finally stretched out his hand. Refine Gu again. The surrounding hairy men saw this and sneered. But after a few minutes, they could not laugh anymore. They looked at Fang Zheng in shock. He raised his right hand, holding the Gu worm in his hand. He had refined it in front of everyone. "I've won." He took a deep breath and announced loudly. In the hall, no one spoke. Even his opponent, Mao Shirba, could not accept this fact. He had a dazed expression. The atmosphere was strange. The hairy men present did not want to admit that a human had defeated an expert hairy man Gu master in a Gu refinement competition. After a while, someone said, "Look, the 5-colored light on cloud cover continent is fading." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Dozens of gazes passed through the door of the hall. They saw that the 5-colored light on cloud cover continent was fading. From the dissipating 5-colored light, a figure walked out. "It seems you have recovered." Land Spirit of Langya looked at this person and smiled. "Yes." The person nodded. "I have to thank First Supreme Elder for this." As they spoke, the 5-colored light faded, revealing the person's appearance. If Fang Zheng saw this person, he would be shocked. It was Fang Yuan. Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. "Isn't it simple to thank me? Give me Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, or Wisdom Gu." Fang Yuan also smiled lightly. "It is impossible to give it away, but we can make a transaction. I wonder what price the First Supreme Elder is willing to offer." Ugh. Land Spirit of Langya's laughter stopped. He hesitated. He had an awkward expression. Chapter 1058. Be it Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Po Valley, or Wisdom Gu, they were all priceless treasures, unique and unparalleled in the world. Fang Yuan said they could be traded, but what could the Land Spirit of Langya take out to trade? Fang Yuan was not rejecting it. He was looking forward to it. Langya blessed land had a deep foundation. It was not an ordinary existence. It had experienced 2 venerables. It had existed since the medieval antiquity era. After imperial court blessed land was destroyed, it could be said to be the #1 blessed land in the 5 regions. The land spirit's identity when he was alive was known as the #1 refinement path expert in history. He had vaguely surpassed old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kongju. How could such a person not take out something to trade? It was like trading immortal Gu. Every immortal Gu was unique and unparalleled in the world. Unparalleled items could naturally be exchanged with similarly unparalleled items. The value was measured by the 2 parties' evaluation of their own situation. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, Wisdom Gu, these 3, in Fang Yuan's opinion, there was nothing he could not trade with, as long as the benefits matched. The Land Spirit of Langya started to walk around. He frowned as he fell into deep thought. If it was the previous Land Spirit, there was no need to consider it. He would not trade with Fang Yuan. But after the change, this Land Spirit of Langya had different thoughts than the previous one. The white-haired Land Spirit was formed from his obsession with Space Escape Gu, so he was only interested in Gu refinement. He nurtured all of the hairy man Gu immortals into refinement path geniuses. But this black-haired Land Spirit wants to be the king of his own race. I can make use of this. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. Looking at the Land Spirit of Langya walking around in front of him, he patiently waited for the other party's decision. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with confidence. He believed that the Land Spirit of Langya would not disappoint him. As expected, as Fang Yuan expected, the Land Spirit of Langya struggled. For a while, he made up his mind to transact with Fang Yuan. First Supreme Elder, I do not doubt that you have the capital to transact with me, but transactions have to be consensual. If what you have in your hands can't move me, I'm afraid. Fang Yuan deliberately said. The land spirit of Langya widened its eyes. Don't worry. The treasures of my Langya sect are definitely not inferior to those 3 items of yours. Saying so, he handed an information path goo worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and received the goo worm. This goo worm was shaped like a silkworm chrysalis. Although it had a head, chest, and abdomen, its entire body was like a spindle, and it was somewhat round and cute. It was pure white, as if it was made of porcelain. The surface was like fine enamel. Fang Yuan held it in his hand and felt that it was smooth, and very comfortable. This is a bookworm. Fang Yuan was slightly taken aback. He had seen the bookworm before. It was a rare rank 1 goo, but what surprised him was that the bookworm in his hand was clearly emitting rank 3 aura. The land spirit of Langya snorted, saying, "This is something created by my previous master." He broke through the shackles of rank 1 bookworm and developed rank 2 and 3 goo recipes. You said he was doing this. What is the use? If the enemies attack, can these bookworms resist? Although he said that, Fang Yuan could still sense the slight pride hidden in the land spirit of Langya's tone. Fang Yuan shook his head and did not speak anymore. He took out a trace of primeval essence from his immortal aperture and used it to activate the bookworm. At the same time, he injected a portion of his consciousness into it. The bookworm was not his, but the land spirit of Langya lent it to him. There was no obstruction when he activated it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. The contents of the bookworm made him excited. His blood and qi surged uncontrollably. As expected, Fang Yuan praised in his heart. The thoughts in his mind were fluctuating. Fang Yuan rushed back to Langya blessed land and spent a lot of time healing his injuries. At this moment, his immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations were right in front of him. Ing Wu Xia, He Lulan, who immortal blessed land, fixed immortal travel, and others were all tossed aside. The biggest difficulty was how to survive this calamity. Once in a while, a calamity or tribulation would descend on a goo immortal's immortal aperture. The deeper the immortal aperture's foundation, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had not been developed yet. It was empty, but the space was terrifyingly huge. The time path resources were plentiful, and it was not restricted to the 5 regional walls. Such an immortal aperture already surpassed the total of the 10 extreme existences. It was easy to imagine the unprecedented dangers the calamities and tribulations would face. It could be said that this was a sharp blade hanging above Fang Yuan's neck. When he was healing earlier, Fang Yuan had been teaching Fang Zheng while thinking about his current situation. There were only a few days left until this calamity. Fang Yuan had no confidence. He had no confidence. Most of his immortal goo were left in his body. Many were self-destructed. Some were left in Wu Xie's hands. This caused Fang Yuan's strength to fall greatly. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were also missing. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were dead. The only place he could borrow strength from was Langya Blessed Land. And Langya Blessed Land had existed until now. It had definitely passed many calamities and tribulations. It was a model for immortal apertures to pass tribulations. There were definitely many things that Fang Yuan could learn from. How is it? Land Spirit of Langya smiled. He raised 3 fingers at Fang Yuan. My Langya sect has 3 foundations. First, the refinement path, true inheritance left behind by my main body. It contains the essence of my entire life's cultivation. Second, the luck path, true inheritance left behind by giant sun, immortal. Third, the theft path true inheritance of thieving heaven demon venerable. When my main body was alive, I refined goo for the two venerables. The compensation I requested was a true inheritance for each of them. Fang Yuan nodded. The contents recorded in the bookworm were regarding these three true inheritances. Regardless of which one, they were deep and profound. Fang Yuan only skimmed through some superficial information before he was deeply attracted. They could be said to have extraordinary value. Land Spirit of Langya continued. Among these three true inheritances, thieving heaven's true inheritance is slightly inferior. That is because even though my main body refined space escape goo, he was unable to activate it, thus he returned a portion of the compensation. However, thieving heaven demon venerable's true inheritances are always in pairs. If you are lucky and obtain this true inheritance, and the corresponding true inheritance is not inherited, you can even obtain clues to a second thieving heaven true inheritance. Thieving heaven demon venerable left behind a total of 8 true inheritances, but only otherworldly demons can obtain them. Only mine is an exception. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon. If you obtain another thieving heaven true inheritance, you can easily inherit it. Fang Yuan nodded. He had personally witnessed the power of formless hands. With theft path methods, he could even steal other people's immortal goo and keep the greatest loot for each battle. And the unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, and familiar face that he relied on to survive were also thieving heaven demon venerable's own immortal killer moves. The amazing use of theft. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of this. Obtaining this true inheritance would not disappoint him. After pausing for a while, Land Spirit of Langya continued. Thieving heaven demon venerable had 8 true inheritances, but Giant Sun, immortal, only left behind 3. My main body successfully refined the immortal Goo House 88-point Xinyang Tower for him. So the value of this true inheritance is slightly higher than Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Giant Sun Immortal's 3 true inheritances contain all of his luck path methods. They are self-luck, all living being luck, and heaven and earth luck. Among them, self-luck is the true inheritance. It is in my hands. All living being luck is hidden in Imperial Court blessed land. The legacy of the world's fate is in the longevity grotto heaven. Fate of oneself, fate of all living beings, fate of heaven and earth. Connect luck immortal goo, break luck immortal goo, and divert disaster immortal goo were part of the all living beings' luck true inheritance. After Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed by Fang Yuan, a portion of these immortal goo were left outside. As for the specific content of cultivation, it was already a mystery. Fang Yuan had interacted with Ma Hongyun before. He knew the power of luck path. Let's not talk about other things. If I have divert disaster immortal goo, then I can learn from Imperial Court blessed land and send the calamities and tribulations to the outside world. Fang Yuan knew that the Tao of luck would have a miraculous effect on his tribulation. Even in this true inheritance of self-luck, there was no existence of divert disaster immortal goo. The better Fang Yuan's luck was, the weaker the calamity he faced would be, and the easier it would be to deal with it. Fang Yuan, I suggest you choose the self-fate true inheritance, because your luck seems to be very bad. The Land Spirit of Langya said. This time, you rushed back from the southern border. How many accidents and unforeseen events had occurred along the way. Even my side lost 2 hairy man goo immortals. You might not even be able to guess the cause. Old ancestor Shui, who wanted to refine fortune, rivaling heaven goo, he ordered the demonic path goo immortals in snowy mountain blessed land to gather goo materials for him. In the end, he lost the trust of the people, and when the matter reached a critical point, Snowy Mountain's goo immortals rebelled and stole one of the crucial goo materials. Old ancestor Shui, who was furious, he sent Gu Immortals to capture all suspicious people. The hairy man Gu Immortal I sent to receive you was caught in the crossfire. As for the second Gu Immortal who mysteriously disappeared, I have not found out what happened to him even now. I believe that the truth will come to light one day. They will not sacrifice themselves for nothing. Fang Yuan consoled. The land spirit of Langya gritted his teeth. He did not dwell on this matter. He continued the previous topic. Actually, in my opinion, the most suitable thing for you is the first true inheritance. Refinement path has 2 paths. Do you know about it? I have heard of it. Fang Yuan answered. The land spirit of Langya said slowly, the 2 paths are the hairy man heaven and earth style and the human isolation style. We hairy men refine Gu differently from you humans. We can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to create the most optimal environment for Gu refinement, thus increasing the success rate of the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan listened patiently. The land spirit of Langya definitely had his reasons for saying this. In the past, the reason why Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable sought help from my main body was because my main body cultivated the hairy man heaven and earth style Gu refinement method. The success rate of refining immortal Gu was much higher than your human isolation style. My main body not only grasped the essence of the hairy man heaven and earth style, he even used old immortal Kong Ju's true inheritance to transcend the shackles and reach a higher level. He created an immortal killer move called Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He was greatly interested. The land spirit of Langya had a proud and pleased expression as he continued to explain. It turned out that this immortal level tempering aperture killer move was a refinement path killer move that used several immortal Gu and over 100,000 mortal Gu to form. Its concept was extremely ingenious. It used the blessed land and grotto heaven as the refinement body. Through the killer move, it connected with the 5 regions outside the immortal aperture to influence calamities and tribulations, using the calamities and tribulations to temper the immortal aperture itself. The immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations are of all kinds. They are hard to deal with. But using this killer move, we can often restrict the type of calamities and tribulations. Do you know why Langya Blessed Land was placed at Crescent Lake previously? That is because Crescent Lake's surroundings are filled with dense water path Tao marks and refinement path Tao marks. My previous self used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to deal with calamities and tribulations. Normally, they would form water path and refinement path calamities. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Tao marks. 180,000 years ago, Langya Blessed Land did not have an ocean. But look at it now. There is an ocean. The vast land only has 3 continents left. This is the sign of an abundance of water path Tao marks. Fang Yuan heard this and thought of the scene where Spectral Soul used myriad tribulations to refine sovereign immortal aperture Gu. This immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move has the same effect as Spectral Soul's method. No, Shadow Sect had once placed spies in Langya Blessed Land. Maybe Spectral Soul's method originated from this killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move. Fang Yuan guessed correctly. Spectral Soul's method was derived from Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move. But his method was more refined. He used Wisdom Path to deduce what the calamities and tribulations were and made preparations for them. It was not like this Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer move. It could only affect calamities and tribulations. There was a chance of failure. Langya Blessed Land's calamities and tribulations included Fire Path, Lightning Path, and others. They were not all Water Path or Refinement Path. All right, you have Luo Pa Valley, Dang Hun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu. I also have 3 true inheritances. We can exchange them for one. How do you want to trade? Land Spirit of Langya asked. This time, it was Fong Yuan's turn to think. Chapter 10:59. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. Oh dear. Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes. She wore a beautiful purple robe, but her figure could not be concealed. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her brows were shrouded in sorrow. Her skin was white as snow. Her hair reached her waist. Her body was brimming with rank 8 aura, letting out a breath of turbid air. She stopped her wisdom path killer move and descended from the sky. Little Huang greets Ancestor Ziwei. On the ground, Feng Kim Hong had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Fairy Myrtle, he quickly knelt on the ground. Fairy Myrtle's lips curled up, showing a rare smile. Immediately, the sorrow on her brows faded. Her whole body seemed to be radiating with radiance. Her beauty could move one's soul. She spoke. Huang Er, get up. No need to be so polite. Speaking of which, your mother and I have some blood relation. It could be seen that she was very satisfied with this junior, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong stood up. His expression was respectful and filled with admiration. This person in front of him was a rank 8 Gu immortal. In Feng Kim Hwang's mind, she did not dare to hope for rank 9 realm, but rank 8 was her life goal. This Fairy Myrtle came from Spirit Affinity House. Her seniority in the sect was extremely high. She had lived for at least 1,600 years, cultivated wisdom path, and joined the celestial court. She was dignified and beautiful. It could be said that she had all the qualities that made Feng Kim Hong admire her. She was simply the reference for the latter's ideal goal. Ancestor Ziwei, after deducing for 3 months into immortal blessed land, did you gain anything? Feng Kim Hong asked curiously. Fairy Myrtle nodded slightly. At this moment, she had already landed in front of Feng Kim Hong, but her feet did not touch the ground. She was floating in the air. There was still some distance between her and the ground. Her nature was like this. She had some misophobia. There was no need to tell Feng Kim Hong about these things, but Fairy Myrtle still answered. After these few days of calculation, I can be sure. The original owner of this who immortal blessed land was who immortal. He's a member of Defy. Defy. Feng Kim Hwang's eyes narrowed in surprise. Although she was immortal, her parents were famous Gu immortals. She knew many secrets of the world. She had heard of this organization, Defy. It was a powerful force that some Central Continent Gu immortals had formed in secret. The 10 great ancient sects of the Central Continent occupied the majority of resources and held great power, controlling or suppressing other factions or loose cultivators and fiend immortals. Where there was oppression, there would be resistance. There were many organizations that joined forces to resist the top 10 sects of Zhongzhou State. However, these organizations usually didn't last long. The 10 great ancient sects would either attack or drive a wedge between them, causing them to collapse. However, Defy was the most well-hidden and had existed for the longest time. It wasn't that the 10 great ancient sects hadn't targeted them before, but the results weren't great. The crucial point was that this organization had truly hidden itself too deeply. Even the members of the organization, they didn't know each other's true identity. They only called each other by numbers. Right now, Feng Kim Hong suddenly heard that Hu Immortal was a member of Defy. This was truly out of her expectations. Hu Immortal is a lone immortal on the surface, but back then she obtained Dang Hun Mountain by chance. Now it seems that Defy was helping her from behind. Fairy Myrtle continued. Feng Kim Hwang's gaze flashed, thinking of the scene of her crushing defeat at Feng Yuan's feet. She guessed, this means that Feng Yuan is also a member of Defy? No wonder he suddenly appeared back then. And it was such a coincidence. This time, Fairy Zi Wei frowned slightly. The results of my deductions are not correct. They are not correct at the same time. But no matter what, Fang Yuan must have a deep connection with Defy. Xiao Huang, you kept to a mortal land spirit and didn't become the true owner of this blessed land. Is it because you still want to return this blessed land to Fang Yuan in the future? Ancestor Ziwei. Feng Kim Huang's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat. Fairy Myrtle smiled faintly and comforted. We are family. You don't need to worry. I know that Fang Yuan undoubtedly saved Feng Jioga. Your father is a person with amazing talent. He is a first-rate person in history. What's rarer is that he clearly distinguishes between gratitude and hatred, and is loyal and affectionate. I can understand why he asked you to do this. Feng Kim Hong hurriedly said, Ancestor Ziwei is magnanimous. Fairy Myrtle waved her hand and stopped Feng Kim Huang's words. Her tone was slightly heavy as she continued, but you must remember, Fang Yuan is a wanted criminal in the Celestial Court. He is on the Demon Judgment Board. If you want to repay him for saving your life, you must know when to stop. In the future, if you really return who immortal blessed land to him, I will not stop you. I will even help you bear the responsibility. But this is my limit, my bottom line. I hope you two will not be so stubborn and make a huge mistake. Feng Kim Hong lowered his head. Huang Er will remember ancestors' words. Fairy Myrtle nodded slightly, then her body fluttered as she flew up to the sky. She waved her hand, and an opening appeared into a mortal blessed land, connecting to the outside world. Then she turned into a purple flowing light and shot out like a meteor, instantly disappearing from Feng Kim Huang's sight. Fairy Myrtle flew all the way to the Celestial Court. In the Celestial Court, there were many palaces. It was open and above board. Fairy Myrtle's meteor form tore through the sky and landed in a hall. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle's main body was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, discussing matters with two other Celestial Court Gu immortals. Purple light flickered and entered her hand. It turned into a consciousness, along with several immortal Gu and a few beads of immortal essence. It turned out that the Fairy Myrtle that was left into immortal blessed land was almost like a real person, but her true identity was only a consciousness of Fairy Myrtle. This consciousness carried the result of the deduction and went all the way up to Fairy Myrtle's mind. Fairy Myrtle stored the immortal Gu and immortal essence into her immortal aperture. She closed her eyes and received the result of the deduction. After a few breaths of time, she opened her deep and dark eyes, saying lightly, I have already found clues to Fang Yuan. The old Gu immortal sitting in front of her, known as Myriad Tidal Dragon, smiled and said, Fairy Myrtle is indeed worthy of being a wisdom path expert on par with heaven overseeing Tower Lord in the Celestial Court. She actually used a consciousness to deduce the crucial clue. The more the consciousness thought, the more it was exhausted. Even the special will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal at 88 Point Shinyang Tower. They had to choose to hibernate to prevent thinking from exhausting themselves. But Fairy Myrtle's methods were profound and profound. She actually used a will to deduce for her main body. Not only did she succeed, the expenditure of this consciousness was less than 20%. Such attainment, it was truly breathtaking. Fairy Myrtle's main body was frowning slightly. She did not comment on Myriad Tidal Dragon's compliment, continuing, if not for Fang Yuan managing who immortal blessed land for a period of time, I would not have deduced any clues. Fang Yuan has a close relationship with Defy. Even though I did not obtain Fang Yuan's location, I know that as long as we follow the clues and uproot Defy, we will be able to find Fang Yuan. Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded. Fang Yuan has spring autumn cicada and destroyed Imperial Court blessed land, inheriting some inheritances of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal. He is an otherworldly demon, but he survived the southern border battlefield. This kind of dangerous person must be eradicated. But to deal with him, we need to deal with spring autumn cicada first. Don't worry about this. Ever since I woke up, I have been making preparations. A few days ago, I successfully activated the killer move. I have already sensed this spring autumn cicada and sealed it. It cannot be used for the next 3 months. The third Goo Immortal said. His voice was hoarse. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His eye bags were deep and listless, giving off a feeling that he had expended too much energy and was extremely fatigued. But Fairy Myrtle and Myriad Tidal Dragon seemed to trust him a lot. The latter smiled. Since Wei Lingyang made a move, there is no need to worry about spring autumn cicada. Fairy Myrtle continued. Then next we need to go to Mingtang Valley and capture Gong Sun Liang. At the same time, Central Continent, beside Pot River, Ing Wu Xie stood on the riverbank, looking at the green willows, the gentle breeze, and the gentle river water, but he was feeling a little anxious. After avoiding the collapse of Earth Abyss, he led Tai by Yunsheng, He Lulan, and Shi Nu for a while, using a Gu formation to teleport to the eastern part of Central Continent. This was Wind Cloud Manor's territory. Ing Wu Xie was using Fang Yuan's body. He had already become a wanted criminal by the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but he still took the risk to stay here for 3 days. He was waiting for someone. Who was it that was worth him taking such a huge risk to wait for a meeting? A green figure flew over at a low altitude. Ing Wu Xie's heart shook. He went up to meet it. The green figure landed on the ground and stood still, but it was not a real person. It was a puppet. This puppet had a humanoid shape. It had 2 hands and 2 legs. Its body was robust, but its whole body seemed to be weaved from grass and vines. Its head, shoulders, and even its back were covered in grass. They were like daggers pointing up vertically. The green grass puppet looked at the goo worm in Wu Xie's hand and recognized him as the target. It spoke with an arrogant tone. My master was invited to participate in Ancestor Kong Kong's treasure inspection convention. He cannot come. If you want to see him, wait for 3 more days. 3 more days? Ing Wu Xie's expression changed. What? If you don't have the patience, you don't have to wait. I will bring the message back to Master. The green grass puppet said coldly. Wait. Ing Wu Xie quickly smiled. I have already waited for 3 days, so what if I wait for another 3 days? But after 3 days, it will be a whole 6 days. If I don't have the chance to see your master again, I can only give up on this transaction. The green grass puppet snorted, turning around and leaving. After a few steps, it lightly stepped on the ground and jumped into the air, turning into a lump of green shadow and flying away. After it left, Ing Wu Xie's expression turned gloomy, looking at the green grass puppet's back. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. When the green grass puppet flew out of Ing Wu Xie's vision, 3 Goo Immortal figures appeared from the surroundings, surrounding Ing Wu Xie. They were Tai by Yunsheng, He Lulan, and Shi Nu. That green grass puppet earlier. Was it the rumored grass puppet deity? Tai by Yunsheng asked curiously. That's right. Ing Wu Xie nodded. It was grass puppet deity, formed from rank 6 grass puppet goo. It has rank 6 battle strength. When Feng Chan Z awakened his aperture, his grandfather, Old Man, Bei Feng, gave the grass puppet immortal goo to his beloved grandson as a gift. Feng Chanzi is arrogant and egotistical. We waited for him for so long, but we didn't even get to see him. In the end, he sent a grass puppet deity to dismiss us. He Lulan said in a dissatisfied tone. Shi Nu sighed, saying helplessly, Sigh, to refine fixed, immortal travel, we need the light of the immemorial era. No goo recipe can bypass this hurdle. And this rare goo material, the light of the immemorial era, is one of the treasures of Wind Cloud Manor. We have a request. There is no other way. Ing Wuxie snorted coldly, not speaking. He wanted to save his main body. He had to pass through the regional wall. But he was not like Fang Yuan. Fixed immortal travel was a shortcut to pass through the regional wall. It was almost necessary and extremely important. Right now, he could only endure it. He inwardly thought, Spring Autumn Cicada has already been sealed. It seems the Celestial Court has already started searching for me. I cannot stay in Central Continent for long. With fixed immortal travel, I will go to Northern Plains and borrow luck from Longevity Heaven. Maybe I can even use it to get rid of Fang Yuan. No, looking at the time, tomorrow should be the day of Fang Yuan's tribulation. The calamities and tribulations of the sovereign immortal aperture are not so easy to pass. Although Providence cannot influence Fang Yuan, it can still make arrangements against him. So what is scary is not just the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth. There is also Chapter 1060. Who would have thought that I would be here again? Fang Yuan sighed. Inwardly, he stopped flying and descended from the sky. In front of him was a vast expanse of whiteness, a world of ice and snow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cold wind whistled incessantly in his ears. The biting cold wind carried countless snowflakes and even tiny hailstones, rolling in all directions. Because of the snowstorm, Fang Yuan's vision was greatly restricted. Moreover, the temperature was very low. Fang Yuan had no choice but to use even more goo worms to maintain his body temperature and defend against the cold wind. This was still Northern Plains. The exact location was the northernmost part of Northern Plains, the famous Northern Icy Plain. This place was originally a grassland, but because of a world-destroying battle between experts, the natural landscape here was completely destroyed, turning into nothingness. After the battle, the victor, reckless savage demon Venerable, turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix and spat out extremely cold profound ice, freezing this place again. This formed the current landscape. Back then, He Lulan chose this place to pass the calamities and tribulations, advancing to immortal. That was because this icy plain contained reckless, savage demon Venerable's true meaning of strength path and transformation path. If a strength path or transformation path Gu Master advanced to immortal here, they would form Dao Mark resonance, and the true meaning of strength path and transformation path would manifest with the help of the earthly calamity. When the person undergoing the tribulation defeats the earthly calamity, they would obtain the infusion of true meaning. It was equivalent to reckless, savage demon Venerable's teachings. Scenes of memories flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. The vivid scenes seemed to have just happened yesterday, but at this moment, things had changed. Fairy Li Shan, who had the highest cultivation level, was dead. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had probably defected. Only Fang Yuan was left behind. The current situation was also very different from before. Strength path and transformation path, Gu Masters. There is only one chance to obtain the infusion of reckless, savage demon Venerable's true meaning. That is the calamity and tribulation to advance to immortal. But now, I have the killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. I might be able to repeat my previous success. Fang Yuan inwardly thought. He had not done this before. He was not very sure. However, after discussing with the land spirit of Langya, he felt that it was highly possible. He Lulan has the great strength, true martial physique. When she underwent the immortal ascension tribulation, the tribulation was huge, and she lost her immortal goo. He barely made it through. My immortal aperture calamity is probably even more terrifying than her tribulation. Fang Yuan was under a lot of pressure. If he had no other choice, he didn't want to undergo the tribulation so quickly. Every once in a while, a tribulation would occur in his immortal aperture. But goo immortals had many ways to deal with it. The most commonly used were time path methods to slow down the flow of time in the immortal aperture and delay the arrival of calamities and tribulations. But in that case, the time Tao resources in his immortal aperture would be greatly reduced. But because of this, it decreased sharply. There were both pros and cons. It would depend on the goo immortal's situation. Langya Blessed Land had once used time path methods to modify the tributary of the river of time in his immortal aperture. This caused the time in the celestial aperture to slow down greatly. However, this method was not mastered by the land spirit of Langya. But in the past, Longhair Ancestor requested the assistance of a Time Tao Almighty. My immortal aperture has too many Time Tao resources. 2 months in the outside world. In 2 months, I will undergo a tribulation, although my cultivation level grows quickly, and the resources in my immortal aperture are many. But if I can endure it and die in the tribulation, it would all be for naught. It seems that after this tribulation, I will need to search for time path methods to modify the tributary of the river of time in my immortal aperture. This was all for later. The most important thing was this impending tribulation. Huff, letting out a breath of turbid air. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly as a mysterious change occurred in his immortal aperture. Immortal aperture, fall. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with divine light. A loud sound seemed to resound in his ears as his vision changed. Looking carefully, he was already inside his immortal aperture. 5 regions and 9 heavens. It was empty inside. It was incomparably vast. There were no cultivation resources, because Fang Yuan had yet to manage them. Only goo worms of various sizes were stored inside. At this moment, these goo worms were revolving around Fang Yuan. There were so many of them that they looked like a black cloud. Under normal circumstances, the immortal aperture was placed on the goo immortal's body. But now, the immortal aperture had fallen into the outside world, wrapping around the goo immortal's body instead. At this moment, Fang Yuan's body was like a land spirit. He was like a fish in water in the immortal aperture, but could not leave. And the immortal aperture itself could connect with the outside world's heaven and earth chi at any time to stabilize itself. When goo immortals undergo tribulation, they would normally place their immortal aperture in the 5 regions. Another situation was that the goo immortal's immortal aperture had too many resources, and the immortal aperture itself had too little heaven and earth chi. Thus they had to place their immortal aperture and absorb the outside world's heaven and earth chi to replenish it. At Fang Yuan's original position, he had completely disappeared. The immortal aperture was on the ice surface, condensed into a point, and was placed in the void. Invisible. The raging icy wind was still blowing. There were no major changes, as if Fang Yuan had never been here. Everything was as usual. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan opened the immortal aperture's entrance, everything changed. In an instant, heaven and earth rumbled. The glacier shook, countless heaven and earth chi surged towards the immortal aperture's entrance like a storm. Soon, large amounts of heaven and earth chi flooded this place. The icy wind and hailstones were all turned into heaven and earth chi. The immortal aperture's entrance was a passage that connected the outside world. As it opened, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to connect with the outside world, continuously drawing in heaven and earth chi. It was like a giant whale that had been hiding at the bottom of the sea, opening its mouth and absorbing oxygen. A vast amount of heaven and earth chi surged in. The entire immortal aperture shook slightly, but the shaking was extremely small. Ordinary people could not detect it. At the same time, the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture also started to fuse with the river of time in the 5 regions. The immortal aperture's time flow started to slow down greatly. The immortal aperture that was placed in the world would have a much slower time flow, closer to the outside world of the five regions. Lang, your blessed land, had been modified by a time path gu immortal and could only be placed in the world of the five regions. The time flow inside was similar to the outside world of the five regions. Many gu immortals would choose to place their immortal apertures for the sake of their lifespan, hiding their bodies inside the immortal aperture. Unknowingly, there was a feeling that told Fang Yuan that calamities and tribulations were coming. But as the immortal aperture landed, time slowed down. Fang Yuan could clearly feel it. The speed of the calamities and tribulations slowed down. This situation was very normal. Every gu immortal would have this feeling when calamities and tribulations were coming. It was like when an earthquake was coming, livestock would roar and run amok. They all sensed the impending danger. Heaven and earth chi surged in, gradually slowing down. At first, it was like a waterfall, but soon it was like a flowing river. A while later, it was like a flowing stream. The immortal aperture's appetite had a limit. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He had abundant experience seeing the heaven and earth chi like this. He started to arrange gu worms in an orderly manner. Most of the gu worms in the immortal aperture had already been arranged. The main ones were the outside world. A vast number of gu worms flew out of the entrance like a swarm of bees. Fang Yuan could not leave this place, but gu worms could be used. Next, he controlled his gu worms and arranged them one by one. After about half a cup of tea's time, everything was ready. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, immediately pouring in immortal essence and activating his gu worms. Immortal gu rose up one after another. They floated in the air, shining with all kinds of colors. The lights intertwined. Next, they resonated with the gu worms in the outside world. In the end, it formed a huge dark green shadow. Not only did it fill the entire immortal aperture, it even spread to the outside world, covering 1,000 li of the icy plain. Immortal killer move, immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Large amounts of immortal essence were expended crazily. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 10,000. But this was just the beginning. The core immortal gu of this killer move were mostly rank 7. Fang Yuan's green grape immortal essence was expended very quickly. Thankfully, before coming, he had already obtained a large amount of immortal Yuan stone from the land spirit of Langya, and even borrowed the immortal gu treasure Imperial Lotus. 15 minutes later, the killer move was successfully activated. Fang Yuan had expended more than 60% of his immortal essence. This expenditure has already far surpassed the number that the land spirit of Langya said. But he also said that the exact expenditure would vary according to the small world of the immortal aperture. Even before the tribulation, Fang Yuan had already expended more than half of his immortal essence. However, he had already discussed with the land spirit of Langya to borrow the immortal Yuan stone from him. He would be able to get it soon. During this tribulation, Langya blessed land could be said to be Fang Yuan's backup. But it was not appropriate to borrow it now. It would make the land spirit of Langya suspicious. He had already prepared methods like moving perspective cup gu. Even if he borrowed it during the tribulation, it would not be difficult. Moreover, he did not know what the tribulation was. He could sense that the tribulation was getting closer. Fang Yuan recalled his gu worms and closed the door, waiting quietly in the immortal aperture. Using this time, he carefully inspected the gu worms in his hands. An hour later, the tribulation finally arrived. The immortal aperture started to shake. Countless amounts of heaven and earth chi surged out from all directions. This was the heaven and earth chi contained in the immortal aperture. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth chi collided, forming a boundless snowstorm. Snow flew everywhere. The wind blew, turning the entire immortal aperture into a world of ice and snow. Fang Yuan saw this and was slightly happy. Did immortal tribulation tempering aperture take effect? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The snowstorm wreaked havoc in the immortal aperture. Snow monsters formed one after another in the snowstorm. Snow monster calamity? Kill! Fang Yuan muttered. Floating in the air, goo worms flew around him, forming a defensive barrier. At the same time, flying sword immortal goo shot out. Whoosh! Flying sword goo directly pierced through the snow monster's head, coming out from the back. Almost instantly, it flew back to Fang Yuan's side. The snow monster cried out. The wound on its head healed. It continued to charge at Fang Yuan. Snow monsters were similar to mud monsters and cloud beasts. Without destroying the snow core in their bodies, it was very difficult to kill them. They were very troublesome enemies. Pure, flying sword goo was countered by them. But I am using a sword path killer move now. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The snow monster ran for a few steps when it suddenly roared. The snow core in its body was destroyed. As if its bones were extracted, its body fell apart and turned into a pile of snow. Sword Path Killer Move. Sword Marks Targeting Death. Chapter 10:61. Fang Yuan was a person who learned from his mistakes. On the way to northern plains, he encountered mud monsters and cloud beasts. He suffered many losses. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, how could he not make up for this weakness? Speaking of the immortal killer move, Sword Marks Targeting Death, there were some twists and turns. After Fang Yuan entered Langya Blessed Land, he healed himself while asking Land Spirit of Langya to reverse Refine Flying Sword Goo and other Rank 7 Immortal Goo for him. He was a Rank 6 Goo Immortal now. It was too taxing for him to use Rank 7 Immortal Goo. Land Spirit of Langya was simple. He felt that Fang Yuan had already joined Langya's sect and became their external supreme elder. He was one of them. Thus he gave him a suggestion. I can help you reverse refine Immortal Goo. Furthermore, it is much easier to reverse refine Rank 7 to Rank 6 than Rank 6 to Rank 7. But don't you feel it is a pity? Most importantly, reverse refinement is not something that can be done in one go. There is not much time left before the tribulation. If you start now, you won't make it in time. You might as well use this killer move. Land Spirit of Langya said this as he handed the killer move Sword Marks Targeting Death to Fang Yuan. You are really lucky. This killer move was bought by my previous self hundreds of years ago. It is suitable for many sword path Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan felt strange at that time. Long-hair ancestor was a pure refinement path Goo Immortal. Why would Land Spirit of Langya buy a sword path killer move that he could not use for no reason? In the end, he only looked at it briefly before understanding. It turned out that Sword Marks Targeting Death permanently expended the Tao marks of Sword Path Immortal Goo. It was engraved on the target's body. After the Sword Path Immortal Goo flew away, the Sword Path Tao marks would find the target's weakness and attack it. Like earlier, Fang Yuan used Flying Sword Immortal Goo as the core to activate Sword Marks Targeting Death. It pierced through the Desolate Beast Snow Monster. This attack was not fatal. The wound caused by the Immortal Goo quickly healed itself. But the Sword Path Tao marks that were engraved moved around the snow monster's body, destroying the snow core that was deeply hidden in the snow monster's body. Once the snow core was destroyed, the snow monster suffered a fatal blow and disintegrated. As such, Flying Sword Immortal Goo could kill targets like snow monsters. He would no longer have to work twice the effort for half the results, and the results would be minimal. But this killer move had a huge flaw. That was to permanently expend the Tao marks of the Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo could be seen as a fragment of the Great Tao, a collection of countless Tao marks. The higher the rank of the Immortal Goo, the larger the Great Tao fragment, and the more Tao marks it had. The more Sword Marks Targeting Death was used, the fewer Dao marks the sword path Immortal Gu had. Unable to reply. This way, sword path Immortal Gu would become weaker and weaker. After a certain number of times, there would be a qualitative change. Rank 6 Immortal Gu would fall to rank 5 mortal level, or rank 7 Immortal Gu would fall to rank 6. This drawback was quite severe. Sword marks targeting death had a low value and was not very popular. The previous land spirit of Langya bought it at a low price. What he wanted was the killer move itself. In fact, every time he used the sword path killer move, sword marks targeting death, he would not be able to use it. It was like a reverse refinement of an Immortal Gu. However, the effect of its reverse refinement was very small. Only after hundreds or thousands of times would there be an effect. After Fang Yuan understood this, he also understood why the land spirit of Langya bought this killer move back then. After all, the previous land spirit of Langya's greatest hobby was Gu refinement. Fang Yuan thought about it. He immediately accepted this sword path killer move. Undeniably, this killer move was too suitable for him now. Strong winds blew, snowflakes flew. A streak of sword light pierced into the snowstorm. The snowstorm could not cover the dazzling sword light. It easily pierced through. The sword light drew a beautiful arc in the air, hitting the desolate beast snow monster's chest. It then came out of its back, circling around and returning to Fang Yuan. Its injuries healed in the blink of an eye. The desolate beast snow monster roared proudly. It was about to step forward when its body suddenly broke apart, turning into a pile of snow. After a breath of time, dozens of small snow monsters came out of this pile of snow. But these small snow monsters were only a few meters tall. They were not a threat. Another sword marks targeting death. The effect of this move was excellent. Desolate beast-level snow monsters only needed one attack to defeat them. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, he finally saw the advantage of sword path. Gu master cultivation, nurture, use, and refinement, these three aspects are extremely profound. It is still flying sword Immortal Gu, but I have changed my usage method and obtained a huge effect. Again, Fang Yuan used sword marks targeting death again. In the snowstorm, desolate beast snow monsters formed one after another, but were quickly killed by Fang Yuan. The strength of the snow monsters was related to their size. Rank 1 or 2 Gu masters could deal with a 6-meter-tall snow monster. 60-meter-tall snow monsters were desolate beasts. They had battle strength comparable to rank 6 Gu immortals. 60-meter-tall snow monsters could fight rank 7 Gu immortals. These 60-feet-tall snow monsters were killed by Fang Yuan one by one. It was like food being served to them. Fang Yuan's battle strength had risen greatly. Thinking back to when he was in immortal blessed land, facing the desolate beast swamp crab in such a pathetic state, now that he was facing the endless desolate beast snow monsters, he was able to control the situation calmly. Fang Yuan did not relax at all. He maintained his vigilance at all times. The reason why I am so relaxed is because of the rank 7 flying sword Gu. It can deal with desolate beasts. And also because sword marks targeting death is a powerful killer move that expends Dao marks. Back then, the swamp crab had the immortal Gu gruel mud, but these snow monsters do not. Fang Yuan's expression froze. He observed carefully. After the desolate beast snow monsters died, the small snow monsters that formed were slowly growing in size. The 10-meter ones became 20 meters, the 20-meter ones grew to 30 meters. The battle strength of these snow monsters was growing rapidly. If I let them grow, will they become 60-meter-tall desolate beast snow monsters? Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He stopped using flying sword Immortal Gu as he waved his hand. Countless dark spirals shot out. Bam, bam, bam. These black projectiles were densely packed. They rained down like a storm. The small snow monsters were immediately met with a calamity. At once, there were heavy casualties. But soon, From the corpses of these small snow monsters, countless more of them stood up. Fang Yuan killed dozens of small snow monsters, but over 100 stood up. Fang Yuan saw this and frowned. He felt that it was a problem, but he observed carefully. Even though the 100 or so small snow monsters had increased in number, they were smaller than before. Fang Yuan had a guess. He willed again. Immediately, hundreds and thousands of light green wind blades appeared. They appeared out of thin air beside him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wave after wave of wind blades interweaved in the air to form a dense net of firepower, covering the many snow monsters on the ground. The desolate beast snow monsters did not fall, but the small snow monsters were cut into countless pieces. At once, countless blade marks appeared on the ground. Snow flew everywhere. Fang Yuan activated his investigative goo, his eyes shining with bright light. He observed the entire battlefield. As expected, after 10 feet of snow monsters die, new snow monsters cannot be born. After confirming his guess, he relaxed slightly. Next, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Is it because of this blizzard? He split some of his attention. In a few breaths of time, he activated over 100 mortal goo. A dark domain spread out from beneath his feet, and very quickly, a curtain of night spread out from it. It was Gu Immortal He Cheng's battlefield killer move, Night Veil. Normally, battlefield killer moves could not be set up in the Immortal Aperture. This was because battlefield killer moves were temporary Dao marks engraved. Modifying the environment would cause conflict and damage to the Immortal Aperture's Dao marks. But the battlefield killer move here was an Immortal-level battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan's Night Veil was at mortal level. It was not a big deal. He even had Xue Songzi's mortal battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. It was not suitable for the current situation to amplify the snow monsters. As soon as the curtain of night fell, the power of the snowstorm within the range was greatly reduced. As expected, the small snow monsters that were shrouded in it grew much slower. But this was not a good situation. The snow seemed to be angered. Intense winds howled. Ice and snow rampaged. The edge of Night Veil was compressed. Soon, it shrunk to Fang Yuan's feet with a loud sound. It was completely crushed. Of the 100 goo worms that made up Night Veil, less than 20% survived. Fang Yuan collected them. Desolate beast snow monsters appear one after another. More small snow monsters will be born from the corpse snow. The small snow monsters will grow together with the blizzard, growing at an unimaginable speed. But if I try to isolate the blizzard from its source, it will have the opposite effect. Currently, I can only kill small snow monsters while killing desolate beast snow monsters. Fang Yuan concluded in his mind. As expected, his senses were not wrong. This calamity was very strong. This was only the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's first calamity, but it far surpassed to Immortal Blessed Land's 5th Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, 6th Swamp Crab, and 7th Blood Poison Herb, Earthly Calamity. The immortal essence in his hands was rapidly expending. His concentration was high. His mind was starting to get tired. However, Fang Yuan was getting more familiar with sword marks targeting death. Time passed. The heaven and earth chi in the Immortal Aperture was still moving, forming a vast blizzard. Initially, it only covered a few hundred li around Fang Yuan, but now it had expanded to over 1,000 li. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. He realized that this earthly calamity was not only unprecedented in scale, it would also last for a long time, far surpassing the 10 great catastrophes. As more and more desolate beast snow monsters appeared, Fang Yuan could not kill them in time with sword marks targeting death. As the number of small snow monsters increased, Fang Yuan had to use mortal killer moves to eliminate them. He could not deal with both sides at the same time. Thankfully, these snow monsters cannot fly. I occupy the sky. Even though I need to defend against the blizzard, I still have the initiative. This thought had just flashed in Fang Yuan's mind when a sharp eagle cry pierced Fang Yuan's eardrums. Fang Yuan raised his head, and his expression immediately turned grim, thinking to himself, "Not good." In the blizzard, an iron-crowned eagle made of ice and snow had formed. The eagle flapped its wings and moved its body, charging towards Fang Yuan with a ferocious aura. Fang Yuan quickly turned his spear around and used sword marks targeting death to kill this eagle. However, in a short period of time, 3 more iron-crowned eagles took form and circled around him. The pressure increased. Danger was approaching. Chapter 1062. 3 iron-crowned eagles charged at Fang Yuan. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan called out in his mind, but at the crucial moment, he failed. The killer move's activation failed. The backlash caused blood to flow out of his mouth. After all, he had only been in contact with this sword path killer move for a short period of time. In an urgent situation, if he was not focused, the chances of him making a mistake would increase. An eagle's cry pierced his eardrums. The iron-crowned eagle on the left pounced first. Fang Yuan quickly dodged. A phantom image flickered on his back as light illusion bat wings appeared. He barely dodged the eagle's attack. But the flowing wind barrier around him was broken. It was torn apart by the iron-crowned eagle's claws. Fang Yuan squinted. He decided to use sword marks targeting death again. This time he succeeded. The sword light was extremely sharp. It easily pierced the iron-crowned eagle's back and continued forward. Suddenly, cold wind blew behind him. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had no time to think. He directly used sword escape Immortal Goo. Swoosh! His body shot out like an arrow, with the momentum of piercing the sky. He flew up. The iron-crowned eagle that was attacking him missed its target. After escaping danger, Fang Yuan stopped sword escape. Sword escape Immortal Goo flew in a straight line. It was extremely fast. Fang Yuan flew to the sky. He was more than 10 li away from the iron-crowned eagle. Letting out a breath of air, Fang Yuan's heartbeat calmed down. After stabilizing himself, he willed to summon Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Earlier, he did not have time to recall the flying sword. This Immortal Goo had already flown far away after piercing the iron-crowned eagle. It would take more than 10 breaths of time for it to return to Fang Yuan's hands. And that iron-crowned eagle that was pierced cried out in pain. It fell towards the ground. Before it even hit the ground, its entire body had already turned into a large clump of ice and snow, sprinkling down in all directions. The remaining 2 iron-crowned eagles flapped their wings, one on the left and one on the right. They flew with the momentum of wind and snow. They charged towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan did not want to fight head-on, so he used the sword escape technique to retreat. Even though his body was extremely strong now, it was not as tough as when he was an immortal zombie. The way of the sword was known for being strong in offense and weak in defense. Sword escape Immortal Goo allowed Fang Yuan to move like an arrow. He streaked across the sky and instantly pulled away from the pursuing iron-crowned eagles. The effect was immediate. Even Flying Sword Immortal Goo was not as fast as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan flew around in the sky, finally meeting Flying Sword Immortal Goo and retrieving it. Fang Yuan held Flying Sword Immortal Goo in his hand. Injecting immortal essence, he silently mobilized the other goo worms on him. After activating 100 supplementary goo worms, a profound light appeared and entered Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Coincidentally, the 2 iron-crowned eagles were approaching, one in front and one behind. Fang Yuan opened his fingers and felt a tremor in his palm. The flying sword insect shot out and transformed into a dazzling sword light that seemed to have the power to pierce through the universe. Flying Sword Immortal Goo and iron-crowned eagle flew towards each other, one going back and forth. In the blink of an eye, The distance was reduced to 0. After Flying Sword Immortal Goo pierced the first Iron Crown Eagle, its momentum did not decrease as it pierced the second one, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Iron Crown Eagle in front flew for a while before its body broke apart. The one at the back was safe and sound. It continued to fly towards Fang Yuan as if it had an irreconcilable grudge against it. Fang Yuan was about to retrieve Flying Sword Immortal Goo when his heart shook. Inexplicably, a wave of true meaning entered his mind. Fang Yuan's brows rose. He could not conceal his joy. This is the infusion of reckless savage's true meaning. It seems that my original plan did not fail. I succeeded. Fang Yuan purposely chose to undergo tribulation in the icy plain in the north. It was for reckless savages, true meaning. Because of historical reasons, if Strength Path or Transformation Path Goo Masters underwent tribulation in the icy plain, they would receive the infusion of reckless savages, true meaning, and obtain a fortuitous encounter to raise their attainment levels. But this only happened when a Goo Master underwent heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations during immortal ascension. After a Goo Master becomes an immortal, they would experience calamities and tribulations. It happened in the immortal aperture. It would not trigger the infusion of true meaning. But after Fang Yuan learned about the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move, he wondered if he could use this killer move to obtain the infusion of true meaning earlier. When he killed the desolate beast snow monsters and small snow monsters, he did not receive the infusion of true meaning. He thought he failed. When he killed the first Iron Crown Eagle earlier, there seemed to be an infusion of true meaning, but the situation was dangerous. He could not feel it clearly. Now, he could clearly feel the infusion of true meaning. A sense of enlightenment appeared in his mind. He seemed to have turned into an Iron Crown Eagle from when he was young to now, from when he was born to when he first flew to when he fought in the sky. He could feel the power of his wings hitting the atmosphere. He clenched his fists. His 2 eagle claws were like steel pincers. Looking around, he could see everything within 1,000 li. His Strength Path and Transformation Path attainment levels had risen greatly. His flying attainment level had also risen slightly. Receiving the infusion of true meaning was like receiving reckless, savage, demon Venerable's unreserved teachings. Undeniably, the direct increase in attainment level brought about a huge and all-round benefit. If he followed the usual routine, the increase in attainment level could easily take decades or even centuries. Other than dream realms, perhaps only the infusion of reckless savage's true meaning here could directly raise his attainment level. Actually, dream realms themselves are the venting of emotions, the combination of obsession and desire. They are also the remnants of countless wills. Entering the dream realm and exploring it can raise one's attainment level. That is, one can get rid of the interference of emotions in the dream realm and not lose oneself. They can purify the true meaning from all kinds of distracting thoughts and raise one's attainment level. The true essence is the infusion of true meaning. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. The Iron Crown Eagle charged at him, but Fang Yuan easily dodged it. There was only one Iron Crown Eagle left. After Fang Yuan pulled some distance away, he used sword marks targeting death again and killed it without any hesitation. Checking his immortal essence, he still had a lot left. Although he had used several sword path killer moves and rank 7 immortal goo, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. He was not in a tight spot like before. He had not borrowed from the land spirit of Langya. He had lost most of his immortal essence earlier because the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture had expended too much. There were no enemies in the sky. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. The snow monsters were standing on the ground, raising their heads as they roared at him. There are more of them. Fang Yuan frowned. In the next moment, Countless sharp green wind blades and pitch-black dark vortexes appeared out of thin air and shot down violently, like a raging river. The firepower was extremely fierce. It covered the sky, instantly drowning all the snow monsters on the ground. Bam, bam, bam. Thunderous explosions could be heard endlessly. After more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan stopped his attacks. The densely packed snow monsters suddenly decreased in number. More than half of the ice surface had been cleared. Only the desolate beast-level snow monsters were left standing. They were like dozens of huge pillars. That was just a mortal method. It was not a threat to them. Puff, puff, puff. A soft sound was heard, completely covered by the howling of the wind and snow. More little snow monsters emerged from the snowdrifts. It has only been a while, but these snow monsters are showing signs of being stubborn. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He could only continue to use sword marks targeting death to kill more desolate beast snow monsters. At the same time, he used mortal methods to kill the seemingly endless small snow monsters. What made him feel strange was that no matter how many snow monsters he killed, whether they were desolate beasts or not, he did not obtain any reckless, savage, true meaning. This earthly calamity is very strange. There are no records of it in history. But the current intensity has already far surpassed He Lolan's immortal ascension tribulation. At this time, the whirlpool formed by the wind and snow in the sky changed again. One by one, cranes flapped their wings and flew out of the whirlpool. These cranes had pure and simple feathers. Their bodies were elegant and graceful. Their cries were extraordinary. They were desolate beast 9 palace cranes. Fang Yuan licked his lips, and with a bloodthirsty intent, he stood up straight. After killing one, there was indeed true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan could not help but become even more excited, his eyes almost shining brightly. Snow flew everywhere. Strong winds howled. Fang Yuan and the group of 9 palace cranes engaged in an intense battle. His figure retreated and advanced. He moved left and right, up and down, agilely changing. At first, he fought alone. He was inevitably at a disadvantage. He was passive. After he killed a few 9 palace cranes, he fought for a wider space. He could advance and retreat more freely. As the results of the battle increased, he gradually grasped the initiative. He began to fight with ease. This time, 9 palace cranes appeared, more than double the number of Iron Crown eagles, but they were still killed by Fang Yuan one by one, just that he spent a lot more time. The results were gratifying. Fang Yuan could feel that all aspects of his attainment levels had improved greatly. This feeling of clearly making people feel stronger was so intoxicating. However, when Fang Yuan saw the densely packed snow monsters on the ground, his heart instantly sank. Earlier, he had only faced 10 or so desolate beast snow monsters, but now there were 50 to 60 of them. And in the blizzard, more and more small snow monsters were growing. The desolate beast snow monsters were also getting closer to ancient rank. This situation was getting more intense. Fang Yuan was determined to stop it as soon as possible. In this situation, I can only use the third sword move. Immortal Killer Move, Sword Wave Triple Layered. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. More than 60% of his concentration was focused. He activated more than 500 mortal goo, as well as more supplementary goo worms. This killer move's difficulty and preparation time were much higher than sword marks targeting death. Thus, it could not be used frequently. Finally, Fang Yuan released Wave Sword Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was like a blade. It expanded in the air, soon turning into a ring of blue water that surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan was about to attack the snow monsters on the ground, but at this time, a huge shadow loomed over him. Fang Yuan raised his head and sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw that a huge ruin bat had formed. It was flying in the sky, covering an area of 100 li. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This ruined bat was huge. It was an ancient, desolate beast. It could battle rank 7 Gu immortals. Chapter 1063. This is just the first earthly calamity. Not only are there so many desolate beast snow monsters, there is even an ancient ruin bat. Fang Yuan looked up with a bitter expression. The ancient ruin bat was huge. It cast a huge shadow that covered Fang Yuan and countless snow monsters. At once, the wind and snow weakened. The snow monsters also stopped roaring and howling. They looked up at this domineering beast in the sky. Before leaving Langya Blessed Land, I had already used a luck path killer move to increase my current luck. Since the tribulation, I have also been using dog shit luck immortal goo without stopping. Such luck should have reduced the power of the earthly calamity by a lot. Even so, this earthly calamity is still so difficult. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He forced himself to focus. The ancient ruin bat drew an elegant arc in the sky. Its huge body was like a mountain as it pressed down on Fang Yuan. At once, the pressure was unparalleled. Even the air was compressed. It was so heavy that it pressed down. Sword path killer move. Sword wave triple layered. Fang Yuan had no way to retreat. He could only face it head-on, using his third sword move. Swoosh. A loud sound echoed. The sword waves around him suddenly started to move, surging and surging, rolling up hundreds and thousands of waves. These ripples were bright silver in color. They were extremely sharp and had shocking killing power. The huge waves surged and moved in defiance of heaven, spreading out in the air, forming a wave that was several li long, crashing into the ancient ruin bat. The ruin bat did not make a sound. It actually shattered this wave. Fang Yuan pushed with his palms. With a swoosh, another huge wave was created. This wave was even bigger than the first wave. It stretched for more than 10 li. There were countless silver ripples at the tip of the wave. It was dazzling and gave off an intense feeling of danger. Wherever the sword wave went, it was pure. The wind and snow were instantly cleared. Even the air was cut apart. Evidently, this was a group attack killer move, with rank 7 wave Sword Immortal Goo as the core. There were also several Water Path Immortal Goo supporting it. These Water Path Immortal Goo were naturally borrowed by Fang Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. The second sword wave collided with the ruin bat. The ruin bat's descent suddenly paused. At the same time, it let out a howl as if it was venting its pain. The sword wave didn't last long and quickly faded away. Fang Yuan saw that the ancient ruin bat's body was filled with deep sword scars. Under normal circumstances, ruin bats would seek luck and avoid calamity. When they felt that their lives were threatened, they would retreat on their own accord. Unfortunately, this ancient ruin bat was not made of flesh and blood. It was formed from an earth calamity, so it did not stop at all after being injured. It continued to dive down. He would not give up until he killed Fang Yuan. The ruin bat was a space path monster. Against it, Fang Yuan's sword escape Immortal Goo had little effect. Because of the space around Fang Yuan, they had all been affected by the ruin bat's power. It looked like a distance of 1 or 2 steps, but if one really walked, it would take hundreds or thousands of steps. Blindly dodging was the worst strategy. Although the ruin bat's flying speed was slow, the space path power also restricted Fang Yuan's speed. The only way was to resist, to attack and destroy the source. That was the best strategy. Thankfully, the sword wave was stacked 3 times. It could send out 3 sword wave waves, each wave stronger than the previous. The third wave, the sword wave rose to a height of 30 feet. It charged towards the ancient ruin bat like a tidal wave. The sound reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The waves emitted sharp sword light. It was dazzling. Even Fang Yuan, the culprit, felt his body tighten as a chill rose in his heart. Boom! The sword wave collided with the ruin bat. The ancient ruin bat's momentum stopped. It raised its head and opened its mouth, letting out a painful howl. The sword wave covered its abdomen. It continued to penetrate through the wound. It was expended rapidly. Eventually, there was only a trace of water left. It barely penetrated the ancient ruin bat's back. Bam! With a muffled sound, a large amount of flesh and blood fell from the ancient ruin bat's body. After being cut by the third sword wave, the ancient ruin bat slimmed down. Its huge body became very slim. The terrifying aura that was originally as majestic as a mountain had already dissipated. Fang Yuan felt his whole body relax and free. The invisible space path power that had affected the space around him completely disappeared. The heavily injured ancient ruin bat was like a kite with its string cut. After floating for a while, it smashed heavily into the ground. With a loud sound, snow flew into the air. Killed it! Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but his expression suddenly changed. A large amount of comprehension poured into his heart like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. This comprehension surpassed the sum of all the previous comprehension. In an instant, it destroyed Fang Yuan's self-awareness. Fang Yuan forgot himself. It was like he had truly become a ruin bat, from birth to growth to death. He floated in the air, passed through the universe, and traveled freely in the vast world. After being dazed for a while, Fang Yuan woke up. His dazed eyes shined with bright light again. It seems that I gained too much comprehension. I am like a snake swallowing a whale. I am in danger of dying from overreading. After realizing this, Fang Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat. Reckless savage's true meaning was good. It was a supreme shortcut to raising one's attainment level. But in this world, one had to know when to stop. After overdoing it, good things would often cause harm to others. Too much reckless savage's true meaning would completely destroy the Gu Immortal's self-awareness. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had a wisdom path foundation. One of his defensive immortal Gu was a wisdom path immortal Gu borrowed from the land spirit of Langya. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's will would be destroyed by the true meaning. He might really think that he was a ruin bat and lose his consciousness, dying from the heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. I don't have much immortal essence left. Thankfully, the ancient ruin bat was killed. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the ground. After the ruin bat's corpse landed on the ground, it turned into a pile of snow and dissipated. But there were already 100 desolate beast snow monsters on the ground. There were countless small snow monsters, and even ancient snow monsters that were 70 feet tall were starting to appear. Damn it, I only wasted some time. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt unwell. The dense group of snow monsters made him feel increasingly helpless. To get rid of these snow monsters, it seems that I need to borrow an immortal Yuan stone from the land spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan was not willing. The previous transaction had already cleared his debt, but he had no choice now. He could only borrow again. The snowstorm that had weakened earlier, it started to get stronger again. Palm-sized snowflakes fluttered in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They wreaked havoc everywhere. 2 ancient ruin bats started to form in the wind and snow. Fang Yuan's body shook. His expression was ashen as he cursed internally. I might as well die. How is this an earthly calamity? Even a heavenly tribulation, isn't this terrifying? Of course, this was just a simple complaint. After venting a little, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and shot forward like an arrow. He took the initiative to attack. That ancient ruin bat had nearly taken his life. If 2 of them appeared at the same time and surrounded Fang Yuan, there was no way he could continue fighting. It seemed that the power of the earthly calamity was starting to weaken and was nearing its end. The 2 ancient ruin bats took form slowly and were not as fast as the previous ones. Fang Yuan planned to take the initiative while the two ancient ruin bats were still forming. But at that moment, a snowstorm suddenly fell from the sky. There were several huge snowballs. Like a carriage, they came crashing down at high speed. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had quasi-grandmaster flying attainments. He dodged in time and was not hit. Fang Yuan took a closer look and saw that the culprits were the snow monsters on the ground. After being nurtured by the wind and snow, the number of ancient snow monsters increased exponentially. Previously, there were only a few, but now there were 28 of them. These ancient snow monsters clenched their fists. They could form snowballs out of thin air. After roaring, they shook their arms. The carriage-sized snowballs moved like meteors. They flew into the air and attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. These two ancient ruin bats were not easy to deal with. Now that these snowballs were coming at him fiercely, they were obstructing his movements. If they delayed his battle plan and allowed the two ancient ruin bats to form, Fang Yuan's tribulation would end in failure. Just as Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture and was in a dangerous situation in the icy plain, someone was undergoing tribulation as well. This was a Gu Master's immortal ascension. He attracted heaven and earth chi, forming a tribulation. "Master, save me!" The Gu Master screamed. Facing the frost lightning, he had no strength to retaliate. He could only watch as death descended upon him. Bam! A soft sound echoed. At the crucial moment, a figure blocked the tribulation Gu Master. To the Gu Master, the frost lightning was unstoppable, but in front of this figure, it was as fragile as paper. The frost lightning disappeared as quickly as it appeared. It returned without any effect. Not even a corner of that figure's clothes were damaged. Master's cultivation level is so high. The Gu Master was filled with shock. Since the start of the tribulation, he had been in awe and shock. He was already numb to it. This is just a flying, frost-jumping, lightning tribulation. It is not even one of the 10 great catastrophes. Gu Immortal Chu Du was expressionless. He looked at the remaining frost lightning in his hand as he said regretfully, "Master, from what you are saying, it seems like this tribulation is not strong enough." The Gu Master said. Chu Du said frankly, "When a Gu Master ascends, heaven and earth chi will enter their body. During this process, they will come into contact with Providence. If the Gu Master asks any questions about cultivation, Providence will answer them. This is what people call natural inspiration. But in the northern icy plain, when a strength path Gu Master ascends, they will trigger reckless savages, true meaning, at that time. The Gu Master will not come into contact with Providence, but with reckless savages, true meaning, their strength path and transformation path attainment levels will rise rapidly. The stronger the tribulation, the more reckless savages, true meaning there will be. I am nurturing you disciples because of the reckless savages, true meaning that you will obtain when you ascend. By obtaining these true meanings, my strength path attainment level will rise rapidly." So that's it. The Gu Master realized. This is why Master said that he would need my help when he took me in as a disciple. Chu Du was about to speak when a loud sound echoed from 1,000 li away. Chu Du saw that 1,000 li away, space was torn apart like a broken mirror, showing the scene of Fang Yuan fighting the ancient ruin bat in his immortal aperture. Chapter 1064. Chu Du people called him Domination Immortal. He was a legend in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He was born poor. He did not have a Huang gene bloodline. His starting point was very low. He only awakened his aperture by luck. Without a master or clan to guide him, he cultivated alone. He mainly cultivated strength path, but was not restricted by the predicament of strength path. Instead, he relied on his overflowing talent to forcefully create gene strength Gu, strength of 10 gene Gu, June strength goo, strength of 10 June goo, and so on with his own strength. Using these goo worms, he grew step by step under the shocked gazes of the world. He finally shed his mortal body and became a goo immortal. But this was not the end of his legend. Standing on the level of a goo immortal, he organized and created the human June strength path. This small path gave the declining strength path an intense boost of strength. It was like life force was injected into a dead tree, causing strength path to blossom with a brand new aura. After the beast strength phantom path and chi heaven and earth path, the human June strength path was added to the strength path. It was recognized by the world. With his strength alone, he changed the structure of strength path. No one could deny his grand achievement. Up until now, most of the goo masters in Northern Plains cultivated strength path. They walked on the human June strength path. Fate was a mysterious thing. Normal people could not predict it. Be it Chu Du or Fang Yuan, they had never thought they would meet under such circumstances. Fang Yuan underwent tribulation because of the ancient ruin bat's power. A part of the aperture wall of his immortal aperture was destroyed. It connected to the outside world. Meanwhile, Chu Du was protecting his disciple, dealing with the immortal ascension tribulation, and absorbing reckless savages' true meaning. The northern icy plain was huge, but the two of them chose to undergo tribulation at such a close distance. Even though they were separated by 1,000 li, their gazes met at the first moment. Chu Du had just destroyed his disciple's tribulation. He had one hand behind his back while the other held the frost lightning. He was calm and composed. Fang Yuan's white robe fluttered. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was covered in injuries, but his battle intent was overwhelming. It was as if he had turned into a peerless divine sword. The sharp aura made Chu Du frown slightly. Someone is undergoing immortal aperture tribulation here. What is going on? The ancient ruin bat inside was clearly the reckless savage's true intent, manifested through the world's calamities. This person has a peerless method that can replicate a goo master's immortal ascension, using reckless barbarian's method to strengthen himself. Chu Du was filled with shock and ecstasy. Domination immortal Chu Du. Fang Yuan was also extremely shocked in his heart. This guy is protecting someone else's tribulation. He must be after the true meaning of reckless savage. Shit, if he sees my current situation, he'll definitely take the initiative to find trouble with me. The immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from the land spirit of Langya was extremely tempting to domination immortal Chu Du as long as I get his dermic formulation. Why would I need to work so hard to train my disciple to become an immortal? I can trigger the true meaning of reckless savage during my tribulation transcendence. Furthermore, the calamities and tribulations were stronger, and there were more true meanings. The efficiency was superb. I have to get that magic. With that, Chu Du shot toward Fang Yuan like a bolt of lightning. He was called Domination Immortal back when he advanced to rank 6. An experienced lone immortal came to find trouble with him, but was beaten half to death by him. The lone immortal called for reinforcements, but 3 lone immortals were killed by the newly ascended Chu Du. He chased them for hundreds of thousands of li, killing the 3 immortals one after another. 100 years later, Chu Du and Lu tribe's Gu immortals had conflicts. They fought for more than 10 rounds. Lu tribe's Gu immortals could not beat them. They begged for mercy. Chu Du did not hesitate and killed them. Next, Lu tribe sent out several Gu immortals. Chu Du could not fight them with 2 fists. He concealed himself for decades. When he appeared again, he had rank 7 cultivation level. He caused trouble everywhere, destroying 18 of Lu tribe's resource points in 3 days. Lu tribe's 3 immortals chased after him, but he did not retreat. Not only did he kill them, he almost entered Lu tribe's headquarters. Chu Du surrounded Lu tribe's blessed land, not leaving. Lu tribe's first supreme elder returned in anger. Chu Du fought with him for 300 rounds. Lu tribe's first Supreme Elder was an experienced rank 7, but he could not do anything to Chu Du. He could only let him leave in the end. This battle caused Chu Du's reputation to soar. The Gu immortal world learned of his domineering style. Not a single Gu immortal dared to look down on him anymore. If they wanted to find trouble with him, they would have to think twice before acting. But after this battle, Chu Du concealed his traces. He mainly cultivated in seclusion and rarely showed himself. Recently, he only appeared in front of Northern Plains immortals when he participated in the Northern Plains auction. It turned out that back then, Chu Du's strength rose sharply, and he defeated Lu tribe because of reckless savage's true meaning. He nurtured several Gu masters and protected them in their immortal ascension, allowing his strength path attainment level to reach Grandmaster. He created his own immortal killer move. When the time was ripe, he used the chance when Lu tribe was weak to attack them. Not only did he take revenge, he also established his reputation. These last years, he had been hiding in the northern icy plain, diligently excavating the huge treasure of reckless savage's true meaning. When Chu Du saw Fang Yuan, he not only coveted Fang Yuan's method to draw out reckless savage's true meaning, he was also furious that his treasure was discovered and stolen. Thus, he did not think much. He attacked directly. He wanted to capture Fang Yuan and interrogate him about the method to draw out reckless savage's true meaning. 1,000 li was nothing to Gu immortals. The distance between the two was rapidly shrinking. Chu Du slowly stretched out his right palm, aiming at Fang Yuan, who was in the quasi-immortal aperture, but a sword light had already shot towards him. His reaction was fast, but Fang Yuan's reaction was even faster. Almost at the first moment, Fang Yuan activated sword marks targeting death, shooting out the immortal Gu flying sword. The flying sword tore through the sky. The bright silver sword light made Chu Du feel like he could not look at it directly. Chu Du chuckled. He stretched out his right palm and grabbed at the flying sword. Boom! With a loud explosion, the air exploded, a huge strength path phantom. It was clearly in the shape of Chu Du's right palm, compressed the air like a small mountain. It seemed slow but was actually fast, grabbing flying sword immortal Gu. Shock flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Chu Du's strength path phantom giant hand was actually very similar to his giant hand. But evidently his strength path giant hand was not only stronger than Fang Yuan's giant hand, it was also more agile. Chu Du's strength path giant hand moved at the same time as his right palm. After grabbing flying sword immortal Gu, Chu Du grabbed it heavily, sealing flying sword immortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately felt that the connection between him and flying sword immortal Gu had become minuscule. Chu Du's brows suddenly furrowed imperceptibly. He opened his right palm and found that at the center of his palm, there was a trace of blood on it. It was the damage of the killer move, sword marks targeting death. Interesting, he commented faintly. As soon as he said that, the trace of blood on his palm had already healed. Hand over the method, and I will spare your life. Chu Du raised his head after sending out the warning. His expression changed again. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan actually cut off his lower body, using a blood path killer move to refine his lower body into a thick pool of blood. The blood rushed to the immortal aperture's hole, and in the blink of an eye, the space path hole was quickly repaired and repaired. Chu Du quickly activated his strength path giant hand and pounced. However, the slightest mistake could lead to a great error. He lost the golden opportunity, and the giant hand missed. Like a meteor falling from the sky, it smashed into the ground, directly smashing out a huge pit that was 10 feet deep. Chu Du flew to the place where Fang Yuan had placed his immortal aperture. His expression was dark. He did not have a method to enter the blessed land of the immortal aperture. Damn it, Why did I encounter the domination immortal? Inside the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan only had his upper body left. He was flying in the air. His injuries were severe. Everything below his abdomen had already been refined by the blood. The intense pain was absorbed by the goo worms on his body. Fang Yuan was not affected. He was calm as ice against the two ancient ruin bats. I need to kill these two ruin bats as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He had a ruthless expression. Sword wave triple layered. He activated this killer move continuously. The sword wave surged as it collided with the ancient ruin bats. Intense. Fang Yuan bled from his 7 orifices. He felt dizzy. He was on the verge of fainting. He had a splitting headache. Wave sword triple layered was a killer move that involved many goo worms. The activation process was not simple. In order to mobilize those goo worms, Fang Yuan's thoughts were completely expended. His mind was in an extremely dry state. Furthermore, to protect the aperture walls and prevent the ancient ruin bat's power from destroying them again, Fang Yuan could only block each of the ancient ruin bat's attacks with all his might. Seconds felt like years. Every time he blocked an ancient ruin bat's attack, Fang Yuan's vision would turn dark. He had no confidence in blocking it again. He could not think of anything else the moment his thoughts formed. Fang Yuan would expend them to mobilize the countless goo worms in his body. Both sides were like death warriors who had met on a narrow road. Their bodies were bare, and their bayonets were stabbing into each other's bodies. It was a matter of who would be the first to give up and fall. After a long time, a gust of wind blew. Fang Yuan's dazed eyes regained some clarity. Did I succeed? He looked at the falling ancient ruin bat in the sky, muttering subconsciously. Soon, the thoughts in his mind became more abundant, allowing him to think even more. One ancient ruin bat was finally killed by him, but there was one left. Fang Yuan licked his dry lips. A twisted expression appeared on his pale face as he continued to attack the ancient ruin bat. What happened next was much easier. Fighting an ancient ruin bat alone. Fang Yuan's pressure was greatly reduced. More thoughts appeared in his mind. He could think more. He could deal with the ruin bat's attacks calmly and wisely. But he did not dare to relax at all. It would be terrible if another ancient ruin bat was condensed. Even worse was Domination Immortal Chu Du, who was outside. If he entered, Fang Yuan's outcome would be dire. It would be worse than dying in the calamity and tribulation. But eventually, the heaven and earth chi calmed down. Fang Yuan killed the 3rd ancient ruin bat, but no more ruin bats appeared. Chu Du was nowhere to be seen. The calamity and tribulation have stopped. This calamity and tribulation is over. Fang Yuan looked down helplessly. This place had turned into a land of ice and snow. Countless desolate beast snow monsters were roaring. They were still looking at him fiercely. Thankfully, my immortal aperture is big enough. I don't have many resources. I will leave these snow monsters here for now. They alone cannot break through the aperture walls. Fang Yuan flew up to a layer of heaven. His injuries were severe. He needed to recuperate. While healing, he needed to prepare for battle. Chapter 10, 65. 3 days later, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was extremely huge. It was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. After Fang Yuan passed the tribulation, he had been healing his injuries in the first layer of heaven. At this moment, the healing process had reached a critical juncture. In a blood lake that was 100 li in circumference, Fang Yuan was submerged at the bottom of the lake that was hundreds of meters deep. His injuries were extremely severe. It was so tragic that it made people feel a chill in their hearts. His entire lower body was cut off. Only his upper body was left floating in the blood lake. The dense life force in the blood lake continued to pour into his huge wound. After 3 days of preparation, a lump of blood-colored light could be vaguely seen. forming the shape of his buttocks, legs, and feet. Suddenly, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. The moment he opened his eyes, lightning seemed to flash at the bottom of the dark blood lake. Blood path body refinement, return my immortal body. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Tens of thousands of mortal goo that were mobilized by his thoughts shone with a bright light that could not be ignored. These mortal goo had already been placed in every corner of the blood lake. Now that they were connected, the entire dark and gloomy blood lake was illuminated in red light. Gradually, the light of these mortal goo merged into one. A rank 6 immortal goo flew out of Fang Yuan's body and slowly rose. This goo was round like a pearl. It was the size of a goose egg. There were countless markings on the pearl. They were constantly changing, like a myriad of lotuses in full bloom, or like moving clouds. Blood path, immortal goo blood asset. This immortal goo was not in Fang Yuan's knowledge. This was a goo created by the previous land spirit of Langya by combining some blood path goo recipes in jewel yellow skies. Immortal goo blood assets use was to protect a portion of the immortal materials or goo worms during the goo refinement process. If the goo refinement failed, these immortal materials or goo worms could be restored using blood asset immortal goo after the refinement. Ever since he obtained this immortal goo, the previous land spirit of Langya had saved a lot of resources. This immortal goo was very precious to the previous land spirit of Langya. It could be said that no amount of gold could buy it. But after the land spirit of Langya changed its nature, it only wanted to revive the hairy man race. It had no interest in goo refinement. When transacting with Fang Yuan, blood asset immortal goo fell into Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Although Fang Yuan did not show it on his face, he was extremely happy in his heart. This goo could only be used in refinement path in the hands of ordinary goo immortals. But in the hands of a blood path grandmaster like Fang Yuan, not only did it make the best use of everything, but it could also be used extraordinarily and had a wide range of uses. Just like now, once blood asset immortal goo appeared, the entire blood lake started to boil intensely. It was like an erupting volcano. The bottom of the blood lake was erupting. Boom. A large number of bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake. Waves of life force poured into blood asset immortal goo like swallows returning to their nest. Blood asset immortal goo floated above Fang Yuan's head, rotating rapidly. Like an endless black hole, it absorbed all the vitality in the blood lake. Next, it was purified. A concentrated life force that could be seen with the naked eye poured into Fang Yuan's body like a translucent stream of water. Crack, crack, crack. Fang Yuan's bones made crisp sounds. It was joyful. His dried flesh and blood instantly filled up, like a balloon being blown up. The scars on his skin had all disappeared. His long hair grew longer. It was black and shiny, like a layer of oil had been smeared over it. Most importantly, there was a huge wound on Fang Yuan's body. It was originally a translucent blood shadow's lower body, but under the nourishment of an immense amount of life force from the inside out, turning phantom into reality. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan's injuries were healed. His body was completely healed. It was completely intact. Bam! Fang Yuan shot out of the blood lake like an arrow appearing in the sky. His divine sense scanned his body. He nodded in satisfaction. This body created by the sovereign immortal fetus is truly mystical. Its Tao marks are of countless paths, but they do not interfere with each other. Because of this, no matter what path's healing methods I use, they are all effective. If not for this, how could I heal this terrifying injury in just 3 days? Fang Yuan waved his hand. Blood asset immortal goo shot out of the blood lake, like a meteor, flying into his hand in the blink of an eye. Holding this immortal goo in front of him, after looking at it for a while. Fang Yuan was filled with emotions as he placed it on his chest. Blood Asset Immortal Goo was residing in Fang Yuan's body. On Fang Yuan's chest, it turned into the image of a red bead. This method of parasitizing was not safe. If Fang Yuan's body was destroyed, Blood Asset Immortal Goo would also be destroyed. Immortal Goo were extremely fragile. Even a few months old infant could crush a rank 9 Immortal Goo. Keeping it in the immortal aperture was the safest, but Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was still on the ground. He could only do this for now. It was not a problem to be careful. In the 500 years of my previous life, I searched for a blood path Immortal Goo to no avail. I could only refine Spring Autumn Cicada in the end. If I had such a blood path Immortal Goo back then, I would have made a name for myself already. Even if the 10 great ancient sects encircled me, I would have the confidence to fight them. Fang Yuan was not boasting. He was not exaggerating at all. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had peak rank 6 battle strength. He fought against ordinary rank 7 Goo immortals twice, and won both times. Even though there were external factors like timing and location, defeating a rank 7 as a rank 6 was already very dazzling. Of course, compared to people like Bo Qing and Feng Zhouge, this battle result was very ordinary. But don't forget, when Fang Yuan defeated this rank 7 Goo immortal, he did not even have a single immortal Goo. He had used Blood Path Mortal Goo, an immortal killer move, to defeat the enemy. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan used Blood Path to become an immortal. Not only did he create his own Blood Path Mortal Goo, he also designed many Blood Path killer moves. Some were powerful, some were sinister and dark, some were filled with killing intent. Fang Yuan's Blood Path attainment level was at Grandmaster. He did not lack anything but a Blood Path Immortal Goo. As long as he had this Immortal Goo, he could rapidly modify mortal killer moves and form countless immortal killer moves, causing his battle strength to rise explosively. In the 500 years of his previous life, even after rebirth, Fang Yuan did not have a chance to obtain a Blood Path Immortal Goo. After rebirth, he wandered around the world, moving through many obstacles, walking on the crest of the waves. Because of various reasons, he did not obtain any Blood Path Immortal Goo. In fact, it was due to Providence's secret influence. Until recently, he finally obtained Blood Asset Immortal Goo from Land Spirit of Langya. Actually, Fang Yuan did not want to do it so early. He wanted to cultivate Blood Path. Any Blood Path Goo immortal would be detected by the Celestial Court. Their names would be listed on the Demon Judgment Board. Blood Path was very dangerous. Even the demonic path did not like it. Everyone wanted to get rid of it. When Fang Yuan obtained Blood Asset Immortal Goo, he thought, it is best not to use it if possible. It is best not to use it. But things did not go as he wished. During the tribulation, he encountered Domination Immortal Chu Du at the moment of life and death. He had no choice but to use Blood Asset Immortal Goo to create a Blood Path killer move and seal the aperture wall. When healing his injuries earlier, Fang Yuan also used a Blood Path Immortal killer move. Only this healing killer move could heal his injuries quickly and guard against the huge threat that was Chu Du. Fang Yuan did not want to ask for help from Land Spirit of Langya. The more he asked for help, the more he would expose himself. Fang Yuan still had some reservations about Land Spirit of Langya. At least the sovereign immortal aperture was a huge secret. He was concealing it. Fang Yuan was a Blood Path Grandmaster. With 500 years of accumulation in his previous life, he modified mortal killer moves into immortal killer moves. It was a natural thing to push the boat along with the current. It was not like He Lulan, who had difficulty raising self-strength phantom to immortal level. In fact, he had created many Blood Path Immortal Goo recipes in his previous life, but unfortunately his Refinement Path and Wisdom Path attainment were too low. The Immortal Goo recipes that he obtained could not be deduced. they were very incomplete. Putting away blood asset immortal goo, Fang Yuan started to think about his situation. 3 days have passed. Chu Du is not attacked yet. It seems that he does not have any methods to break the immortal aperture wall. 3 days ago, Fang Yuan resolutely paid the price of heavy injuries to seal the aperture wall's hole. Chu Du's efforts were in vain. If Chu Du had any methods, he would have used them. But 3 days had passed. Even if some methods needed time to prepare, they would not take 3 days. Thus, Fang Yuan deduced that Chu Du was at his wit's end. This was not strange. The immortal aperture landed on the ground and formed a blessed land. As long as the entrance was not opened, the immortal aperture would shrink to a point in space. It would not be visible. Outsiders would not be able to enter. Back then, in order to attack who immortal blessed land, Crane Gate had to use their bloodline and Fangzheng using the unorthodox method of blood path to sense it. Chu Du was a strength path Gu immortal, but piercing the immortal aperture wall clearly involved space path. Fang Yuan guessed correctly, but he did not relax because of this. Even though Chu Du could not enter the sovereign immortal aperture, he would definitely stay here and guard this place. This was obvious. Putting himself in his shoes, strength path Gu immortal Chu Du, who wanted to absorb reckless savages' true meaning wholeheartedly, how could he give up on this huge fortuitous opportunity? Back then, against the superforce Lu tribe, Chu Du did not leave. He guarded Lu tribe's blessed land until Lu tribe's first supreme elder arrived and fought with him. Fang Yuan was alone. How could he match Lu tribe? Even with Langya blessed land, he could not match Lu tribe. The battle strength of those hairy man Gu immortals could not be counted on. Furthermore, even if Chu Du could not break the aperture wall, he could find other helpers. It seems that I am trapped here for now. If I return the immortal aperture to my body, can I use sword escape to escape from Chu Du's pursuit? Fang Yuan shook his head. Sword escape immortal Gu might be fast, but it flies in a straight line. If I want to change directions, I need to stop. This is a weakness. It is effective against ordinary Gu immortals, but against domination immortal, it is not enough. I need at least an immortal killer move to have any hope. While thinking, Fang Yuan flew down the first layer of heaven. Just as he was in the sky of the tribulation, the snow monsters on the ground sensed Fang Yuan's traces. They roared at him. Many ancient snow monsters raised their arms and threw snowballs at Fang Yuan. Sighing, Fang Yuan flew away helplessly. The earthly calamity is over, but these snow monsters are still here. I can only ignore them for now. There is nothing in this immortal aperture that they can destroy. I have sword escape immortal Gu, but my sword path attainment level is too low. I have more hope in blood path. Next, I need to modify mortal killer moves and create immortal level blood path killer moves, using blood asset immortal Gu as the core for movement. Chapter 1066. Western Desert, on a certain trade route. Kill these bastards. The wealth will be ours. Rob them. Defend. If these goods are lost, the master will not let us off. Deafening battle cries resounded. Around a low sand dune, a bloody battle between the bandits and the caravan was unfolding. This bandit group had been committing crimes in the desert all year round. The members were all human Gu masters. They were fierce and brave. They were experienced on the battlefield and had great skills. But in the caravan, there were few humans. The feathermen were the majority. These featherman Gu masters stood on the ground, guarding the goods, while some flew in the air, fighting with the bandits. Fireballs shot out, heat waves surged, and there were wind blades mixed in. They flew in the air and smashed into the enemy's formation, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Western Desert was filled with fire path and wind path Gu worms. These two paths were the most common among Gu masters. After a while, the bandits had the upper hand. They did not suffer many losses. But In the caravan, there were many casualties. Han Li was among the goods. His body was covered in blood. His face was charred black. In the fierce battle just now, he was unfortunately hit by an invisible wind blade, leaving a long and deep wound on his chest. Even now, he was still bleeding profusely, and the charred black on his face was caused by a fireball that landed beside him. The hot sand flew everywhere. Most of it landed on his face. Damn it! Could it be that I'm going to lose my life here today? The scene of the battlefield caused Han Li to feel despair. He had stepped onto the path of cultivation with much difficulty, becoming a Gu master by luck. But he was chased out and could only roam around. To make ends meet, he applied to be a member of this caravan, but to think such a large caravan would be robbed by bandits. Run! This caravan is finished. I will not die with them. Follow me if you are smart. These feathermen are finished. Even if you return alive, the master will kill you. Even if you return alive, you will be executed by the master. The defeat was decided. Deserters started to appear in the caravan. They were all human Gu masters who were hired as guards. These fellows, forget about them. Save your true essence. Even if we die, we will die in battle. The Featherman Gu masters gritted their teeth in anger. How can you do this? Han Li was stunned. He was still young and had just entered the world. He was very naive as he looked at these escaping human Gu masters. He didn't know how to react. Why aren't you escaping? A Featherman Gu master walked over and saw Han Li. Han Li gasped. He did not know what to do. He knew this Featherman Gu master. He was the leader of this caravan. Even though your cultivation base is a little inferior, you're far superior to your brethren in some aspects. The leader of the Feathermen sighed as he patted Han Li's shoulder. His palm flashed with light, and he patted Han Li's shoulder 3 times, instantly healing his injuries. Amazing! Is this the power of a rank 4 Gu master? Han Li was shocked. He opened his mouth to express his gratitude, but the leader of the Feathermen had already stepped past him and ran towards the front lines. The front line was already in a critical situation. The leader of the Feathermen had no choice but to participate in the battle. Once the rank 4 Gu master made a move, the bandits were in a complete mess. They suffered huge casualties. Among the bandits, there were rank 4 experts, but they were guarding at the back, watching coldly with a cold smile on their faces. The Featherman leader quickly dominated this battlefield, slaughtering everyone. Han Li's blood boiled as he watched. The other Feathermen also cheered, but the leader of the Feathermen had a heavy heart. He knew the enemy was cruel. They were using these cannon fodder to wear down his primeval essence. When the experts among the bandits joined the battle, he did not have as much primeval essence as the enemy. He would definitely be at a disadvantage. Whoosh! Right at this time, intense wind sounds could be heard from the sky. The wind was huge. It was like the roar of a desolate beast. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. Someone exclaimed, "Oh no, it's a golden thread tornado." Western deserts tornadoes were divided into golden threads, silver threads, iron threads, copper threads, and others, they all had different strengths. Golden thread tornadoes were very powerful. Even rank 4 Gu masters would die if they got caught in them. The Feathermen panicked. The bandits were also in a mess, like gunpowder exploding. They roared as they charged towards the caravan with ruthless expressions. They wanted to take down this caravan before the golden thread tornado engulfed this place, then leave with the precious goods. Hold on! The Featherman leader shouted. Even though the tornado was terrifying, Feathermen would die if they got caught in it. But they were born with the ability to fly. They were in a much better situation than human Gu masters. This fierce battle had entered a white-hot stage. Almost every second, someone was losing their lives. Han Li hid among the goods and defended himself. His cultivation level was low. He was not eye-catching. The bandits felt that he was not a threat. Han Li was indeed not a threat. His primeval essence was already expended. He was no different from an ordinary person. The fireballs and wind blades on the battlefield rarely affected Han Li because of the goods around Han Li. Both sides chose to hold back. The tornado was extremely fast. It was still at the edge of the sky earlier, but it soon arrived near the battlefield. Winds blew, sand flew in the sky, landing on Han Li's body. It was numbing and painful. Retreat. Although the bandit leader was very unwilling, the wise leader still yelled and chose to retreat. The bandits were like a gust of wind. They were covered in injuries and had bloodshot eyes. They came and left quickly. Quick, move these goods away. The Featherman leader's injuries were terrifying, but at this crucial moment, he placed the goods first. The Feathermen were busy saving the goods. No one cared about Han Li. The tornado attacked. Han Li was sucked into it uncontrollably. Many Feathermen and a large number of goods were in the same situation as him. Han Li was swept into the wind. The world was spinning around him. He could not tell which direction he was in. His body was like a willow dancing in the wind. He was in danger. Bang! He did not know if he crashed into a rock or the goods. He fainted immediately. After a long time, he woke up. "Young man, you are finally awake." An old man sat in front of him. He said weakly, Who are you?" Han Li was still in a daze. He looked around. He was lying on the sand. There were rocks, corpses, and scattered goods around him. The tornado stopped. I actually survived. Han Li was stunned before becoming overjoyed. "Without me, how could you have survived?" The old man smiled. "Han Li, thank you for saving my life." Han Li quickly bowed, expressing his gratitude sincerely. The old man nodded. "Back then, before I became an immortal, I was in the same situation as you. Today, you were swept into the tornado because of me. I lost the duel with Tianjin in the end. Before I die, I will pass on my life's true inheritance to you. Central Continent, inside Broken Sword Valley. Where did the sword Chi-Gu go? Chase it. This sword Chi-Gu is mine. Don't even think of taking it away." A group of Gu masters shouted. They formed a group of people as they charged out of the valley. "Lad, make way. Those who block the way will die." Hong Yi had just arrived at the entrance of Broken Sword Valley when he saw a large group of Gu masters acting like madmen. They charged over. Among them were rank 3 and 4 experts. Hong Yi's expression turned pale. He quickly escaped and made way. The group of Gu masters stirred up a cloud of dust. They charged past Hong Yi. What is going on?" Hong Yi mumbled. His heart was pounding. The conversations of the passers-by helped him resolve his doubts. "I heard that is a rank 4 sword Chi-Gu. No wonder so many people are fighting over it. Let's go in. Maybe we can find a rank 4 sword Chi-Gu." Wishful thinking. How long has this Broken Sword Valley been formed? There might only be one rank 4 sword Chi-Gu. Don't think too much. Sword Chi-Gu rank 4. Hong Yi's heart shook. His gaze was filled with envy. He quickly ran into the valley. He had explored this valley long ago, but previously, it was not like this. It turned out that before the Battle of Etian Mountain, when immortal zombie Bo Qing appeared, he came from the bottom of falling Heavenly River's source. Countless sword lights shot out. A ray of sword light landed here and split the mountain range into 2, forming the landscape of the valley. This was the origin of Broken Sword Valley. At first, people did not pay much attention to it, but soon, Central Continent's Gu masters discovered that wild sword path Gu worms were appearing in this valley. As it turned out, the sword lights back then were not ordinary. Each sword light contained sword path Dao marks. After the sword lights landed here, the sword path Dao marks were carved in the valley. creating a special environment that nurtured more and more wild sword path goo worms. Paper could not contain fire. More and more goo masters came here to search for treasures. The scene earlier was the rank 4 sword chi goo being discovered by someone, causing a commotion as it escaped. Rank 4 wild goo worms are extremely rare. Even if I find one, I might not be able to capture it. It is too dangerous. Hong Yi thought as he carefully searched the valley. He gradually moved away from the crowd. At an inconspicuous corner, he saw a shocking scene. An ordinary caterpillar was molting, but the amazing thing was the caterpillar's hard shell was shining with light. Hong Yi was dazed for a moment before recognizing this scene. He was overjoyed. Good luck, Path! I actually encountered the moment when a worm is evolving into a goo. The aura that was being emitted was so strong. I wonder if it is rank 4 or rank 5 goo. Hong Yi did not wait for the caterpillar to finish molting. He quickly went forward and caught it. He immediately moved to a safer place, activating his primeval essence and refining it. A moment later, he succeeded and obtained a strange rank 5 sword path goo worm. It was black and palm-sized, like a miniature sword sheath. Rank 5 sword sheath goo. What is the use of this goo? Even though I obtained a rank 5 goo, my primeval essence cannot keep up. I cannot use it. Hong Yi was sighing inwardly when suddenly a wild sword path goo worm came out from the grass, flying towards him and entering the sword sheath goo in his hand. Hong Yi was stunned. He could not speak for a moment. Southern border, a nameless mountain. The night sky was shrouded in heavy rain. Shang Xianci, you will die here today. A short and muscular man walked towards the peak of the mountain with his arms behind his back. Over there, 3 goo masters were defending the perilous area. 1 man and 2 women. One of the female goo masters was heavily injured. She was Shang Xianci's servant Little Lan. The other female goo master had smooth black hair. Her skin was white as snow. She was extremely beautiful. It was Shang Xianci. Looking at the person, Shang Xianci smiled bitterly. Shang Baishi, to think it was really you, why must we fight among ourselves? Shang Baishi laughed loudly. Father is dead. Big brother is dead. Chao Feng is also dead. As long as I kill you, my 8th brother will become Shang clan leader. Thus, you must die tonight. Shang Xianci heard this and felt like she was hit by a formless force. Her body shook, and she almost fell to the ground. Her tone was extremely mournful, just for the position of clan leader. Shang Pulao is so cold-blooded and heartless. Shang Baishi sneered. Yes, you saved my 8th brother's life, but so what? You want him to repay your kindness and hand over the position of clan leader to you? Humph. The position of Shang clan leader is an authority above everyone else. You are too soft-hearted. How can you compete with my 8th brother? Shang Xianci shook her head. When I saved him, I did not think about the position of clan leader. Precisely so. You ended up like this. Ha ha ha. Shang Baishi continued. Lady Xianci, why bother talking to such a despicable person? Yi Fan's brows furrowed. His tone was filled with disgust toward Shang Baishi. Young Master Yi, leave. He only wants my life. I will give it to him. You are an outsider. There is no need to get involved. Leave quickly. Shang Xianci pushed Yi Fan's back, urging him to leave. I am not leaving. Yi Fan shouted. Lady Xianci, you saved me. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. How can I leave like this? Humph, you make it sound so good. But even if you want to leave, you cannot. Today, all 3 of you will die without a doubt. Shang Xianci, you are still so naive. If I do not kill all 3 of you, will the survivors slander my 8th brother's reputation in the future? Shang Baishi said as he walked closer. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Even though he was heavily injured and could not even stand properly, he had to block in front of Shang Xianci. A man. Shang Baishi evaluated indifferently before waving his hand and knocking Yi Fan to the ground. If you were at your peak condition, I would still be wary of you. But your primeval essence is already exhausted. You are no threat at all. Ha ha ha. Shang Baishi laughed loudly, walking closer to Shang Xianci. Shang Xianci slowly closed her eyes, giving up on pointless resistance. Before dying, a man's figure suddenly appeared in the deepest part of her heart. A thought appeared uncontrollably. How good would it be if she could see him one last time before she died? But after waiting for a while, Shang Baishi did not attack. Shang Xianci opened her eyes in confusion, seeing Shang Baishi standing motionlessly in front of her, just a few steps away from her. However, he was as stiff as a stone statue, and his terrified expression was frozen. Humph! For some power and wealth, you disregard family. You are the scum of our Shang clan. A female immortal appeared. You are? Shang Xianci was shocked. The female immortal looked at Shang Xianci in admiration, consoling warmly. Don't be afraid. I am your Shang clan's ancestor, Shang Qingqing. I have decided from this moment onwards, you will succeed as Shang clan leader. Chapter 10:67. Pot River was like a long jade belt. It was carved in the eastern part of Central Continent. The water of Pot River was always flowing like this. It was like a beautiful song. The melody was soft and melodious. Ing Wu Xie stood at the embankment of Pot River, waiting for Feng Chanzi. He Lulan, Shernu, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and the rest were hiding nearby, protecting Ing Wu Xie. The river water flowed. There were 2 dragonflies on the river, sometimes flying, sometimes perching on the tip of the pot grass. There were many pot grasses growing in Pot River. These grasses were rooted in the mud at the bottom of the river, absorbing nutrients. The stems were long and flexible. They propped up the tip of the grass, sticking out of the river. On the tip of the pot grass, there was a brown fruit. This fruit was only the size of a fist. It had not matured yet. The fruit was hollow. It was not tightly sealed. There was a huge opening at the top. Coincidentally, a dragonfly followed the fragrance inside the fruit and flew into it recklessly. It struggled for a while, but was knocked unconscious by the fragrance. It could not fly out anymore. Ing Wu Xie watched the scene unfold quietly. He knew, after a few months, the fruit would grow bigger. It would attract more flying insects, waterworms, and even small fish and prawns. As it grew, the fruit's opening would close. After it matured, the pot grass would look like a brown jar. It would be completely sealed. Then, Pot River would welcome its annual flood season. During the flood season, Pot River would change from its gentle appearance. The water would surge rapidly, washing away the pot grasses growing in the river. The brown pot fruits would be carried away by the water, leaving the stalks. Following the flow, on both sides of Pot River, Gu masters would take action. They would fish the pot grasses' fruits. They would break them and get fish worms. There were also the seeds of the pot grass. There was also a chance that the pot grass would produce gu worms. These gu worms would fall into hibernation in the pot grass. They could be easily refined by people. The super force of the 10 great ancient sects, Wind, Cloud, Manor, controlled Pot River. During this time, they would organize a Pot River ceremony. It would attract countless gu masters, men and women, young and old, not just Wind Cloud Manor's disciples. There were also surrounding forces of all sizes. It was very lively. Ing Wu Xie looked at the pot of grass on the river, but his eyes wandered. In order to obtain the immemorial light, he had stayed near the Qin River for some time. On the surface, he appeared to be carefree and calm like water, but in reality, there was a lot of anxiety accumulated in his heart. Moreover, This anxiety and uneasiness grew stronger as time passed. I have the spring and autumn cicada on me, but it has already been sealed. It could not be used. Before my rebirth, Providence will always be watching over me. Not only would Providence silently and stealthily affect my thoughts, it would also set up a trap for me, influence other existences to encircle me. I couldn't stay in one place and give Providence time to make its plans. It couldn't be too long. If this time Feng Chanzi didn't show up again, I can only give up on this line. Ing Wuxia made up his mind. At this moment, a green figure appeared. Flying close to the wide surface of the Pot River, he quickly approached Ing Wuxia. It's that rank 6 grass god. Be vigilant and prevent any accidents. The Shadow Sect immortals transmitted secretly as they became alert. When the grass god saw Ing Wuxia again, he had an arrogant attitude as he raised his head. The immemorial light is in my hands, but Master said that we can exchange for it, but not at the previous price. You have to raise the price by 30%. What? He actually wants to raise the price by 30%. This is an exorbitant price. Feng Chanzi actually dared to mention it. The price was already very high. It is not worth it to raise it by 30%. Shernu and Tai Bai Yunsheng discussed secretly. Ing Wuxia was actually quite angry, but he had no choice. He needed the immemorial light too much. To refine fixed immortal travel, he needed the immemorial light. This was a hurdle that could not be avoided. After a moment of silence, Ing Wuxia nodded. I agree. The grass god snorted coldly. Then let's begin the transaction. Ing Wuxia had already made ample preparations. The two quickly completed the transaction. After the grass god counted the items, he showed a satisfied expression. Ing Wuxia had suffered heavy losses. He had paid a high price, but he had been waiting for so long and finally obtained the immemorial light. He was quite happy. He smiled at the grass god. Everyone enjoyed this transaction. We can work together again if there is a chance in the future. The grass god. Work together again? That will depend on my master's mood. Actually, this time, Master did not intend to trade with you, but not long ago, he lost a bet with Prodigal Suncho. He wanted to recoup his losses. That's why he sent me here. You must remember, this immemorial light was not given to you by my master. I understand. Actually, your clan has a lot of assets and wealth. It can be said to be as vast as the sea. So what if you lose a small piece of immemorial light? No one will notice it at all. Ing Wuxia flattered. All right, this matter is settled. You should leave now. You cannot stay here for too long. The grass god said one last thing before leaving. Actually, even without its reminder, Ing Wuxia had already decided to leave. After concealing themselves and flying for over 100,000 li, Shadow Sect's group landed in a nameless forest and rested for a short while. Even though we obtained the immemorial light this time, Feng Chanzi's price was too high. We paid too much. To refine fixed immortal travel, we need to find other supplementary immortal materials. Shernu said, Thankfully, we obtained the immemorial light. The rest will be much easier. After all, we can make use of Defy. Tai Bai Yunsheng suggested. The important thing is, how many portions of the immemorial light do we have? How many times can we refine it? He Lolan's words hit the nail on the head. To refine an immortal goo immortals could not just prepare one portion of immortal materials. Not counting the hairy man heaven and earth style, just using the human isolation style refinement method, the success rate of refining a rank 6 immortal goo was less than 1%. In theory, Ing Wuxia's group needed to prepare at least 100 portions of immortal materials. But from experience, the truth was even crueler, because the success rate could not be raised just by the quantity of immortal materials. Most of the time, Even if there were more than 100 portions of immortal materials, the goo refinement would still fail. There is a lot of the immemorial light. I can attempt 9 refinements. Ing Wuxia said this and paused. He secretly activated an immortal goo in his body. Rank 6 immortal goo, luck inspection. This immortal goo, it was originally with Qin Bai Sheng. By chance, because he needed it, it was sent to Shernu and lent to him. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect failed. This luck inspection immortal goo ended up in Ing Wuxia's hands. This was an investigative goo worm. It was used to observe the luck of other existences. Ing Wuxia's eyes shined as he looked above his head. In his vision, the scene was completely different. A luck path chi pillar. It was like a dream in Ing Wuxia's eyes. Ing Wuxia was slightly surprised. Why did my luck suddenly improve so much? He had checked his family's luck a long time ago, and it was not ideal. And because of spring-autumn cicada's weakness, his luck was still declining. The current situation was much better than what he had expected. Don't tell me. A thought flashed in Ing Wuxia's mind. He thought of Feng Yuan. He also thought of the self-luck true inheritance in land spirit of Langya's hands. Last time, my shadow sect attacked Langya blessed land. We snatched a portion of the refinement cauldron and even implicated dog shit, luck immortal goo, unintentionally destroying it. Land spirit of Langya had been preparing to refine dog shit, luck immortal goo. Recently, he had succeeded. I'm afraid he lent his dog shit, luck to Feng Yuan. Ing Wuxia immediately thought of the biggest possibility. A few days ago, he knew that Feng Yuan had passed the tribulation successfully because there was still a hairy man goo immortal spy in Shadow Sect's side. He was in Langya blessed land. I'm afraid that is the case. Originally, Feng Yuan and the others had connected their luck. Their luck was split evenly. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, my body was Feng Yuan's. But he kept his soul. The two are still connected. He is using dog shit, luck immortal goo over there, to increase his own luck. But the amplification of luck is like water flowing down from above, pouring into Yifan, Hong Yi, Hunli, and He Lulan. These 4 people's luck is connected to my body, so I gained a huge advantage. No wonder I waited for so long without any results. My hopes were slim. This time, Feng Chanzi suddenly lost a bet to Lang Ziqiu. He needed capital urgently, so he made a transaction with me and obtained the light of the immemorial era. After thinking about it, Ing Wuxia realized that Feng Yuan had great value. His immortal aperture goes through a tribulation every 2 months. Before the tribulation, he needs to use dog shit luck to amplify his luck and weaken the power of the earthly calamity. That way, I can benefit from it. I don't even need to go to Northern Plains and borrow luck from Longevity Heaven. Even if he knows he is helping the enemy, he has no choice but to do so, because the sovereign immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations are terrifying beyond logic. He needs to do everything he can to pass the crisis of life and death. However, it was a wise decision for him to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. If Providence wants to deal with him and use all methods to eliminate him, it will need the help of the earthly calamity. But undergoing tribulation in the northern icy plain, reckless savage's true meaning replaces a portion of Providence, greatly reducing the danger. Humph, I hope you can survive. I will take back this body of yours sooner or later. After staying by the nameless lake for a while, Ing Wuxia saw that no one was following them. He led the 3 immortals on their journey again. Ing Wuxia was in a hurry. He needed to make use of his time. Not only because his main body's remnant soul was trapped in the dream realm, being tortured day and night. Furthermore, he needed to refine fixed immortal travel while his luck was good. This would greatly increase his chances of success. Northern Plains Northern icy plain. Master, how long do we have to stay here? The newly advanced strength path, rank 6 Gu Immortal asked weakly. Domination, Immortal Chu Du stood on the icy plain, looking at the palm-shaped crater on the ground. He sighed. He did not answer his disciple, instead falling into regret. I was too rash before. How could I have acted without thinking? Since he knows the method to extract reckless savages' true meaning, be it an immortal killer move or an immortal goo house, it will not be easy for me to obtain it. Even if I kill him, I need to guard against his soul's self-detonation. Otherwise, it will be a waste of my efforts. I will lose this huge opportunity to seek the Tao. I should have been more cautious. At least, I should have tried peaceful means before resorting to violence. Now that the other party has fixed the loophole, he is inside the immortal aperture, it is easy to defend and hard to attack. I have no way to break through. It is not too late to make up for it. Maybe I can discuss with him? Right, I still have his sword path, Immortal Goo. That is a bargaining chip. Chapter 1068. Northern Plains. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, first layer of heaven. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Bright light flashed in them. After several days of deductions, I will use its original name, Blood Torrent. Thinking of this, the goo worms around Fang Yuan moved according to his will, flying around. Hundreds of mortal goo were flying around him, resembling a huge ring. Blood, Asset Immortal Goo, was residing in his chest. The red insignia started to shine with bright light, emitting intense heat. Suddenly, a dazzling blood light blossomed from Fang Yuan's chest. The blood light shot into the sky, turning into a surging blood spring in the blink of an eye. The blood spring carried Fang Yuan, flying into the sky. After flying into the sky, with a loud sound, a long red trail was created in the sky. A blood light river flew in the first layer of heaven. Everywhere it went, there was a thick stench of blood. It was nauseating. In the blood light river, Fang Yuan's entire body was wrapped in it. He was nowhere to be seen. This was good. It had the effect of camouflage. Even if the enemy attacked, they would not know which part of the blood light river to attack. After flying for a while, Fang Yuan stopped. The blood light river vanished. Fang Yuan's lonely figure appeared in the sky. This blood light river's speed can be increased. I just need to add more mortal goo. Fang Yuan analyzed it. He concluded his gains and losses. But no matter how many mortal goo I have, the straight line speed cannot compare to Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Sword Escape Immortal Goo was a rank 7 Immortal Goo. This Blood Torrent Immortal Killer move only used one Immortal Goo, the rank 6 Blood Asset Immortal Goo. It was normal that its speed could not compare to Sword Escape. Unless Fang Yuan raised Blood Asset Immortal Goo's rank to rank 7, this Blood Torrent could surpass Sword Escape in terms of straight line speed. But that way, Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 Goo Immortal. He could only use rank 7 Immortal Goo. He would encounter the awkward situation again. It was not worth it. Straight line speed cannot compare to Sword Escape. That is within my expectations. No problem. I deduced this immortal killer move to make up for the weakness of Sword Escape in terms of turning. I can use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo alternately. In this way, it should be enough to deal with Chu Du. Fang Yuan had already thought this through. Blood Torrent was a blood path killer move. Sword Escape Immortal Goo was a sword path Immortal Goo. There was no connection between the two. If other Goo Immortals tried to do both, they would not benefit from either. But Fang Yuan was a special case. His body was very special. It was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo. His Tao marks were of all kinds, including many schools. What was even more amazing was that they didn't interfere with each other. Fang Yuan could use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo alternately without losing any of their original power. Sword Escape Immortal Goo allowed one to fly in a straight line. Although it was extremely fast, it could only fly in a straight line. It was really too stupid. It was extremely easy to target him. If he stopped to adjust his direction, the Domination Immortal would be able to take advantage of this momentary opening. However, by alternating Sword Escape and Blood Torrent, he was able to complement each other's weaknesses, and he could almost face the Domination Immortal with ease. Chu-Du was a Strength Path Gu Immortal. Strength Path was specialized in attack and recovery. It had the strongest endurance in battle, but it was usually lacking in speed. Of course, this was only Fang Yuan's estimation. Whether it was effective or not, he had to test it with practice. After all, the last time Domination Immortal Chu-Du made a big move was 100 years ago. Ever since his battle with Lu tribe's first Supreme Elder, ever since then, there were few traces of him. He had been cultivating in seclusion. These last days, Fang Yuan had not only deduced blood path killer moves, he was also trying to gather information on Chu-Du, but most of the information was from 100 years ago. It was outdated. At this time, Fang Yuan started to miss Fairy Li Shan. This Anne of He Lulan had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. She had a wide network of people. She had many dealings with the demonic path, righteous path, and lone cultivators. If she was still alive, he would definitely be able to gather more information on Chu-Du. Even though Langya's sect is powerful, it has been in seclusion for many years. It has only recently started to actively enter the world. In terms of information, it cannot compare to Fairy Li Shan. Information path. This is my weakness. I need to make up for it in the future. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered for a moment. He thought about the Battle of Rising Heaven Mountain. That was a huge trap. Fang Yuan recalled it now. His heart was still pounding. He was able to survive because of the fight between two giants. He, an ant, gained a huge advantage in the end. There was a lot of luck involved in the narrow escape from death. Speaking of which, it was because his information path attainment was not high enough, and he did not have enough information. If Fang Yuan had known about this, he would have changed his plans. But even if I have Fairy Li Shan's information path methods, I am afraid I cannot obtain any crucial information. Etion Mountain's waters are too deep. In the 500 years of my previous life, it was not this big. Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts. Undeniably, he had regained his life. He could think of problems with ease. It was not something his immortal zombie body could compare to. Adding on his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment, with the help of many Wisdom Path methods, his thoughts were even more meticulous and agile than in the 500 years of his previous life. In this aspect, he had already surpassed his own level in history. Even though he deduced Blood Torrent, he still had to practice it, and during the process, he had to modify it. Creating an immortal killer move did not mean he did not care about it. The Gu Immortal still needed to modify it, refine it, or even modify it. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori created Hataru, he refined it countless times and modified it 3 to 4 times. Even so, he was not satisfied with it. For some immortal killer moves, not only would the creator spend his or her entire life modifying them, even the inheritors of the immortal killer moves would participate in the modification. For example, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This immortal killer move had been modified many times by the generations of Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu Immortals. Precisely because of this immortal killer move became Heaven's Envy Manor's signature move. It was famous in Central Continent and intimidated everyone. Fang Yuan's Blood Path immortal killer moves were still newly created. They were far from reaching the level of Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. In the next few days, Fang Yuan practiced Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Gu. The continuous practice deepened his experience. He had a deeper understanding of the usage of Blood Torrent and Sword Escape. During the practice, he continued to make adjustments. Eventually, he did not continue to add Mortal Gu to Blood Torrent. Instead, he reduced a portion of it from the original foundation. I need Blood Torrent to work with Sword Escape because I need it to twist and turn. The moment the Sword Escape stopped, I was about to activate Blood Torrent. This time is too short, so it is troublesome to have too many mortal goo. Not only does it waste precious time and increase the difficulty in activating it, even if I increase the speed by a little, the effect is minimal. It's about time. I should try to store my immortal aperture and escape. Let's see if I can escape from Chu Du. Even though Fang Yuan could continue to deduce more blood path killer moves, there was no need for that. Ever since he obtained blood asset immortal goo, he had used this immortal goo as the core. Using his 500 years of accumulation of mortal killer moves, he successfully deduced life, risking Blood Seal, Blood Healing Lake, and Blood Torrent, these 3 blood path killer moves. Doing this much was enough. After all, he only had 1 blood asset immortal goo. After using this blood path killer move, he could not use other blood path killer moves at the same time. In other aspects, Fang Yuan could use other immortal goo instead. Ever since the Battle of Tian Mountain, he had lost almost all of his goo worm accumulations. Right now, his goo worms were of many paths. They were chaotic and not systematic. But he had no choice now. He could only use them for now. But if I am given another chance, I will still choose Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Regarding this, Fang Yuan had no hesitation. Even though Fang Yuan was guarding the Sovereign Immortal Aperture now, it was easy to defend and hard to attack. He had to guard against Chu Du asking for help or setting up immortal battlefield killer moves in the icy plain. All in all, the longer he stayed here, the more disadvantageous it would be. After making up his mind, Fang Yuan did not hesitate anymore. With a thought, the entire immortal aperture world started to tremble. The tremors became larger. After a while, the immortal aperture world started to shrink. It was shrinking at an extremely fast speed. It was like a flash of lightning. In an instant, when Fang Yuan opened his eyes again, he was already in the outside world, in the northern icy plain. There was no wind or snow. The pale sunlight shone on this flat and vast ice continent. It was still very cold. Fang Yuan focused his attention. Divine light shined in his eyes as he looked around and saw Chu Du domination, immortal Chu Du. Just like Fang Yuan expected, he had been staying here. He did not leave. But out of Fang Yuan's expectations, Chu Du's attitude was different. Fellow immortal, wait. Chu Du did not attack. He smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan. His voice was very gentle. There was no killing intent in it. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Sir, are you going to resort to violence first? I am ashamed. Chu Du actually admitted his mistake. He said in an apologetic tone, I was too rash earlier, because seeing the scene of your tribulation, it had a huge impact on my future cultivation. Thus, at that moment, my mind was shaken and I attacked rashly. After thinking about it, it was too late for regrets. On one side, Fang Yuan stared at Chu Du, keeping his guard up. On the other side, he was using many methods to investigate the surrounding environment. Seeing that Fang Yuan was silent, Chu Du suggested, Friend, I have no intention of being enemies with you. I only care about the trick you used to activate Reckless Savage's true meaning. I want to make a deal with you. Deal. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He said in a careful tone, It is not impossible as long as the price you offer can move my heart. Chu Du's face shone with joy. But immediately after, Fang Yuan said, But before we make a deal, you purposely interfered with my tribulation. We need to settle the score first. My compensation will definitely satisfy you, fellow Celestial. Chu Du immediately followed up with a very sincere attitude. Even Fang Yuan was a little surprised. Was this still the domination immortal? But thinking about it, Fang Yuan became even more wary of Chu Du. This person was flexible. He was a man of character. Anyone who looked down on him because of this would be an idiot. Chapter 10, 69. Hearing that Fang Yuan wanted Flying Sword Immortal Gu back, Chu Du smiled, replying, "As long as we make a deal, I will not only give Flying Sword Immortal Gu to you, I will also give you something else. You will definitely be satisfied." What a joke. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu was naturally in his hands. It was the best bargaining chip to threaten the other party. How could Chu Du give it back so easily? Even though Chu Du was polite and gentle, he was calm and clear-headed. Fang Yuan chuckled. He did not show any disappointment. When he asked this question, he already knew the answer. His expression turned cold. "Chu Du, you are not sincere at all. Let's not talk about this." Saying so, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. His body shot out like a sword, piercing through heaven and earth, arriving far away in the blink of an eye. "Wait." Chu Du's expression changed. He quickly chased. Fang Yuan flew straight towards the sky. After flying for a while, Chu Du appeared several li behind him. "Immortal Killer, move ha!" Fang Yuan turned around. He sensed that Chu Du's Gu Worm aura was very complex. It was a Strength Path Movement killer move, and it was rank 7. It was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu's straight line speed. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This was not good for him. To speak the truth, he had placed most of his hopes on Sword Escape Immortal Gu. After all, this speed was already very fast. Even ancient cloud beasts could not catch up to it. To think that Domination Immortal Chu Du had an immortal killer move. Its speed was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu. I'm afraid this Chu Du has nurtured Gu masters to immortal ascension. He is not the only one. There are others too. Over the last 100 years, he must have secretly absorbed a lot of reckless savages' true meaning. His strength path attainment level is unfathomable. He was able to create such a strength path killer move. Since Sword Escape Immortal Gu does not work, let's try Blood Torrent. Fang Yuan had a thought. He stopped Sword Escape. His body was still flying due to inertia, but his speed had slowed down. Next, blood red light shone on his body, enveloping him as he turned into a surging blood river. The blood river tore through the sky like a slithering blood python. The smell of blood spread in the air. Immortal killer move, Blood Torrent. Activation successful. Fang Yuan immediately made a turn and flew to the left. The connection was perfect. Even Fang Yuan felt satisfied. I reduced the number of mortal Gu. That was the right decision. In this way, the chances of failure in activating Blood Torrent would be lower and the activation would be faster. Of course, I practiced so many times in the Immortal Aperture. That was also a huge contribution. The thought only flashed through his mind. His main focus had always been firmly on Domination Immortal Chu Du's body. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his direction. Chu Du's response was undoubtedly the most important. If Chu Du can catch up, in that case, I can only stop and negotiate with him about the deal. Fang Yuan was preparing for the worst. Then they saw Domination Immortal Chu Du explode with boundless might. It flew straight out of his sight. Fang Yuan's expression froze. His gaze followed Chu Du and saw that the latter was like a train on earth. Along the way, Xiao Chen's speed was extremely fast, and his strength was even greater. As he flew, boundless shockwaves rose up along the way. After flying for over 10 li, Chu Du's speed slowed down until he stopped. Next, he turned around and started to increase his speed, charging towards Fang Yuan. His speed was getting faster and faster. He soon reached his previous speed. He was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He immediately activated Blood Torrent and changed his direction. Thus, he saw the previous scene again. Domination Immortal Chu Du was extremely flashy, or perhaps it could be said that he was extremely reckless. He flew past him with a rumbling sound. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was worried that Sword Escape Immortal Gu could only fly in a straight line. He used Blood Torrent to make up for this weakness. To think that Domination Immortal Chu-Du's weakness was even worse than his. The situation changed instantly. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved quickly. He decided not to leave. It was easy for him to escape now and shake off Chu-Du. As long as he was careful, he would be invincible. Interesting. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. He decided to continue discussing with Chu-Du. Chu-Du saw that Fang Yuan had stopped flying in the sky. He was overjoyed. So close, so close. It seems that my flying sword Immortal Gu is quite useful. He is still unwilling to part with me. Fang Yuan waited for Chu-Du to fly over. When he reached a certain distance, he raised his palm. Stop, we can talk at this distance. Fang Yuan was vigilant. Even though he had the advantage in movement, it was better to maintain a certain distance. Chu-Du immediately stopped and smiled. His face was covered in dirt and grime. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze. Brother Chu's elegance is astonishing. It has truly broadened my horizons. What is the name of this killer move? It is so powerful. Even my sword escape Immortal Gu cannot compare to it. This killer move is called Practice by Strength. I created it after meticulous research. It uses the strength path Dao marks of my immortal body to increase my speed. But there is a huge flaw. I can only move forward in a straight line. I cannot change my direction during flight. I cannot even retreat. I have not practiced it enough. In this urgent situation, I have to embarrass myself. Chu-Du actually admitted his shortcomings. He had a heroic attitude. His demeanor was truly admirable. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a serious expression. Brother Chu is truly amazing. Even if you fight normally in the huge northern plains, who can force you to use this move to retreat? Thank you for your praise. Northern Plains Gu Immortal World is unfathomable. I, Chu-Du, only have some reputation. The more I cultivate, the more I realize how insignificant I am. In Northern Plains, there are definitely not just the 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals on the surface. Among rank 7s, there are also experts that I am wary of. You are one of them. I'm ashamed to say this, but I don't know your name or background at all. Chu-Du's smile carried a trace of bitterness. He was not being polite. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Fang Yuan did not understand Domination Immortal Chu-Du. Chu-Du did not understand Fang Yuan either. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. The speed was so fast that Chu-Du was shocked. After all, in terms of straight line speed, Sword Escape Immortal Gu could compare to Chi Escape of the same rank. Chu-Du was an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had many movement methods. But compared to Sword Escape Immortal Gu, most of them were inferior. Only the final Immortal Killer move, practiced by Body Practice, could compare. Fang Yuan guessed correctly. This Practice by Strength Immortal Killer move was created by Chu-Du. It was specially used for retreat. But in the current Northern Plains, few could force Chu-Du to retreat. Furthermore, Chu-Du had been concealing his identity and secretly nurturing Gu masters to advance to Immortal. He rarely took action. This Immortal Killer move was not because he did not practice it well, but because it contained too many Gu worms. It was very troublesome to use. When Chu-Du met Fang Yuan for the first time, Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture. Chu-Du made a move, but Fang Yuan was faster and more decisive than him. Fang Yuan was searching for Chu-Du's information, but Chu-Du was not idle these days. He was also thinking of ways to search for information on Fang Yuan. Chu-Du had no results. In his opinion, Fang Yuan, it was like he had suddenly jumped out of a rock. Since when did Northern Plains Gu Immortal World have such a person? Ignoring everything else, his aura was very strange. When he first saw him in the immortal aperture, it was rank 6 aura. This time, he had rank 7 aura. But he should be a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. This aura should not be wrong. It was just that he did not know what blood path he cultivated, or sword path. Chu Du was very curious about this question. These two paths, they did not match at all. If you said he cultivated soul path and enslavement path, or rule path and restriction path, or wisdom path and emotion path, it was understandable. Sword path and blood path. Were you not afraid of these two restricting each other? But Fang Yuan not only had a sword path rank 7 immortal Gu, his blood path killer moves were so outstanding that Chu Du was shocked. Also, forget about you cultivating sword path and blood path. It has nothing to do with me, but you actually had a way to draw out reckless savage's true meaning. I racked my brains and tried countless times, but I failed every time. I could only choose this stupid method of nurturing a disciple. What method did you use? Reckless savage's true meaning definitely required wisdom path attainment. Don't tell me your wisdom path attainment is not low. In this chase, the entire process was very short, but Chu Du could not catch up to Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not fly away, but stopped instead, Chu Du felt his heart pounding, excitement and joy filled his chest. Strength triumphed over everything. Thus, Chu Du had already treated Fang Yuan as an equal. Fang Yuan was silent for a while, before speaking in a measured tone. Actually, it is not impossible for us to make a deal. Chu Du did not speak. He listened attentively. The fervor in his eyes was like a blazing flame that burned fiercely. But after waiting for a long time, Fang Yuan did not speak. He seemed to be in deep thought. Chu Du could not hold it in anymore. He spoke, "I believe that with my wealth, I can definitely satisfy you." Fang Yuan looked at him and asked, "Didn't Sir participate in a Northern Plains auction?" Chu Du's expression froze. He probed, "So, Sir also participated in that auction?" "That's right." Fang Yuan admitted. "During the auction, I even made use of you." Of course, Fang Yuan only muttered the second half of the sentence to himself. "What do you want? Just say it." Chu Du asked. "It is hard to say." Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. He frowned deeply, showing a troubled expression. Chu Du was vexed. If it were anyone else, he would have slapped them already. "There is nothing to hide. Even if I do not have it now, I will try my best to get it for you." Chu Du continued. He had already decided, no matter the cost, he had to get this method. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh again. "The reason why it is hard to say is because I have not thought of what I want to trade with you." Chu Du's nose almost turned crooked from anger. "After all this time, you have such a troubled expression. It is because you have not thought of it yet." Chu Du frowned, his tone turning deep. "Did Sir purposely stop to make fun of me?" "Brother Chu, don't be angry. Of course not." Fang Yuan immediately said, "All Gu immortals face calamities and tribulations. They have countless needs. It is just that I have not thought of how to make the transaction that will be of the greatest help to my cultivation. How about this? Let me think for a while. After I think about it, I will give you an answer." Chapter 10:70. Looking at Fang Yuan's figure that was already far away in the horizon, Chu Du was still looking at him, staying on the spot. Letting him go like this, was it right or wrong of me? Chu Du's gaze flickered, but soon he smiled bitterly, thinking, even if I do not want to let him go, what can I do? I can't catch him at all with my abilities, nor can I catch up to him. If I use force, this person has a mysterious background. He is not easy to deal with. If he ends up in my hands and explodes his soul, where can I get that method? However, looking at his attitude, he should be sincere in his transaction. Otherwise, he could have left already. Why would he stay and negotiate with me? Chu Du recalled the conversation he had with Fang Yuan earlier. He thought about it for a long time, feeling that Fang Yuan was very sincere. Even though Fang Yuan did not mention anything important, his words were all half-hearted. But it was precisely because of this that Chu Du felt that this was far more sincere than saying all kinds of flowery words and carelessly guaranteeing anything. Of course, what gave him the most confidence was not Fong Yuan's attitude, but the flying sword immortal goo that he was holding. This is a rank 7 immortal goo. Even a legendary person like Chu Du did not have many rank 7 immortal goo. Fong Yuan flew without encountering any accidents. Land Spirit of Langya had already arranged for Hairy Man Goo immortals to coordinate with him, setting up an immortal battlefield killer move and a teleportation immortal goo formation. But getting away from Chu Du was very easy. It was out of Fong Yuan's expectations. Thus, the immortal battlefield killer move to intercept Chu Du was no longer necessary. After picking up the battlefield killer move, Fong Yuan used the immortal goo formation and returned to Langya Blessed Land. You clearly have dog shit luck immortal goo to protect you. You actually met Chu Du. This does not make sense. Did you fall into someone else's scheme? Langya Land Spirit's first sentence was very direct when he saw Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan frowned. Actually, he had been thinking about this problem for a long time. With the protection of dog shit, luck immortal goo, my luck should not be bad. Could it be that my earthly disaster was too violent, so all the luck I gained was used to reduce the earthly disaster? Fong Yuan had this speculation in his mind, but he could not tell the Land Spirit of Langya. He was a human goo immortal after all, although he had joined the Langya sect. However, there was still a gap between the two races. Just like earlier, when Fong Yuan rushed back to Northern Plains from southern border, the Land Spirit of Langya took the chance to fish for benefits from him. If that's the case, then the earthly calamity that I have to face has actually been greatly reduced by luck. In that case, how powerful would a true earthly disaster be? Thinking of this, a chill immediately rose in Fong Yuan's heart. His tribulation this time was simply a narrow escape from death. Life and death hung by a thread, and it was extremely dangerous. It could be said that this had completely surpassed the level of an earthly disaster. Even the 10 catastrophes couldn't compare to Fong Yuan's catastrophe. Don't forget, I even transported many people. My dog shit luck might have been distributed evenly. That's why the effect is not good. Fong Yuan thought to himself, but said, First Supreme Elder is right. This is not a problem of bad luck. Someone might really be plotting against me. Fong Yuan's identity had already been completely exposed in the Battle of Etian Mountain, be it the otherworldly demon, Spring, Autumn Cicada, or the secret of destroying 88-point Xinyang Tower. They were all known to everyone. Whether it was the Celestial Court, or the Shadow Sect, or the Huang Jin tribes of Northern Plains, they were all likely to be plotting against Fong Yuan. The Land Spirit of Langya sighed. Worry was shrouding his brows as his tone turned heavy. Maybe they might not be plotting against you. Don't forget, you are already a member of my Langya sect, and my Langya Blessed Land has already been exposed. We have been attacked more than once. Some time ago, we even lost 2 Goo immortals in our sect. The value inside is enough to tempt countless experts and forces. Fong Yuan was slightly happy. The Land Spirit of Langya could think this way. It was more beneficial to him. The Land Spirit of Langya's gaze was bright. He quickly changed the topic. But if we can use Wisdom Goo as the core to construct the immortal Goo House secluded residence, not only can we protect ourselves, we can also defend against the schemes of almost everyone in the world. Fong Yuan laughed. It turned out that the Land Spirit of Langya wanted to say this. It seemed that he was still reluctant to part with Wisdom Goo. Unfortunately, in the previous transaction, Fong Yuan did not sell Wisdom Goo to him. This tribulation was all thanks to First Supreme Elder's Goo Worms. Now, I will return them to you. These Goo Worms were a great help to me. Fong Yuan said, as a large group of Goo Worms flew out of his immortal aperture with his will. Of course, with their help, A mere earthly calamity will be a piece of cake. The land spirit of Langya said, with a proud expression. Fang Yuan did not reveal the truth, but he could not lie. He could only choose his words, especially the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. It was really effective. But Chudu appeared in the end. It was quite shocking. Fortunately, my ability to teleport happens to be better than his. As they spoke, the land spirit of Langya collected the goo worms one by one. After inspecting them, he asked with slight regret, "Your dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Goo, are you really not going to sell them to me?" In the previous transaction, the land spirit of Langya wanted to use 3 true inheritances to exchange for Fang Yuan's dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Goo. But after Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt that Refinement Path, Luck Path, and Theft Path were good, but his attainment levels in these 3 aspects were just passable. They did not match his future path. If he exchanged all of them, it would not be worth it. However, the Refinement Path killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, the Luck Path True Inheritances Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo, and so on could provide great help to Fang Yuan's tribulation. Thus, Fang Yuan thought about it. After deciding on his words, he persuaded the land spirit of Langya, "Are you really going to give me all 3 of your true inheritances? There are many immortal goo in each true inheritance. If I obtain them, will Langya sect not need them in the future?" The land spirit of Langya was reluctant to part with them. For example, Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo, many years ago, after Giant Sun, Immortal died, Longhair Ancestor had refined it immediately. After that, Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo had been guarding Langya Blessed Land. It was of great help to the previous land spirit of Langya in Goo refinement. At the same time, it protected Langya Blessed Land and avoided calamities many times. It was a daunting experience without any mishaps. However, if the land spirit of Langya did not take out these immortal goo, then these true inheritances would be too insignificant. How could they be exchanged for the 3 things that Fang Yuan wanted? Thus Fang Yuan persuaded again. "First Supreme Elder, since you and I are both reluctant, why don't we each take what we need? We will trade a portion, and I will borrow a portion." "Oh, tell me the details." The land spirit of Langya said his intentions. Fang Yuan said his intentions, but was rejected by the land spirit of Langya. "No, no. You are exchanging for the essence of 3 true inheritances, but you are only paying Luopa Valley. This is a huge loss for me. This won't do. Definitely not." Fang Yuan smiled, continuing to negotiate with the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya was not good at negotiations. He had a bottom line. Fang Yuan easily probed it in a short period of time. In this situation, the land spirit was pure and stubborn. It was much easier to deal with than Goo Immortals. Finally, Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya reached an agreement. Fang Yuan officially sold Luopa Valley to the land spirit of Langya and obtained Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo, Blood Asset Immortal Goo, and Dark Limit Immortal Goo. These 3 rank 6 Immortal Goo, clearing all of his debts to Langya's sect. At the same time, he borrowed large numbers of Mortal Goo and Immortal Goo to make up for his weakness and strength. The main point was to use them to form the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Sword Wave Triple Layered. The facts proved that Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Sword Wave Triple Layered were a huge help to Fang Yuan during the process of tribulation. Although this transaction had been reached long ago, the land spirit of Langya still did not want to give up on Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Goo. This time, the land spirit revealed its intention to purchase Fang Yuan. But how could Fang Yuan agree to it? But he could not reject the land spirit of Langya too mercilessly. His thoughts changed as he said tactfully, "I do not intend to sell these 2 items for now. However, if there are any difficulties in cultivation in the future and the situation dictates, I will naturally use these two items to trade with you. First, Supreme Elder. The land spirit of Langya opened its mouth, wanting to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying first, I will store these two items in Langya blessed land. I will not take them away. It is like lending them to the sect, as per our agreement. First, Supreme Elder, don't worry. By lending wisdom goo to Langya's sect, the land spirit of Langya would be in charge of feeding it. It would solve a huge problem for Fang Yuan. As for Dang Hun Mountain, it was better for Fang Yuan not to keep it in his immortal aperture. Famous mountains and rivers had a huge burden on heaven and earth chi, and this secluded domain of heaven and earth was even more so. And most importantly, Shadow Sect knew about Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. If they used fixed immortal travel to teleport to Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, it would be terrible. The land spirit of Langya was unwilling. It wanted to continue this topic, but what kind of person was Fang Yuan? He had refined his verbal skills for over 500 years. How could a pure land spirit of Langya be his match? After a round of discussion, Fang Yuan took back many of his cultivation resources from the land spirit of Langya. For example, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, arrow bamboo forest, and others. They came from who immortal and star-form blessed lands. They were the main source of income after Gutsku. From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not mention to the land spirit of Langya that he had any intention of selling the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Chudu, it was just a backup plan for Fang Yuan, even though the two exchanged information path goo worms and could communicate with each other. But Fang Yuan was already free. There were no information path restrictions. Wouldn't the future transactions depend on Fang Yuan? As for the rank 7 flying sword immortal goo, it was just a rank 7 immortal goo, so what if he could not get it back? Ordinary goo immortals treasured rank 7 immortal goo, but Fang Yuan even had a rank 9 immortal goo like wisdom goo. He naturally did not care about it, especially when he had lost almost all of his immortal goo in Wuxie's hands. A rank 7 flying sword immortal goo paled in comparison to those immortal goo. Du did not know about Fang Yuan's background. He had underestimated Fang Yuan's tolerance. All in all, the possibility of Fang Yuan and Du making a transaction was very low. Reckless savage's true meaning was far more important to Fang Yuan than a rank 7 immortal goo. The reason for that is because the path that I will be taking is the Tao of transformation. Fang Yuan had been thinking deeply these last days. He was very clear about it. Transformation path. Chapter 1071. Why did Fang Yuan choose transformation path? After the battle of Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan obtained a new life. The question that he had been thinking about the most was which path he should take in his future cultivation. In his previous life, he chose Blood Path because Blood Path could be cultivated quickly and had great power. It could be used to nurture battles. It had little need for cultivation resources. Moreover, he only had one fortuitous encounter in his previous life. To him, Blood Path had the greatest future prospects. After rebirth, he abandoned Blood Path and chose Strength Path because this was not the 5 regions chaotic war. Everything was orderly, and orderly Blood Path had no chance of making a name for itself. The other reason was his circumstances. Fang Yuan searched through his memories, finding fortuitous encounters that suited his current situation and could be used. And these fortuitous encounters were all related to Strength Path. Actually, be it Blood Path or Strength Path, they both had flaws. Blood Path's situation was not good. Everyone wanted to kill it. Be it Goo Masters or Goo Immortals, if they chose to cultivate Blood Path, once they were discovered, they would be ostracized by the entire world. Strength Path was also declining. Even though Domination Immortal Du added Human June Strength Path to Strength Path, it could not hide the awkwardness of Strength Path's decline. To speak the truth, These two paths were not the best choice. Fang Yuan himself concluded, after rebirth, he had obtained many fortuitous encounters. Wisdom path, luck path, theft path. Some of these fortuitous encounters were extremely outstanding. For example, Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance, or Star-Lord Wanxiang's Star Path inheritance. Star Path and Wisdom Path. These two paths were undoubtedly much better than Blood Path and Strength Path. Moreover, having an inheritance and not having an inheritance were two completely different things. The former was cultivation. One could use the wisdom of predecessors to advance step by step. One could advance bravely and have a promising future. The latter was like a blind man groping an elephant. One would be at a loss, and without a clue, they would struggle and grope their way forward. If Fang Yuan had obtained these two true inheritances in the 500 years of his previous life, then as long as the situation allowed, he would definitely choose Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance as the main one, while Star-Lord Wanxiang's Star Path inheritance and one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances were supplementary. He would become a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, because in terms of potential and future, Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance was the most outstanding. There were few Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. In the Gu Immortal world, it was very precious, it was welcomed and also feared. He had both the inside and the face. However, in order to truly choose a path, one could not just look at the future. One had to look at the present as well. Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance came from a rank 8 Gu Immortal of the Celestial Court. It had been perfected by many generations of inheritors. It had great prospects. However, if one cultivated this legacy, they would be able to do so. One of his weaknesses was that he wasn't good at fighting. The most obvious advantage of this true inheritance was that it was proficient in divination. To make up for this weakness, Dongfang Naganori created the immortal killer move Hataru. He had finally made up for some of his shortcomings. Dongfang Naganori's route was not suitable for Fang Yuan, because the current situation could be said to be filled with danger. In Wu Xie, the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, the Celestial Court, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, Northern Plains, Huangjing clans, and so on, Fang Yuan had many enemies. Especially during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan's secrets were exposed. Be it Spring-Autumn Cicada, Otherworldly Demon, or the culprit of Imperial Court-blessed land, he was almost completely exposed. Thus, Fang Yuan not only needed prospects, he also needed the present situation. In a way, the present situation was more important than prospects. Without the present situation, no matter how broad the prospects were, it was just a castle in the air. It was useless even if it looked good. To deal with the present situation, Fang Yuan needed a path with extremely high battle strength. Metal path, fire path, lightning path, sword path, blood path. These 5 paths were publicly recognized as the 5 paths with the strongest battle strength. The first 3 paths were new and were the mainstream paths. The latter 2, be it sword path or blood path, had a short history. They were different paths. Sword path had Bo Qing, blood path had Blood Sea ancestor. But other than these 2, there were few outstanding people. Thus, the foundation of these 2 paths could not compare to the first 3 paths. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, be it metal path, fire path, or lightning path, his attainment level was ordinary. He did not have any relevant inheritances. On the contrary, his blood path attainment level was grandmaster, and although his sword path attainment level was also ordinary, he did not have any inheritance, but he stole many of Bo Qing's immortal gu. The attainment level of each path was also an important factor. Without an inheritance, if one's attainment level was high, they could draw on a blank piece of paper and create something new. But compared to having an inheritance, it was much more difficult. It required more inspiration and talent. Fang Yuan's strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path attainment levels were all at grandmaster level. Blood path was the accumulation of his previous life. Strength path was the accumulation of his previous life and current life. Wisdom path and star path were the result of coincidences. Through dream realms, they advanced rapidly and rapidly. Refinement path was quasi-grandmaster. It was quite impressive among Gu immortals. Enslavement path was master. It was not outstanding among Gu immortals. Luck path was quasi-grandmaster. The other paths were ordinary, like sword path, light path, dark path, and others, or even blank, like phantom path. From the perspective of attainment level, the path of the 4 grandmaster attainment levels was naturally the best. But blood path was not worth mentioning. Strength path was on the decline. Wisdom path and star path were not known for their battle strength. Even though they had their own inheritances, regrettably, Fang Yuan had lost almost all of his immortal Gu. If these immortal Gu in the inheritances had not been refined yet, Fang Yuan might be able to refine them one by one during his cultivation. But these immortal Gu were kept in Ying Wuxie's hands. Fang Yuan did not know which one existed and which one was destroyed. This situation was an extremely bad hindrance to his future cultivation. Even if he was willing to take the risk and pay a huge price to refine immortal Gu, because immortal Gu were unique, he might not succeed. All in all, Fang Yuan's situation could be said to be quite awkward. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, when Fang Yuan thought about his path, he was also at a loss. Only when he gradually discovered the profundity of this new body did the layers of darkness and fog shrouding his mind start to dissipate. Bright and warm sunlight appeared. He found that he had more than 1,000 Tao marks in his body from all the major paths. This was not surprising. When Gu immortals passed tribulation after tribulation, their immortal apertures would also produce different Tao marks because of the calamities and tribulations. It was just that there was a clear difference in priority. The most important thing was that these Tao marks did not interfere with each other. They did not hinder each other. This was simply too amazing. When Fang Yuan first discovered it, firstly, he did not dare to believe that there was such a good thing in the world. Because of this, it had already broken the common sense of cultivation. If he said it, others would think that it was a fantasy or a rumor. But thinking about it, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was a rank 9 immortal Gu, the essence of spectral soul and shadow sex accumulation for 100,000 years. Thinking about it, breaking common sense was very reasonable. Next, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Because such a good thing did not happen to others, it happened to him. Just based on this point, he could cultivate all the paths. Long ago, Fang Yuan had imagined cultivating 2 immortal apertures at the same time, one cultivating time path while the other cultivating strength path. But the sovereign immortal aperture was even more ridiculous. It could cultivate all the paths at the same time, from ancient times until now, all the Gu immortal paths in one go. This was simply a dream come true. Throughout history, even immortal venerables and demon venerables, most of them cultivated one path while cultivating another. Even if some Gu immortals cultivated multiple paths, they would end up biting off more than they could chew. They would lose sight of other paths. The outcome would be tragic because the Tao marks in their bodies would hinder each other. The more they would cultivate, the more internal friction there would be, the more losses they would suffer. But Fang Yuan did not have this obstacle. He could cultivate all the paths. There would be 0 internal friction. His future would be bright. He would surpass all the immortal venerables and demon venerables in history by countless times. Fang Yuan soon calmed down. Daydreams were always beautiful. Getting rid of all the paths at once was only a beautiful idea. Even though it could be implemented, it required resources, time, energy, and, most importantly, a peaceful cultivation environment. And Fang Yuan did not have any of these. He had limited energy, time, and resources. His enemies were all over the 5 regions, including the Northern Plains Gu Immortals, who were most skilled in battle, the #1 Gu Immortal organization in history, the Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and countless people who wanted to obtain the luck path true inheritance from him. His future was limitless, but his current situation was dangerous. There was no need to even think about creating a path. Fang Yuan did not have such a foundation yet. He could only choose one path from the current ones. At most, he could cultivate one path at the most. Any more than that, the current situation would not allow him to do so. His energy would be wasted. He would be seeking his own death. Among the current paths, which one had outstanding battle strength that could allow Fang Yuan to survive the current situation, while also allowing him to display his own specialty, and also taking into account attainment level, inheritances, and other factors. After thinking about it, there was only one path left in Fang Yuan's mind. That was Transformation Path. Transformation Path was known as using one path to reflect countless paths. Gu Immortals who cultivated Transformation Path could transform into Metal Path, Lightning Path, Sword Path, Light Path, and all other paths. But Transformation Path had a flaw that existed since ancient times. That was when Transformation Path Gu Immortals transformed into different forms, they needed to clear their Dao marks to prevent the Dao marks from interfering with each other or obstructing each other. This flaw did not exist for Fang Yuan. Because of sovereign, immortal fetus Gu, his Dao marks did not interfere with each other. When Shizai chased after him, he thought that Fang Yuan had grasped the peerless secret of reckless, savage, demon venerable's ability to transform at will. One could say that Transformation Path could display Fang Yuan's advantage the most. It could also be said that Fang Yuan was currently, oh no, throughout history, the only 2 people who were suitable to cultivate Transformation Path. And even more amazing was that once he cultivated Transformation Path, the secret of Fang Yuan's Dao marks not interfering with each other would be perfectly concealed. Fang Yuan could openly use immortal Gu of all paths after transformation without arousing suspicion. And after transformation, he could use the immortal Gu of the corresponding path to increase his power. For example, transforming into a Sword Path beast, adding countless Sword Path Dao marks to his body, and using Sword Path Immortal Gu, his power would be amplified even more. Even though Fang Yuan's Transformation Path attainment level was not high, it did not matter. He had reckless savage's true meaning. Even though Fang Yuan did not have a Transformation Path inheritance, it was not a big issue. Why? Because Transformation Path killer moves were easy to obtain. Transforming into a complete form was a Transformation Path killer move. As for Transformation Path's corresponding Immortal Gu, it was the easiest Gu worm among all the paths to refine for commoners. For Fang Yuan, he could quickly accumulate them and start anew. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had other considerations. For example, Langya Blessed Land. This generation's land spirit of Langya acknowledged his hairy man identity. If Fang Yuan cultivated it well, he could transform into a hairy man Gu immortal and gain his trust and support. If he was chased in the future, he could transform into other things or people and escape. If his current identity was exposed, and he could not move freely in this vast world, he could disguise himself and continue to roam the world. From now on, I am a Transformation Path Gu Immortal. Chapter 1072, Langya Blessed Land, a few days later. This is Interior Rain. Land Spirit of Langya said as he handed a basin of water to Fang Yuan, letting Fang Yuan take a good look. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands to receive it. Be careful, Land Spirit of Langya instructed. This rank 6 immortal material is very special. It is slightly heavy. In Langya Land Spirit's words, he placed emphasis on the word heavy. Fang Yuan nodded. Don't worry, I have heard of this immortal material before. Saying so, Fang Yuan received this immortal material. Immediately, he felt his heart sink. Looking carefully, the water in the basin was so clear that one could see the bottom. It also had traces of refreshing green color. Fang Yuan was clearly holding it steadily, but there were ripples on the water surface. It was like a spring rain falling on the surface of the water. This was the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. This type of rain was very special. It contained Tao marks. It was not heavy by itself, but it would put a burden on the minds of living beings that came into contact with it. The heavy that land spirit of Langya emphasized was not the heaviness of the weight, but the heaviness of the soul. Have you really decided to use your third and final chance to let me refine Gu? But not to refine fixed immortal travel, but to refine change form immortal Gu? While Fang Yuan was inspecting the immortal material in the basin, land spirit of Langya asked again, I have already confirmed it. I will not change it. Fang Yuan nodded, answering without hesitation. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind to cultivate transformation path from now on. Fixed immortal travel was good, but it lacked the most crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. Secondly, Fang Yuan was not completely sure that it was already destroyed. Thirdly, it was far less important to Fang Yuan than change form immortal Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan changed his mind resolutely. He did not hesitate to use his final opportunity. He was going to make a courageous attempt to refine change form immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique. Change form immortal Gu was the essence of transformation path. This immortal Gu was famous in history. It had once been used by reckless, savage demon Venerable and refined to rank 9. But after reckless, savage demon Venerable died, the rank 9 change form immortal Gu was also destroyed. If the future generations wanted to refine it again, they would have to start from rank 6. In terms of foundation, transformation Tao was much deeper than sword Tao and blood Tao. After reckless, savage demon ancestor, transformation path also produced many Gu immortal experts. These people were like stars in the sky, shining brightly in the long river of history. They were dazzling and brilliant, and their legendary experiences caused future generations to reminisce, revere, and yearn for them. Change form immortal Gu was one of the most important characters among them. It rose and fell along with these experts. In history, change form immortal Gu had been destroyed dozens of times. Then, it was refined many times by others. Most of the time, it was rank 6. Rank 7 change form immortal Gu rarely appeared in history. 8 transformation immortal Gu were even rarer. They could be counted on one hand. Because the higher the rank of the immortal Gu, the harder it was to refine. Not to mention the low success rate, the immortal materials needed to refine. It were also rarer and more expensive. Thinking about the current old ancestor Shui, who, in order to refine rank 8 immortal Gu, fortune rivaling heaven, he spent almost all of his fortune to prepare immortal materials. He even ordered snowy mountain blessed lands demonic path Gu immortals to search for immortal materials for him. From this, one could see the terrifying price of refining a rank 8 immortal Gu. Fortunately, Fang Yuan only wanted to refine the rank 6 change form immortal Gu. He had the immortal Gu recipe, and the possibility of change form immortal Gu being refined was very small. The immortal materials were also almost ready. This was mainly because of Langya blessed land's abundant immortal material reserves, and Fang Yuan did not have to pay a single cent for these immortal materials. Because of thieving heaven demon Venerable and long hair ancestors' agreement, Land Spirit of Langya would refine Gu for Fang Yuan 3 times for free. Mortal Gu could guarantee success, but immortal Gu could not. This was the 3rd time. And the last time. It is a pity. Back then, you had invincible Tao marks. It was almost certain that you would succeed in refining change form immortal Gu. Why did you rebirth at the most crucial moment of the Gu refinement? Land Spirit of Langya felt it was a pity as he recalled it. Fang Yuan had told Land Spirit of Langya about many things. After all, his secrets were already exposed. Even if Land Spirit of Langya did not know, he would find out from the outside world. I was used by Spectral Soul during my rebirth, but now that I think about it, there are still many suspicious points. Fang Yuan frowned. Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Even though we do not have invincible Tao marks, I inherited my main body and have the hairy man's unique natural goo refinement method. This method can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to assist in the goo refinement. Even though there are calamities and tribulations, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Moreover, all these years, my Langya blessed land has used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to pass countless calamities and tribulations, gaining a vast number of refinement path Tao marks. Together with the effect of Refinement Cauldron, there is a high chance of successfully refining change form Immortal Goo on the first try. However, to be safe, Fang Yuan, you will need to participate in this goo refinement. You are the owner of Dogshit Luck Immortal Goo now. You can use your strong luck to increase the success rate of the goo refinement. Looking at the refinement process, the interior rain is the first hurdle. Over the next few days, use this basin of interior rain to practice. Luck Path assisted goo refinement. There were often miraculous effects. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal and Long Hair Ancestor worked together to forcefully refine an 88-point Shenyang Tower. Among them, Luck Path assisted them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor worked together to refine a space escape Immortal Goo, but they could not use it yet. Looking at the whole picture, it was clear that Theft Path was not as helpful as Luck Path in goo refinement. Next, the Land Spirit of Langya taught Fang Yuan some of the profundities of the Hairy Man Nature Goo refinement method, as well as some precious goo refinement methods, and even many mortal killer moves for goo refinement. Of course, these things were not free. They were deducted from Fang Yuan's sect contribution points. Even so, Fang Yuan accepted them happily. This generation's Land Spirit of Langya was inferior to the previous one in terms of goo refinement, but he was still Long Hair Ancestor's obsession. His goo refinement attainment was much higher than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan could be said to have met a great teacher. Many of his refinement path doubts and problems were cleared. Those precious goo refinement methods and killer moves that had been lost for a long time. Fang Yuan benefited greatly from them. The Hairy Man Nature Goo refinement method was an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. He felt that if he mastered this method, it would be far superior to the Isolation Goo refinement method of humans. Interestingly enough, while Fang Yuan was pondering refinement path, he was not able to do so. His younger brother was also studying refinement path in Black Hair Continent, which was under Cloud Cover Continent. Fang Zheng was sitting cross-legged in a courtyard of Black Hair Continent's imperial capital, fiddling with the three-colored flame in his hand. Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind emphasized. In tomorrow's competition, the enemy is very strong. Fang Zheng, although you have rank 5 cultivation level, you lack usable goo worms. You are also a pure human goo master. You are being ostracized in Black Hair Continent. You can only refine goo yourself. Tonight, you must refine the rank 5 river swallowing toad. Only then can you restrain the enemy's water path methods. I know, can you shut up? Fang Zheng snorted coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan's fake will stop speaking, but soon the three-colored flame in Fang Zheng's hand collapsed. Fang Zheng coughed out a mouthful of blood. The goo refinement failure caused him to suffer internal injuries. He. Fang Yuan's fake will laughed coldly. My foolish brother, you are still as useless as before. This is only the start of the goo refinement, but you have already failed at the 3rd step. Fang Zheng's expression was very ugly, but the truth was in front of him. He could not refute it. He could only remain silent and sit cross-legged again, silently activating his goo worms to heal his injuries. Fang Yuan's fake will set again. Being useless is not a big deal. Everyone starts from being weak, and useless they grow up and become strong. But the point is, if you don't admit your weakness, if you don't realize your own incompetence, then there is no saving you. The goo materials you prepared can only attempt the goo refinement 3 times at most. This time, you have just started, and you have already failed. Without my help, how can you refine the river-swallowing toad? Tomorrow's battle, regardless of life or death. Even if you beg for mercy, the other party will not let you off. You are indeed hopeless. Fang Zheng flew into a rage out of humiliation, shouting in his heart, "My death is my problem. You are too noisy, shut up." Fang Yuan's fake will said eerily, "What do you have to do with what I say? You think I care about you, about your life? Humph, little brother, you are still as naive and ignorant as before. I only want revenge. You are only a tool for me to take revenge. I can become anyone's tool, but I will never become yours." Fang Zheng's reply was resolute. Fang Yuan's fake will laughed loudly. "You have no choice. Even if you are not willing, what can you do? Ever since you joined the martial competition, you have been advancing and killing many hairy man goo masters. It is all for my revenge. Tonight, you need to listen to my guidance to succeed in the goo refinement. You also need to listen to my guidance, otherwise you will die tomorrow." Fang Zheng's expression was ashen, but he did not retort. He clenched his fists, falling into a deathly silence. 2 hours later, he started to refine the goo again. Fang Yuan slowly gave pointers. Fang Zheng did not say a word, but followed Fang Yuan's instructions without going against them. Finally, when the night sky brightened, Fang Zheng succeeded in refining the river-swallowing toad. Cloud-covered continent. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The interior rain in front of him was finally processed by him. It seemed to have frozen, turning into an almost transparent green jade. But the truth was, processing the immortal material to this state was not as simple as freezing. There were more than 50 steps involved, over 20 goo refinement methods, and 13 mortal refinement path killer moves were used. Moreover, the goo refinement goo immortal had to complete it within 5 minutes. After Fang Yuan wasted 3 pots, he finally had some success with the 4th basin of interior rain. At this time, a fake will flew in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over it. After confirming it was harmless, he kept the fake will in his mind. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up into an almost imperceptible smile. In order to survive, Fang Zheng can only act according to my will. Even though he hates me to the core, he can only do this to survive. Every time he relies on my guidance to survive, he feels humiliated and angry. But as long as this happens the first time, the rest will follow naturally. As the number of times increases, he will gradually become numb and even get used to my existence, relying on my help. At that time, it will be the best time to refine blood deity. But his current state of mind is far from being qualified. He needs more training. Chapter 1073. Blood deity was only one of Fang Yuan's long-term plans. Fang Zheng was the second part of this plan. The first part of this plan was to refine blood deity immortal goo. This immortal goo was something that Fang Yuan wanted to refine in his previous life. In order to obtain the immortal goo remnant recipe, he even went to find trouble with vicious lightning fiend. Only after refining blood deity immortal goo could he kill his kin and refine a blood deity. But now, even though Fang Yuan had the blood deity immortal goo recipe, it was only 70% of the remnant recipe. When he was an immortal zombie, he did not have the resources and energy to complete this immortal goo recipe. But now, after Fang Yuan revived, Wisdom goo could not use the light of wisdom anymore. Even if I do not use the light of wisdom with my blood path and wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, I can deduce the blood deity immortal goo recipe. But the time and energy I have to waste is not as efficient as using the light of wisdom. Even if I refine the blood deity immortal goo recipe to kill Fangzheng and refine a blood deity, I will need to teach him a lesson and make him not hate me anymore. Because the blood deity refined from hatred will turn on the master. It is like a double-edged sword. It can hurt others, but it can also hurt oneself if one is not careful. Actually, there were many ways to influence a person's feelings or feelings towards another person in the world of Goo Masters. Wisdom Path had countless methods, and Emotion Path was the best at this. Fang Yuan had many of these methods. As long as he was willing, he only needed to use one of them to make Fangzheng submit and be loyal to him. But this way, Fangzheng would only be influenced by external forces, and his true intentions would be obscured. And when he was killed, when refining a blood deity, using these Wisdom Path methods would erase all the Wisdom Path Tao marks on his body. Only the purest blood path Tao marks would be left. This way, Fangzheng's true intentions would recover. Fang Yuan could only teach it slowly. Only by completely changing Fangzheng's heart and mind would he be able to refine a blood god that met his standards. Obviously, Fangzheng's training was a long process. Blood deity's immortal goo recipe was still far from completion. At least Fang Yuan had no time to care about it now. Not to mention, after perfecting the blood deity immortal goo recipe, he would need to prepare immortal materials to refine blood deity. However, the last point was much easier than the other sections. Blood path goo worms had a characteristic. The cost of refining them was very low. These factors determined that the refinement of the blood god's son could only be a long-term goal. But no matter how long it took, as long as he approached step by step and didn't give up, persevering, there would come a time when he would complete it. What Fang Yuan was doing now was taking advantage of his busy schedule. He took the time to train Fang Yuan and approached his goal step by step. You can't travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps, and you can't form a river without accumulating water droplets. After understanding Fangzheng's situation, Fang Yuan activated the goo worm again. A fake will was produced and flew away from him. This fake will would even fly into Fangzheng's mind to replenish the wear and tear of the fake will from before. Several days passed. Fang Yuan's handling of the interior rain had reached the acme of perfection. Land Spirit of Langya gave him another set of immortal materials. It allowed him to familiarize and train his goo refinement methods. This was Fang Yuan's main focus. He placed it here in preparation for refining the immortal goo change form. When he had free time, he would pay attention to the sovereign immortal aperture, observing the changes and managing the immortal aperture. At the Goo Master cultivation stage, they needed to nurture their aperture and produce primeval essence to activate goo worms. But be it goo worms, goo materials, or yuan stone, these cultivation resources of Goo Masters all depended on the outside world. At the Goo Immortal cultivation stage, the immortal aperture could not only produce immortal essence, it could also produce countless resources, and it was very safe and reliable. It was not like the outside world's resources, which needed Goo Immortals to guard and prevent others from stealing them. The immortal aperture was the safest production base for Goo Immortals. If they managed it well, it would be a huge help to the Goo Immortal. It was their main source of support. Because the Tao marks were the same, it could produce the most suitable cultivation resources for the Goo Immortal. It could help the Goo Immortal feed Goo. Foreign trade could help the Goo Immortal earn more immortal yuan stone. It could even create new wild immortal Goo in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers. It had the layout of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Why was there such a layout? Was it created by spectral soul, or was it formed naturally? Fang Yuan did not know. After all, sovereign immortal fetus goo was not created by him. He was only a lucky person who obtained the final results. Fang Yuan could not be bothered to name the parts. He directly copied the names of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, only adding a small word in front. For example, Kokitahara, Mini Eastern Sea, and so on. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan gradually discovered some small secrets of the sovereign immortal aperture. He found that the sovereign immortal aperture's 5 regions and 9 heavens were not only similar to the outside world in terms of structure, the environment was also very similar. For example, Kokitahara was a flat grassland. There were more wind path Tao marks in the immortal aperture. Or mini western desert, most of the fire path Tao marks were in this area. Southern border had more earth path Tao marks. There were also a portion of poison path Tao marks. After discovering this, Fang Yuan distributed the cultivation resources that he had accumulated earlier. He placed the eerie fire dragon pythons in mini western desert. He placed the dragonfish in mini eastern sea. The regretful spiders were placed in mini southern border. The arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and others were placed in mini blue heaven. As for Kokitahara, there were a large number of snow monsters. These were left behind from the first earthly calamity. There were a large number of desolate beast snow monsters and even ancient desolate beast level snow monsters. Fang Yuan did not have the time to deal with these snow monsters. He put them aside for now. After all, Kokitahara was empty. There were no other precious resources. He let these snow monsters move around for now. Kokitahara was huge. The snow monsters could not penetrate aperture walls like ruined bats. Air bubble fish, shark fin wolf, literature carps, desolate beast giant, horned sheep, dead eggs of worldly sand gull, a small amount of oil water, rockmen, a small blood-gee forest, a small area of mirror willows, and so on were all arranged properly. While Fang Yuan was tempering his goo refinement technique, he also spent some of his energy. He took care of these resources. The arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and others were moved into mini blue heaven. But the production of goo worms was falling sharply, and the eerie fire dragon pythons and dragonfish were also falling slightly. Only the daily production of regretful spiders was at the same level as before. There was no helping it. Even though the sovereign immortal aperture had great prospects and unlimited potential, it had only gone through one earthly calamity currently. It had Tao marks of all paths, but most of them only had around 100 Tao marks. Regretful spiders relied on wisdom path Tao marks, dragonfish relied on food path and water path Tao marks, and eerie fire dragon pythons relied on fire path Tao marks in their environment. Arrow bamboo forest and star fragment grass had star path mortal goo production. Star path Tao marks. Earlier, these resources were placed into immortal blessed land and star form blessed land. The former had gone through 5 or 6 earthly calamities. It had a lot of Tao marks, fire path, and water path. Tao marks surpassed the current sovereign immortal aperture. Star form blessed land itself focused on star path. The sovereign immortal aperture could not compare to it in this aspect. But in the sovereign immortal aperture, not all paths only had around 100 Tao marks. Chi path Tao marks were a level higher. This was because Fang Yuan was in southern border's 5 regional mountain range. He killed the Chi path Gu immortal Chi Zai and obtained his Chi path Tao marks. But Chi path Tao marks were not the highest, most were ice and snow path Tao marks. Fang Yuan had gone through his first earthly calamity not long ago. It was not accurate to call it an earthly calamity. All in all, it had terrifying power. It surpassed even the 10 great catastrophes. Calamities and tribulations had to go hand in hand with fortune and disaster. Calamities and tribulations were powerful. After passing them, The Gu immortal would gain more benefits. The benefits here were the Dao marks. Fang Yuan obtained a large number of Dao marks from his first earthly calamity. He obtained a large number of Dao marks. Among them, Ice and Snow Path Dao marks were the most, followed by Strength Path and Transformation Path Dao marks. The latter two Dao marks, they were inferior to Qi Path Dao marks. After all, Qi Path Dao marks were accumulated by rank 7 Gu immortal Qi Zai's entire life, while Strength Path and Transformation Path Dao marks were obtained by Fang Yuan's first earthly calamity. These Dao marks had already started to affect Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The other 4 regions were not affected yet, but in Kokita-hara, a huge snowfield had already formed, and the edges of the snowfield were still spreading. This environment was enough for Fang Yuan to transplant many cold-resistant plants. It was enough for them to grow. Like in the past, after several earthly calamities, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's environment was improved. Hu Immortal could transplant blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass, milk tea flower, and others. One of the main methods of managing an immortal aperture was to adapt to the local conditions. To refine, change, form immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was actively making preparations. Meanwhile, in Central Continent, Ing Wuxia and the rest were not idle. They had already obtained the light of the immemorial era. According to the immortal Gu recipe, they started to gather other immortal materials. They used their own treasures to settle a small portion, but there were still many that needed to be traded with the outside world. Ing Wuxia inherited the remnant forces of Central Continent's Shadow Sect. He was also the leader of Defy, so his priority was to exchange resources internally with Defy. They negotiated and haggled before making transactions one after another. Gu immortals chased after benefits. Defy's structure was loose, the transactions of immortal materials were not smooth. Because of this, Ing Wuxia and He Lulan were almost at their wits' end. Shi Nu and Tai, by Yunsheng, were not suitable for haggling. After putting in a lot of effort, Ing Wuxia finally gathered 3 complete sets of Gu refinement materials. Yu Mu Chun is already dead. I can only give up on the hairy man natural style and use the human isolation style to refine fixed immortal travel. The success rate of this method is very low. 3 sets of immortal materials are not enough. It is not safe. Ing Wuxia did not stop buying. To refine Gu, he and the other 3 immortals took a risk and returned to Earth Abyss. The Super Gu formation that Shadow Sect set up in Earth Abyss was very helpful for Gu refinement. When Ing Wuxia gathered 6 complete sets of immortal materials through Defy, an accident occurred. One of Defy's members, the demonic path Gu immortal Gong Sun Liang, who was hiding in Ming Tang Valley, was ambushed and captured by Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Gong Sun Liang asked for help from Defy, and Defy immediately fell into a huge commotion. Gong Sun Liang had hidden himself very well, but he was actually captured. And most importantly, Celestial Court personally made a move. This was shocking. Most of Defy's members were oppressed and ostracized by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They had secretly formed an alliance to survive. And the 10 great ancient sects were only subordinate sects of Celestial Court. Facing the colossus that was Celestial Court, Defy's members were in danger. They were afraid that Gong Sun Liang would expose clues and implicate them. Damned Celestial Court. Ing Wuxia could only curse at this. Because of this, Defy's other members went into hiding. They did not dare to communicate with him, let alone trade immortal materials. Ing Wuxia knew that they were not only afraid of Celestial Court, they were also suspicious of him, the boss. After all, some time ago, Gong Sun Liang had lent his immortal Gu to Ing Wuxia. Now that he was killed, the immortal Gu was still in Ing Wuxia's hands. Was it because he was greedy for immortal Gu? So the boss purposely did not save him? This question was a huge blow to the boss' reputation. Gong Sunliang's capture directly cut off Ing Wuxie's best way to gather immortal materials. Without a choice, they could only use Jewel Yellow Skies. This was the largest trading market in the 5 regions. But the fees were very high, and it was not confidential. It was easy for people to investigate. In short, there were many risks, if not for the fact that they had no other choice in Wuxia, and the rest would not use this route. Gong Sunliang was captured. Celestial Court will find this place sooner or later. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is dead, but Fairy Myrtle has woken up. I need to refine fixed immortal travel as soon as possible. Ing Wuxia was feeling increasingly anxious. His situation was also getting more and more difficult. In order to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, Shadow Sect had expended almost all of their inventory. Even Zombie Alliance was used as a material to be refined in the 10 Extreme formation. Although Shernu was rank 7, his immortal aperture was not managed well. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had just ascended to immortal. Their savings were limited. Inside Jewel Yellow Skies, although there were many immortal materials, Ing Wuxia was lacking in money. He could only split $1 into 2. This way, he would haggle over every penny who would be willing to transact immortal materials with him. Eventually, when Ing Wuxia used Jewel Yellow Skies to gather 10 sets of goo refinement materials, he almost shed tears of bitterness. His eyes were filled with desolation. When a tiger falls, it will be bullied by dogs. If it was before the Battle of Etion Mountain, to gather the immortal materials for a rank 6 immortal goo, they would only need to take a corner of the treasury to gather 10 or 20 sets of immortal materials. Even if the treasury did not have them, with just an order, Zombie Alliance in the 5 regions would mobilize a large number of immortal zombies. It would be easy to gather immortal materials. How could it be like this? In order to gather immortal materials, Ing Wuxia and the rest had almost used up all of their inventory. They had nothing to do. This time, I must succeed in refining fixed immortal travel. I must succeed. Ing Wuxia was determined. He was in a difficult situation, but Fang Yuan's side was very comfortable. Fang Yuan had already discussed with Land Spirit of Langia, even if the first refinement failed, they would continue. As for the immortal materials after the 2nd and 3rd refinement, Fang Yuan would bear all of them. He had ample funds, or rather, extremely ample funds. Even though the production of these main resources had decreased, Fang Yuan's income had increased by several times. The reason? Because Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources. The flow of time was 60 times faster than the outside world. What did this mean? A day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. As time passed, the resources would increase, completely making up for the small disadvantage of the decrease in production. But only a portion of these resources were sold by Fang Yuan. When discussing with Land Spirit of Langia, Fang Yuan had purposely pawned Dang Hun Mountain. Anyway, Fang Yuan could pay it back. But this made Land Spirit of Langia extremely motivated. Land Spirit of Langia was a little worried that the first goo refinement would succeed. If that happened, wouldn't he not be able to obtain Dang Hun Mountain